That's right, it's time for the Sunday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. Season number 9, the race for $1 million continues today. And I've got one question for you, and one question only. Say it with me. Are you ready? Because it's time to bring forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frowns upside down. It is time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time for the UEL to shine. So what do you say? We get down to that UEL beatdown, baby.
Logging and games, we lit the squadron.
Here we go.
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, so they get stuck in their kind of view. But another
person that is defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know,
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty.
Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Jekyll. Traded journeyman, expect.
ourselves as like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy. You can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. Theater, Grand Rapids, and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the Ultimate Endgamers League. We have quite the matchup for you today. This has to be one of the most epic matchups that we've had all season. I think Strix would probably agree. Both of these teams, the xGODS and the Bots, are both 7-1. So hold on to your seats, man. It's going to get pretty wild today, isn't it, Strix? Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Mhm. Yeah, man, it's wild because, very often over the last, few weeks, we hype up certain games. Certain games we hype up because I feel like there's some underdog potential at play. There's no underdog situation. Both of these teams are just savages, okay? And so the fact that we get to see them in all 5 categories of our 33 different games on the UEL wheel, super exciting. If you're new to the UEL, guys, we have 33 games, 5 categories. These are going to be sports. This is going to be strategy, shooters, racing, and fighting. All 5 of our categories, and these are 2 of the best teams in the Southern Conference battling for first place right now in the Southern Conference. 7-1, man. It's going to be good. Yes. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, one of the things that I want to see more out of both of these teams with regards to just the genres in general is shooters. So we actually watched, I believe it was Blaze and the Bots play last week. Awesome matchup. Sort of came down to, I would say, probably the last 30 minutes or so of gameplay. But both of the teams sort of struggled in the shooter genre. I believe the xGODS aren't as comfortable as I would probably expect them to be within shooters. And then I wanna see specifically Ambushman. I wanna actually see him. I'm gonna ask him about that here in a little bit. I wanna see him start to improve at fighting games because there is certain fighting games that he's actually a savage at. Even though it's not a fighting game, the Checkmate Showdown in our strategy category, he's very good at that game. And then I believe it's Tekken he actually is pretty good at too. And then he starts to get into some of those other fighting games, and it's like, dude, if he really applies himself to those, I mean, sort of might be sort of the dark horse of that category, if you will. Right. Yeah. Mhm. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Who do you think is going to stand out sort of obviously on, I would say on the bots, the most consistent player that I've probably seen is Billy, but it's, I think everyone just sort of compliments him really, really well. Super, super well rounded, like synergy going on over on the bot side of things. But on the X gods, who do you think sort of stands out today? Weirdly enough, I'll say this. I want to say that Havoc probably is he feels like the leader of that team, which is odd because typically speaking, you don't see that in that tier 5 sort of position, sort of that anchor of the team, if you will. But I asked him about that last week, just regards to how leadership sort of plays a role within the X Gods. And he specifically said he wanted the players to just show up, have fun, and that he didn't mind making less money when he shows up because he is in that tier 5 spot. He just wanted the players on the team to feel good about their position and to just sort of help everyone like keep that positive winner's mentality, if you will. I thought that was such a great answer that he's really not here for money or anything like that. He's a bit of a veteran when it comes to gaming in general, but I think he does a great job of sort of maintaining a sense of camaraderie amongst the players, man. Right. Right. Yes. Mhm. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the thing that's really exciting about both of these teams is there's a lot of like pretty much every match that we have here at the UEL. If you guys haven't watched this before, we're going to be playing, like I said, up to sometimes we finish all 33 games, but typically speaking, about 25 or more games throughout the night. That creates sort of the potential for these huge memorable moments because we're playing so many different games and then skill sets amongst the players sort of vary within each game, right? At the end of every night, there is specifically probably 2 to 3 moments that you, like, just kind of remember. They stand out to you. Both of these teams have players amongst their entire roster that have had standout moments over the last, like, 2 months or so easily within the UEL. So seeing them sort of kind of reach out for that next memorable moment while they're playing a team that is 7-1 is gonna be absolutely wild throughout the evening. So just hold on to your chairs, man. It's gonna get good. Yep. Mhm. Yeah, man. You know, personally for me, like personally for me, I'm interested to see the dynamic, if you will, of sort of how each team excels within the category. But hopefully, we get to ask some of the players about that here coming up soon. Like I said, I want to talk to Ambushman about potentially some of these fighting games and so forth. But is there any specific questions that you are, or sort of directions that you're sort of interested in taking these interviews, if you will? Maybe we apply a little bit of pressure to them, call them out on certain things, Strix. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Mhm.
If he loses this now, I don't even know.
You
All right,
lost
calm
to
down,
him.
TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down that kill from the bandits. And there again, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome back, everyone. We are sitting here with two of the xGODS. We got Raging Cajun and Ambushman. Gentlemen, I'm really excited about today's matchup. Prior to jumping into these interviews, I was just talking to Strix about where both of these teams may struggle and where I want to see them start to excel. We've seen you guys play really well in a lot of the 33 different games that we play here at the UEL, but specifically my first question is for Ambushman. My dude, you are a dog, certified mobster Matt dog when it comes to like 2 or so of the fighting games. The rest of them, I've always sort of thought if you apply yourself within those games, you're going to be an absolute savage. I think I've seen you pop off in Checkmate Showdown, which is technically a strategy game, but it is, you know, sort of a fighter. And then I think it's Tekken that you actually play relatively well. Is there sort of a reason, or is there sort of like a threshold that you are sort of waiting to break through with regards to the rest of those fighting games? Do you see yourself sort of, you know, tackling that genre more to sort of, I don't know, I guess not necessarily carry the team when it comes to that category, but definitely create more of a synergy for your teammates within it?
Well, when I joined the league, honestly, there's a lot of these games that I never touched. And when
Right.
it came to fighters, the only game that I really enjoyed was Soul Calibur, but it's not on the wheel.
I'm right there with you. I'm a Maxi player myself, dog. I know what you
Astral,
mean.
like
Yeah.
Algol was my boy. But
Okay.
when it comes down to it, you know, I was trying to learn so much that I was trying to find where I helped the team the best. And the thing is when it comes to the fighters, you know, I know I was lacking in it, and so
Right.
this off couple weeks, I put a lot of time into Street Fighter, and I actually hit platinum. So I've been putting a lot of time in there to see if I can actually
Okay.
do some work.
Yeah,
with the
maybe it was Street Fighter and not Tekken. Maybe I'm getting those two mixed
No,
up. But
Tekken, I use Paul.
Okay, I got you. Oh, okay, I got you, dog. Yeah. Hmm.
Well, I used to be on the bots, so I have like a different view compared to like some other people. But something that's really good about our team, since we've like gotten all the pieces together and everything, is that we've tried really hard to fill up our gaps. So like Ambush was saying about fighters, we spend so much time in fighters, we spend so much time in shooters. If we see that we don't perform in that, we like double down on it, and everybody on the team works really hard towards that. So like you said, he started from nothing and now he's platinum. We do the same thing in shooters. We were like low rank and playing a lot of shooters. I mean, not me because I'm playing a lot of shooters in general, but like the people that aren't normally like even for me, I was playing fighters as well, and I put a lot of time into Mortal Kombat actually and Street Fighter as well. So also, I'm sure you're gonna be excited, Mob, because you're gonna see a person you want to see in Mortal Kombat today.
We're gonna see who on the team?
You're gonna see somebody you want to see in Mortal Kombat.
Oh, please tell me you're playing Ghostface.
We will find out if I get to play.
Okay, I like that. I like that. Yeah, I'm a huge Ghostface fan for those of you at home. Okay, well, okay, so you mentioned fighting games. I'm super excited, obviously, to see a little bit of that, guys. With regards to like shooters, we saw last week the bots played like surprisingly well within certain shooters that I think sort of differentiate themselves from the rest of the genre, like Valorant, for instance, being a little bit slower paced, more hero ability based as opposed to just point and click or, you know, point and shoot, if you will. Are there like 1 to 2 of the shooters that you guys think that you're gonna be super comfortable? Because there are, like I said, within Valorant, I was surprised with how well they played Valorant, but then there was other games like Halo Infinite that seemed, um, they just didn't wanna touch all that much. So is there certain games that you think you're gonna really excel with just within that shooter category?
Well, I guess I'll take it. But honestly, the finals we play really well, and Rainbow Six
true.
is probably would be the top 2 games that we play way too much because Bo lives and breathes that game. So we have played that game
Okay. Okay. Can I ask you this, man? Because I haven't asked any team this yet this season. How do you guys go about practicing Rainbow Six Siege? Because Strix and I have mentioned a few times, like what we would sort of theorize as to how people may practice. Maybe they just master a specific map in case they have map choice, right? And then maybe you just jump in occasionally and play either a quick play or maybe one ranked game because the games can last anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes sometimes. So it is kind of time consuming to practice that game. How do you go about practicing Rainbow Six Siege?
Ambitious, you.
Honestly, when it comes to Siege, it's not just one map. Like, you
Right.
gotta understand the different like holes that need to be made, different areas that you can wrap around, and
Yeah.
also when it comes to playing one match, it ain't gonna really help you. You gotta
Yeah.
play multiple multiple matches so you can do what you can to get the synergy with the team, and then knowing where you need to make certain breach holes and stuff like that.
Yeah. A
Because if
lot of game
if
sense.
you're not putting a lot of time, I don't think there's gonna not be a lot of synergy there.
Yeah. It's definitely not one of those games that is forgiving, if
Yeah.
you will. Definitely not one of those games. Strix, anything else you want to add, brother? Mm.
Mortal Kombat.
Okay. Mortal Kombat.
You know it. We StarCraft. Billy's here. We got it. We got it.
Bro,
You're one of
please.
the few people that's willing to play the game. I want
Yeah.
to see it.
He's willing to play the game.
Oh
I
yeah.
love it.
He flew out here for StarCraft.
Okay.
I flew all the way to Colorado for this.
Yeah, okay, I like that. So you guys heard it, man. StarCraft and Mortal Kombat. That sounds great. That sounds really good. Well, we got a lot of action coming up pretty soon here, guys. We're going to be jumping into some rock, paper, scissors to see who gets set up first, who gets to choose, if you will, the first game of the night. But the next thing we're going to do is jump into a bots interview after this surf thing ad.
If he loses this now, I don't even know.
You
All right,
lost,
calm down,
man.
TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on this trail.
Fury right now hunting down that kill from the bandits. They
Oh,
get
and
control
there-
again, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
All right, guys, we are back here pretty soon. We're going to be jumping into an interview with the bots. I believe we're going to have Dictator Chicken and potentially Billy the Goat himself, who just got called out on some StarCraft, which I'm almost positive he is not sweating at all. But nonetheless, man, it's going to be really exciting going in today. 7-1. And here's the thing that I think is interesting, dude. There is sort of it's almost like a mirror matchup, if you will. Sort of a ditto matchup for any of the Pokemon fans out there. But both of these teams, 7-1, you would think that there would be certain categories that like one excels over the other. But I do think that within both of these teams, they're fully capable of stealing a few games within each of the 5 categories. There are some games that I would say that the teams are a little bit stronger in, but with regards to just the categories themselves, super even matchup today, man. Oh, okay, I like that. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, Yeah, and you sort of hit the nail on the head. Like I said, there's certain games within each genre that I think they can definitely steal, if you will. But I don't really think either one of these teams are necessarily stealing today. I mean, we saw the bots go up against Blaze last week. We thought the Blaze was going to blaze them in the sports category, and although they did, I think they ended up forfeiting like NCAA at one point. But other than that, I mean, from 2K to NHL to FIFA, I mean, we were basically losing our minds, and I think the Blaze were too, because about like 30 minutes left in the game, losing a sports category as the Blaze was sort of the nail in the coffin, if you will. But yeah, I think you're right, man. I think going into today, both of these teams are going to be really good, and I think we're going to have an opportunity, if you will, to ask them a couple of questions. Let's see what the bots have to say about some of these things. Here we are,
gonna have the best
Dictator Chicken and Billy the Goat, gentlemen. First of all, congratulations on an awesome season so far, 7-1. Listen, my first question is, are you 8-1?
Yeah.
Okay, 8-1, even better, guys. So today is a matchup that I don't think, I don't think we've seen quite the quality of two teams going up against each other, at least recently here at the UEL. Where do you think, and be honest with me here, where do you think that you guys are going to struggle a little bit? Not necessarily against the xGODS, but just in today's matchup, is there any specific category and or game that you think, all right, guys, let's be honest with each other, we do need to improve on that? So humble.
I don't think there's really anything that we're really bad at
Okay.
anymore. I would say like past seasons it has been, but this season, like everybody was practicing a lot, throughout the season. So we had a whole month off and didn't really get any time, and then we're gonna have another month before playoffs. So hopefully everybody can kind of keep up with some of the practice, but we haven't really been able to too much recently. So we're back to the old bots, I guess, now.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. I had mentioned to Strix prior to jumping over to you guys that I do think, I think you guys are comfortable now within shooters. Last week though, it was a little worrisome seeing the Halo Infinite matchup. If I'm being completely honest, so I think that is one game that I'd like to see you guys sort of improve upon. Strix, is there anything that you think that they may be able to improve upon, if you will, which is hard to say, right? Because they're at the top of the Southern Conference, but constructive criticism.
I don't think we should. I don't know if you saw the stats recently for fighting game MVPs, but we have top 5. Like literally, our whole team has the top 5. So everybody keeps saying that we should be losing fighting games, and I'm really confused by that. But yeah, I don't know.
Oh man. All right, that's fair.
But we got
two
rookies playing today, so it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I was sort of I was surprised last week. Number one, I've mentioned shooters. I was surprised with how much you guys have improved upon shooters. But I think because there's certain teams that, whether it be like through drama or just memorable moments right earlier in the season, I think we remember specific players standing out within fighting games, and I think that's what distracts us from realizing how exceptional you guys are at fighting games. Now that being said, I think sort of the tier listing on y'all's team has been like relatively consistent, as opposed to some of the other teams constantly having a fluctuating sort of roster, if you will, with regards to just tier 1, tier 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is there a specific player on the other team, on the xGODS, that you guys are sort of on the lookout for, that you want to be able to tame a little bit and just sort of keep in check and not let them sort of start to excel at all throughout the
Ragin.
Yeah, Ragin.
He was on our team.
Oh,
so
okay. Yeah, there is a little bit of drama there.
How good he is.
Just a little bit of strats.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. So he might have some insider information on you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I like that. Well, listen, I mean, Strix, is there You had asked the xGODS if there was a specific game that they wanted to see played the most. They had mentioned Mortal Kombat. I guess they want the smoke with Ghostface. I'm not saying Ghostface is going to get picked, but apparently there's been a hint towards that. They said Mortal Kombat and StarCraft. Billy, is there any chance? Is there any chance that they play StarCraft against you?
Yeah, I think they'll play it because they like to play it. So
They played it last time.
yeah, they
Or,
played
well,
it last time.
with Ambushman.
Oh, that's
the
true.
Cyclones.
Yeah. So I know that he likes to play it. So probably depending on the game state, they would play it or not. If they need if they need a fast game and it's closer to the end of the game, they probably won't play it. But if they if it's kind of tied and they want to play, then they probably will.
Okay.
But I think Chicken's gonna run away with Lumina today. We'll see
New
that.
levels, new pack.
New levels.
Oh my god, that game! I think Strix would probably agree. That game seems to be like the game that players ignore the most. And the irony is, you could probably play that on Atari Gamecast, but people just don't want to play it.
I love it. I think it's a great
game.
It's such a good game too. But it seems like people just struggle. A sort of a platformer speedrunning game. You know what I mean? So people tend to struggle. But listen, boys. Anything else you want to ask him, Strix? Or yeah, man. Yeah. Well, listen, boys, thank you for sitting down with us. We're excited to see this gameplay. A little bit of drama, tons of skill at hand, and I'm excited to watch it. So, guys, we're getting to see them here in a little bit.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway.
Here we are for a little bit of rock, paper, scissors right here, guys. This is going to decide, and it looks like the bots took it. This decides sort of the setup, if you will, sort of the initial momentum of the evening. Because the bots just won that rock, paper, scissors, they're going to spin the wheel. They get to choose whether or not they play that first game or if they want to respin. As well, wow, Tekken 8. Something tells me this is going to get played. Gonna be honest, I think this is gonna get played right now. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it's also like, I think both of these teams have gradually improved at this game throughout the season, so there's a little bit of pride at stake too. There are certain games, like specifically, we had talked about Halo Infinite earlier today. It's sort of the ultimate gauntlet of shooters. If there's a specific team that was struggling within Halo Infinite at the start of the season, because of sort of the heritage and the culture behind Halo as a shooter, if you get better at that game later on in the season, you don't want to dodge that game. You want to show people how much you've improved at it, right? Tekken 8 is such a classic fighting game that both of these teams have really improved on. So I have to believe this is going to get played today. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, and there's certain, there's different aspects to Tekken that sort of, right, separate it from the rest of the fighting games. This is going to be a 3D stage fighter as opposed to a 2D stage fighter, the likes of which you're used to seeing on games like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, things like that. Because this is a three-dimensional stage, they can sort of sidestep each other in order to dodge specific attacks. But there is a very unique sort of wall juggle, wall combo function within this game where you can actually hit your opponent off of the wall and this sort of backboard or bounce off of it in order to create a juggle that you can then continue a combo string with. We don't see that, necessarily. Uh, we do actually see that quite a bit, but we don't see it as often as we see juggles being performed within games like Mortal Kombat. So as soon as that sort of corner pressure or wall pressure, if you will, starts to get applied, it is sort of interesting or fascinating how much damage output there can be by a specific player. Both of these teams have been sort of optimizing their damage output, if you will. It's going to be super exciting. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Now, I do think that, just shooters in general are going to be, fun to watch between these two teams. I'd say that I think both of them can sort of improve with regards to that category. They have hitters within that, but I wouldn't say that the whole roster in general really excels within that. I would say probably the same thing even within teams like the Reapers, for instance, have certain games within each category that can sort of be stolen, if you will, from them. I mentioned that during last week's Reaper game. I was sort of surprised. It was my first time casting over the Reapers, and I was shocked to see like they were a little uncomfortable within certain games. So either one of these teams, xGODS or bots, trying to basically lead the Southern Conference, Reapers being in the North, right? They're trying to sort of optimize their gameplay in order to compete potentially for a championship against a team like the Reapers. Well, no, a little bit down the line here within the playoffs, but today is sort of like I said, sort of there's a lot of pride on the line. Both teams 8 or 7-1, and the fact that they've been improving at a lot of these games, I think there's going to be a little bit of emotion, if you will, that starts to come out. The bots, typically speaking, super positive team, but the xGODS are a little bit more animated. I feel like a little bit of the jokesters, if you will, some funny animations sort of going on behind the scenes in the background of some of the cameras and so forth. We saw some of Bosif's dancing skills prior to the game launching today. So I'm excited to see just sort of the positive energy. There's not necessarily a lot of like drama, right? There is between, Raging Cajun being a former bot, but I think there's a lot of fun to be had there. Um, mhm. So I think there's a lot of fun to sort of be had there. At the same time, I do think that both of these teams are just going to be having a lot of fun today, man. Yeah. Okay. My favorite character is King. I just love like sort of the grappling, just mechanics. It just I think that characters just sort of functions a little bit differently than the rest of the roster. Those are typically speaking, that is kind of like what I like seeing. I like sort of seeing people break the meta or break the mold, if you will. I know King, probably a meta character in the eyes of a lot of people, but I like seeing just sort of different play styles at hand. You typically have some of the heavier, slower characters that have higher damage output, some of the faster paced, high combo string, damaged characters. And then you have a few characters sort of in between. I think King is definitely one of those that I just love watching them because there's so much pressure. There's such a sort of mix up blender game, if you will, that goes on within, the dynamic of going up against a player like King. Is he going to grab you? Is he going to finish a combo string? Is he going to go for a low chip to steal frame advantage and so much more? So we'll see.
League Blaze coming up, that first sports game of the day. Now, I can tell you on the right-hand side is Havoc to your face on the Alyssa, and then the Azucena looks to be, is that Lachi sitting down? I'm excited to see what he's able to do. I know he made his debut last time versus the Blaze. They also have another new player in Cobra, so it'll be interesting to see what they're able to do and how they're able to put pressure on. It does look like here, though, Havoc is starting to fight his way back, but his health is dangerously low. Anybody can take this round with just a few more of those guesses, and throwing out these Azucena moves. They're really different. They're really reckless, but catches him pressing a button, and this will end his run. A good job by Havoc. I was going to mention Havoc sent me a message earlier in the week mentioning bread, and I think I understand exactly what he meant by it now. You just sometimes got to hold the loaf, and you got to step away. Welcome to the UEL.
Well, speaking of bread, man, I had mentioned sort of his comments about letting the rest of his team, if you will, sort of take home a little bit more of the bag. I think he's super comfortable sitting in that tier 5 spot because he wants his players feeling good about not just the money that they're making every day that they show up, but just sort of creating that synergy, if you will, just helping everyone sort of gel together. I love the fact that Havoc sits in that tier 5. I think he sort of anchors the team, if you will. So this breadhead that you're seeing right here is, I think, fitting to his character and his ability to sort of help fund the sort of the team financial structure, if you will.
It ends up being amazing, but I think the bots have already caught wind of something a little bit different going on here, and the reason I say that is because they have made the decision to send Mordecai in right now. This is one of those backbone fighters on the team, and deciding to send him in early tells me they don't want any shenanigans to play out in this game.
And he's
so
playing
now we
King,
see,
brother. He's playing King, man. You asked me who I wanted to see, King being one of them. He's going to start getting some of these grabs off here in a second. There it is. Right there.
You called it out, and it's like he heard you in the building, ready to go, tosses out the throw, and is back to the spacing game. But this is Alyssa. She's a very quick character, very evasive with tricky moves that if you're not ready for, but Mordecai looks like he's done his homework. One more hit, and he'll win the game. The low doesn't hit. Stands up. One more chance, and he finds the opportunity. A good punish there on the string, finds the right spacing to just take down Havoc and end his run before he puts the entire bots team into Havoc.
Yeah, man, listen, and one of the things I really liked seeing right there out of Mordecai is his understanding of the character. Sort of towards the end of the round right there, he did sort of a drop kick maneuver that actually like pokes a lot of spacing. So you can actually cover a lot of ground with that move, and then just sort of gauge his footsie's distance. Just sort of determine that window of opportunity to jump in and get some massive damage output. So I love sort of the low strikes he's going for. I love the ways that he's sort of playing that footsie's range, if you will. So we'll see if he's able to do that here against Alchemist, who is currently sitting in that tier 1 spot over on the xGODS. So listen, if you're going to be in tier 1, Strix, you better be able to hold it down.
Yeah, in all of them categories, man. It'll be interesting to see. I'm excited to see him get an opportunity. We didn't see him earlier in the season, but he's really coming to his own this second half and started to really perform. And so I'm happy to see him there. But it looks like Mordecai said, today is not that day. Opening this up with a combo and keeping the pressure going. But now Alchemist is looking to take his turn back each one of these times. Nice job popping heat there, and now he starts to flip in and starts to get this damage out. Nice job completing the combo. I want to see him keep up the pressure. Don't give Mordecai a chance to think or to blink every single one of these movements.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job of that, but I think both of these players love sort of, you saw the rush down there. Both of these players love applying a ton of pressure, making their opponent mash buttons. Mordecai, though, trying to get... Mordecai goes for a leg kick off the ground, and it ended up being what took him out. He went for that simple little leg kick wake up, if you will, and extended his hitbox just far enough to get picked. Oh, goodness.
I think that was a read. In the previous round, that's how Mordecai dismantled Havoc. These consistent lows, chipping away. And I have to believe maybe that's one of those reasons they have him in the tier 1. He recognized, hey, he's utilizing these low options. Let me use something that just straight up beats it. If you're going to get up and think I'm going to fall for the same tricks time and time again, well, you're going to have to find out something different. But they've called in the big guns. The tier 1 on the side of the bots has set down to his against his opponent, Billy the Goat on the Victor.
Oh yeah, quick little button check. We got tier 1 versus tier 1. Victor with some pretty solid zoning tools. Maybe he's going to use that sort of at his disposal or to his advantage, if you will, to sort of create some spacing to sort of shut down some of that pressure, or to maybe just potentially be annoying to Alchemist. We'll have to see here. in a second, but it's going to be difficult because Alchemist is definitely on rushdown mode, and he initiates immediately, landing a low strike, able to basically carry Victor as Billy across this stage right now. Billy trying to get a little bit of chip damage, but he gets blocked, ends up getting caught mashing buttons, kicks back even further, lands an overhead strike, and continues to just run across this stage, but he is getting caught. Strix, he only has about 10% health, but next hit confirm might just be it. Oh,
I'm trying to tell you, don't count him out just yet. There's a reason. The GOAT is behind his name. If he can find one more touch, he might just be able to take this round, and he does.
Wow. Billy has been practicing Tekken, guys. That is how a tier 1 player does it. Sends Alchemist packing with some really, really simplistic mechanics right there. What he basically was doing is there was about a 2 to 3 hit combo that he's sort of jabbing forward, if you will, with his elbows, and then following it up with a second strike. What was happening is it was actually creating a lot of pushback, and even though it sort of left him at, I'll have to say, either a frame neutral or a frame disadvantage, there was too much spacing for Alchemist to sort of make up for, and Alchemist couldn't sort of capitalize off the fact. Capitalizing off of the fact that he couldn't sort of re-engage with another combo string. So Billy had a great understanding of the character knowledge, and he's continuing to do it right here with a couple of just jab combos, Strick. Just look at that pushback, and there's so much knockback on that he's constantly applying the pressure. It's going to be interesting to see if he can actually back him up against the wall. There is a ton of spacing on this specific stage in general.
I think the big thing with that is, and what we saw there, is the unfortunate side effect of Ragin formerly being on the bots. That, compared to every other matchup, I saw people sizing each other up, figuring out how you want to play. But being a former teammate, I probably run 1, 2, 10, 20, 30 sets with you. And now I know how you play. So rather than that, Billy was far more comfortable to just, from the outset, take that pressure, run with that pressure, and look for a win.
Yeah, now Bosif is sitting down. We've seen Bosif actually sort of forfeit certain situations within Tekken. So I'm gonna, or not necessarily Tekken, but just fighting games in general. I'm not expecting much out of Bosif, but maybe he has been practicing. Not just those sports games, not just that NHL. Maybe we see a surprise performance right here out of Bosif. Interestingly enough, though, Billy is utilizing two sort of fighting mechanics to sort of maintain his advantage throughout a lot of these matchups. It's basically knockback off of sort of a poke check, if you will, but then he's also mixing it up with an overhead. The overhead that Victor has within this game has a massive, massive hitbox, and he's just basically swapping between those two tools. He's initiating with that elbow strike, right, that creates distance and or creates a lot of knockback for him to rush down, or if he's not throwing out that 2 to 3 hit combo, he's lunging with that sort of roundhouse kick overhead, if you will, that has a massive hitbox, and it's catching people lacking, Strix.
Billy is one of those veterans, man. He knows he doesn't overcomplicate the game plan. I love how you broke it down, because in the moment, and to the people at home, well, if Matt can explain it that quick, why can't players pick it up? I promise you, in that moment when you have to guess, is it the big leg, or is it the which one are you going to handle? I promise you that it is far more difficult, and Billy knows how to mix up his options to stay in advantage. But it looks like they said to kill a Victor, you got to bring a Victor. Bosif sitting down here on the side as well. So if you're wondering, on the right side of your screen will be the xGODS. On the left side will be that of the bots. Billy trying to continue, in the suit. Which one you prefer? You prefer the suit fully ready to go? I know you got a little bit of style yourself. You
I think Bosif is lacking a little bit. You got to have the sports jacket. You know what I'm saying?
And it looks like Billy agrees, because the way he's coming out right now, throwing out these moves, damage consistently. I like the idea here. Is Billy ready to block? He is not. So this will do a good chunk of damage here on the Rage Guard, and this is where Bosif is going to need to start to build some momentum. You got him down to about 60%. You got to find your other hits, and don't wait too hard. Billy, though, is chipping away. Nice job using your heat to steal back the turn. Billy said, I'm ready to go too. Nice duck.
Yep.
But he takes the hit. Oh, no,
it's not gonna be enough. I mean, you know what it was, man? If you're not rocking the sports jacket, you can't play in this bracket. You know what I mean? It's just you ain't got it. And Billy definitely has a little sense of style. He's super comfortable too, man. That's something you're gonna notice, guys. For those of you at home sort of trying to form your fandom for specific players within the league, not just is Billy a tier 1 player, but he also, man, is just super calm and collected. Calm as a cucumber. Even when it comes to super clutch moments and what have you, always stays calm, basically just cracks his neck, and then gets back to it. Nonetheless, I believe we have, is this Ambushman? Yep, Ambushman.
You asked for him, you mentioned it before, and it
Here we
looks like
go.
his team agreed to keep him in that anchor position. Paul, as a character, has kind of what you described Billy was doing, has a potent, what's called a 50-50. These are situations where you just have to take a risk and a guess, and backing it up is tons of damage, as you can see here. Each one of these hits is going to not just whittle away, but break down Billy's health bar. And he's trying to find these pokes, but Ambush's man's patience is really paying off. The throw connects.
Where was this, Billy? Billy pulling out some combos that we have not seen. I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't reveal all of your cards just yet. Lands the overhead to finish this fight quicker than it began. Ambushman, what happened? I was looking for your second gameplay. I guess what happened was he came up against a brick wall, which is Billy the GOAT.
GOAT. Exactly.
Wow.
And I think I have to compliment Billy's genius there. He took a couple of hits and he realized if I sit here and wait and try to play that slow game, I'm going to die.
Yep.
Let me show, like you said, a few more cards. Maybe I got an ace up my sleeve here. Let me pull out a different combo. Let me pull out a block string into a throw to really mess with the mind to then be able to take that game. Because I'm telling you right there, that first little bit of a round scared me, but now we're moving on to Lethal League Blaze, one of our sports games on the wheel. It's a different one. If you were worried about the 50-50, now you got to worry about a projectile at high speeds. But I know you know a lot about this game, Matt, so go ahead and let the people know exactly what it's about.
So before we get into this, it's always best to explain it before we jump in because it's gonna be over faster than it began. Okay, so I want you guys to think of Super Smash Brothers or some other platform fighters that have the character profile models or just pictures of the character at either the top or the bottom of the screen, and then they have what are called stocks and or lives that are underneath that sort of character profile picture. I believe all of these players have 3 lives, is it?
Yes.
Okay. You're fine. So, yeah, I believe all of these characters are going to have 3 lives each. It's going to be a 2v2. Now, this is a platform fighter in a sort of a sense, even though it is a sports, sort of within our sports category. That reason being is because there is going to be a volleyball, if you will, that sort of drops within the screen. These characters aren't hitting each other with their fists and kicks and head hits and stuff like that. What they're doing is actually hitting that volleyball in order to gain speed and gain momentum on it as it flies across the screen, constantly hitting it as much as they can. The thing is, if that ball hits one of your opponents, it is going to take, health. It's going to take health away from that specific character. So what they're trying to do is constantly counter their opponent by sending the ball back the other way and potentially damaging them by hitting them with the ball. Now, there's a bunch of different strategies that we have seen in this game. Oh, here we go. We're jumping straight into it right now. One of those strategies and or one of those things that you guys... Okay, so bots are actually going to be the blue character models, guys. So bots are blue, xGODS are going to be red, and you can tell by the outlines on them. So one thing to note. Yes.
One of their 3 lives in that first round without even damaging and taking out one of the xGODS. Make that 2 lives apiece. They're down to their last legs.
Yep, and I think they're just struggling to sort of pick up on the trajectory and the speed at which that ball is flying. And in the same breath, look at the way that the xGODS are actually running away to the edge of the screen and then running back to the center in order to just gain a better knowledge as to where the ball is. I love seeing that. This would be a huge clutch right now. There's only one specific character left, I believe, on the bots? No, on the xGODS, sorry.
The xGODS.
Yeah, on the xGODS. Oh! He ended up clutching it. That was Havoc.
1v2?
Havoc ended up clutching it 2v1 right there. Holding it down in that tier 5 spot, ends up stealing Lethal League Blaze for the xGODS. It is now a 1-to-1. Did you expect anything less, Strix?
It's one of those situations where if there's a sports games, I expect the bots to take every single time. It's Lethal League Blaze. And they came in, but this is now the second time. I think that the xGODS have established themselves as one of those strong Lethal League Blaze teams. They seem to understand the game. They understand how to utilize the ball, how to play off of each other as teammates, and even small things like spacing. You hit it on the head as we were watching that game. They were in complete control the entire time.
Yeah, and they definitely, after seeing Billy the Goat sort of dominate in the fashion that he did, sort of with on tech and picking up, did he pick up a four-piece bucket, if you will? I think he did, man. Over on Tekken, and then we jump in. The fact that the xGODS sort of rally as a team after a pretty tough performance out of Billy the Goat, and then just pull off a clutch like that. Havoc in that tier 5 spot in a 2v1 right there at the end to clutch. Major kudos to him. It's a tough game, man. It's more difficult than it looks for those of you at home. Just keeping your eye, that sort of that game sense, if you will, of keeping an eye on where the ball is, positioning your character model within its trajectory in order to send the ball the other way. I sort of think they had a strategy there that I have not seen before. What they were doing was they were hitting the ball, running to the edge of the screen, and then to initiate on it. It seems like they would go to the edge and then come back towards the center, whereas the bots were sort of playing center stage a lot. So they weren't reacting in time to that ball sort of getting hit right in front of their face. After they would hit the ball, they would run back to the side, maybe making it a little easier to either dodge the ball and or position their character model because there wasn't so much clutter around them in the center of the screen. That's just, I don't know if that's exactly what the strategy was, but it seemed to be working. Made it easier for me to sort of understand what they were doing. So I have to imagine it was easier on the players. A great strategy there coming out of it.
And this is what I meant by coming in with a plan. Even just beyond winning that game, they've already started to, in my opinion, win a little bit of the rotation war. Now, this is sometimes up to chance. We do have a randomized wheel here with those 33 games. We don't control what comes next, but if there's one thing in the world in the UEL you hate to hear if you're sitting across from a team is NHL just rolled and Bosif's available. He has time and time again shown himself to be one of, if not the best player in this game. Sometimes single-handedly carrying the game.
Well, it's true because he doesn't actually have a pass button on his controller. He actually took out tweezers prior to the season starting, and he surgically removed the pass button off of his controller and then threw it into the lost and found. So he's incapable of passing, but he does win a lot of NHL games, so I don't know if you necessarily need it, Strix.
It's really funny, but I can tell you there's a lot of teams that have been good in NHL, a lot of players that have been good in NHL, and I'm just going to let you know in those last 30 seconds, I might just expect Mordecai, Billy, the bots to just find a win. They managed to find a goal. They managed to find these moments where they can take it. So if Bosif ain't careful, if Bosif's not playing with the rest of the xGODS, that's what they said in their interview. They talked about how much of a team they were. Yeah. Versus the individuals, they all worked to cover each other's gaps and make sure nobody was separated. They're going to need that, I think, coming against this bots team because the bots aren't gonna give this game up for free.
No, definitely not. We also get to see Covert Cobra, by the way. Just because of the spelling of Covert Cobra's name, if we don't see him play in Mortal Kombat, I may cry myself to sleep tonight. Because the fact that he's spelling it with a K just sounds awesome. So we are going to see a little bit of Cobra here. And at some point, guys, we're going to give you more details on what colors each specific player is. Now, the xGODS are in the white. I believe that's the Tampa Lightning. Yep, both teams are playing Tampa Lightning. xGODS in white. Bots are in blue. Bots sort of skating up the ice here. Go for a shot, and the bots take a goal early. That goalie wasn't even remotely tired. I don't know if maybe they struggled to sleep last night. Maybe they just didn't have their Cheerios this morning. But for some reason, that goalie just got smoked.
Many teams. I'm trying to tell you something about NHL and the bots. Everybody says they're not a sports team, but I've watched them play NHL. And they will have told me literally like, yeah, we were kind of figuring out how to shoot and what we wanted to do while playing the game. So it seems like here they have put together a roster and are ready to play and find their opportunities here. So looking at these different colors, they still have pressure. They're still taking control of this game. Now, we do only play 2 periods of this game, so you have to be careful. You have to be worried about it. You have to find a win. I know sometimes Bosif likes to play it a little bit slow, but I don't know if slow is going to be enough when it feels like you're getting run over and the pressure's only on your side of the ring.
Well, something I'm noticing already out of the bot is they're doing sort of what I sort of call just like a stick shift maneuver with the specific puck. Oh my gosh, did they just score again? I didn't even see that go in. That was so tightly shot on the edge of that goal. I couldn't even see it in real time. The bots now going up 2-0 over the xGODS. The fact that Bosif is on that team. Now, listen, there is a money puck that is active. Guys, look in the top left-hand corner of your screen. You'll see that number 2 on that goldish orange puck. That means the next puck that is scored is actually going to be worth 2 points. So the xGODS have a chance to tie this up right now. Bosif needs to put the team on his back, okay, and get a shot off.
We have to see. So looking at those, if you're wondering those colors at home, Mordecai is in the yellow, Billy is in the red, and Covert Cobra is in the blue. We'll get a chance to see what the new player has to offer. Already off to a great start. We didn't get to see him in Tekken, but right now in NHL, it looks like he is more than pulling his weight and helping his team get out to this early. If they score this, remember, I said 2 periods, but we also, it's a first to 5. If they score this, they're on game point. The xGODS need to find some momentum right now.
Yeah, and I don't know if Bosif is going to be enough of a sort of determining factor in this. We've seen a couple of times. This is going to be Billy coming up right now, does a simple stick shift, goes for the shot. They might be able to clean this up. It's right there on the edge of the goal. They end up cleaning it, but it goes back to him. This goalie needs to stay on that puck. Wow. So what I was talking about is they're doing this maneuver when they have the puck that I call a stick shift, where they're sort of swapping the puck to the left and right, making the goalie himself sort of second guess as to where that shot is coming from. Bosif attempted to do it right there, but he wasn't as quick or nearly as smooth as the bots are doing it. Everybody on the bot seems to be doing it relatively well, though. I will point out that Billy is super smooth with that puck. Look at how much passing is happening here.
That's what I was... You took the words right out of my mouth. Man, they are so smooth with this passing. Every single time one of them starts to get pressure, they send it to another one of their players, and that's where this pressure is coming from. But Bosif looks to change it. He sends it off to one of his teammates. It gets taken, and now, once again, the bots are on the attack before it looks like the end of the first period hits us.
It is. Billy, with a huge smile on his face in the top left-hand corner, you can tell he's super comfortable. I wish we had, listen, man, you ever watched Dexter's Laboratory back in the day? There was a big red panic button in his laboratory. I wish I had a giant red panic button that every time I pushed it, it could cause Bosif to pass to a teammate. They need to see, just went for another slap shot from mid-ice. Bosif, you can't do it by yourself, brother. Start utilizing some of the talent on your team. They're going to need that here in order to tie this thing up. We're still on a 2-point money puck.
It's amazing. Now, I want to see, because sometimes what a lot of players don't know about, and people at home, if you don't realize, sometimes people find going up or down the ice a little bit more difficult. As you flip sides, your shooting actually reverses as well. So your controls are almost inverted, and maybe they feel more comfortable going up the ice because it feels like the xGODS are starting to claw their way back in. You and I casted a game where the xGODS went down that first period, but that second period, they put it all together and managed to come back and take it, and maybe we're starting to see that right now.
Yeah, that's true. There are certain players that are more comfortable going up and down. To put that in sort of layman's terms for you guys, if your thumb is fully extended on a controller, you only have to shift it left and right in order to change your trajectory and make your passing and your shots really accurate. But if your thumb has to bend in order to pull your joystick down, there's multiple joints on your thumb that you have to manipulate, so it makes the angle a little bit more difficult to be accurate with. So that's why, typically speaking, players love skating sort of upwards on the ice as opposed to down. But that's a good pickup on that. We had
beautiful insight, and I can tell you something else. This goalie is feeling pretty difficult on the ice right now at the top of the screen. That stamina bar is gone.
He needs some milk. He needs something. He's struggling a little bit, but listen, they're still in this game. 2-point money puck is still active. xGODS just one shot away from tying this thing up.
And we have to see here.
I like
Every
that.
time I look up,
Ooh,
it
there we
feels
go.
like the bots are on the attack, but this is an opportunity. Can you find it?
Ooh.
Shot goes off. Alchemist isn't able to find his opportunity. Just trying to keep him away from the puck, but the bots have control of it. It's a 3v1. Can they find these passes again? And the shot goes in!
An assisted slap shot in broad daylight in the center of Times Square, New York is what just basically happened right there. That was a beautiful pass, but the fact that he slap shot it in his face was almost disrespectful, borderline disrespectful. The bots now on game point, spelling huge trouble right now.
Now,
for
it is
the
important.
xGODS.
I will say, it is important for people at home wondering, the possibility is still there with this money puck that exists. This is 2 points. The puck after it is an ice puck. They can take a point away. They can still win, but they have 40 seconds to get started. The xGODS need to make something happen now.
Oh, nice poke check right there in order to get the puck away from Bosif. You're absolutely right, man. They have 30 seconds to not just get one goal, but the second one will actually tie things up. Goes for an assisted shot. Don't know if the call out was made or if Alchemist actually knew that that puck was coming his way, because it seems to have, I think, surprised him a little bit.
Yeah, that's the scary part. I think there's a little bit of desperation, just because as time winds down, every second you're losing, you don't have the room. You're now looking for whatever play. That stamina's recharged, and the bots keep finding these poke checks to take the puck away and to regain control and to keep up pressure. And with 1 second left, I have to believe
that's going to be it, guys. 4-0. The bots take a sports game back from the xGODS. xGODS obviously run the previous match of Lethal League Blaze, but NHL is a whole nother animal. Exceptional skill, I would say, out of all three players on the bots, whereas it felt like the xGODS weren't comfortable nearly at all. I didn't see a lot of sort of like puck shifting when it was a one-on-one with the goalie. We didn't see a lot of assisted shots on goal. We saw that sort of towards the end, but then sometimes it was even catching the players off guard.
It's really crazy because, again, coming into today, if you and I were having a conversation and either one of us was like, yeah, the xGODS are losing the NHL to the bots with Bosif in, I think all of us are sitting here kind of crazy. I know people in the chat, I know there was a good number of channel points. I think that everybody bet on the xGODS. So if you were maybe that one person that maybe believed in the bots, you might have walked away with a pretty penny there. It goes to show you, though, in UEL, anybody can take any game with the right preparation, the right lineup, and really understanding how to play together as a team. I have to give them a lot of credit. The bots, once again, surprising to take that lead back that the xGODS just tied up.
Yeah, well, it was sort of apparent, like, relatively early within that matchup that the bots were just playing at a different level as a team. You know what I'm saying? They were sort of, there was a sunsetting moment, if you will, sort of like that beautiful background you have behind you, Strix. There was a sort of sunsetting moment towards the start of that where we saw multiple passes occur within the bots, and then they ended up scoring, but there was a pass between all three of them with an assisted shot on goal, and you just started to realize, like, oh, okay, they're playing together. Like, there is a synergy that is occurring on the ice right now, and I think that's why they ended up taking it. Can they carry that over into Valorant? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the bots are going to do relatively well here on Valorant. Maybe not win, but I think this is going to be a close game, if not a bots victory, whereas the finals is a whole nother animal. I actually think the xGODS take finals, but for right now, we saw them play really, really well here on Valorant last week against Blaze.
I think they're a very good team, but I think they are against a different level of a team here with the xGODS. Nothing against the Blaze. I think they have some talented players, but we've heard talk, a few of their players are still trying to get PCs or newly fresh to PCs. So they're not the deepest Valorant players. Going from console to PC can be a big jump. Whereas here you have players like Raging Cajun, Bosif, even Ambushman, who have put a lot of time in. I know specifically if the xGODS win this, I have to believe it's going to be off the back. Raging Cajun as well as Bosif. I think they're also going to be missing Duck Season in this game. He pops up against the Paladins. Remember, it's left click for your allies. So I want to see how they're able to show out, because if everybody's ready to go, I'm looking at some of these ranks, and it looks like people have some time in here. People have played and put some energy. So I just want to see and find who can really show out and show us that, hey, this is their game to play.
Yeah. Well, and I think one of the things that helped the bots sort of excel last week against the Blaze was sort of that just the communication that you sort of notice amongst them, that synergy, that comfortability factor, if you will, of their ability to sort of talk amongst themselves and not sort of get too emotional or get aggravated with other teammates. They sort of stay level-headed. And I think that sort of plays into them a little bit. Now, we are going to be seeing more out of Covert Cobra during this match right here, too. I want to see how Cobra actually performs within a shooter category. This is our first time seeing him in an FPS like this, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
A good spread so far. We've seen some fighting, we've seen some shooting, some sports games, so we will find out. So we are on Icebox with these two teams. The bots will be on attack first, and we can see them scaling up towards B site together as a team. Nobody lurking, maybe trying to catch somebody off guard. With the popping of this util, there has to be some calls coming out from the xGODS. Maybe there needs to be a rotation. Their entire team gets flashed, seems like by their Phoenix, or the opposing Phoenix. Once again, gets another flash, but not before a pick is gotten by Covert Cobra.
Wow.
Onto Havoc to your face. Billy takes out Bosi. Ambush takes out Mordecai. Alchemist then downs Billy. They're in a situation. The bomb's not down, and they're falling. We have to see here. There's one left. Dictator, nice shot. You don't know how to run the play. I like the decision to re-swing, but he's not able to find the kill there. A good one. I like the aggression from both of them.
Right.
It doesn't look like they were prepared for how quickly the rotation came out of the xGODS.
Yeah.
So a lot of players started to fall in the chaos, even though they got the first pick.
Yeah, both of these teams you can tell though are really comfortable. I was actually a little concerned for Covert Cobra, but it might have just been a matter of him just being super level-headed and calm at the start of that round. As soon as things sort of started popping off, if you will, you could see how comfortable he actually was at Valorant, the way he was able sort of to maintain his accuracy with some lateral movement. He ended up getting the first pick, and I believe he got the first pick of that round while he was completely flashbang. So the fact that he was able to do that shows a level of sort of understanding and or just how comfortable he is in the game in general. Nonetheless, we're looking at Chicken right here, Dictator Chicken.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Yeah.
Show him if anybody's lurking on the site. He snips out the flank from Ambush Man. I thought he was the one that would be ambushing people, but little did he know he walked right into Dictator Chicken. And this now gives the bots control of mid, gives them control of this space of the map, and allows them to cut the map up and watch for any more possible roads.
Yeah, I love that, man. And that's a perfect example of how well I think the bots are at this game. A little underrated, to be honest with you. Even though they did lose that first round, make no mistake about it. They took out multiple players, and now we are in a 5v2 situation. You're watching Mordecai on your screen. Billy the Goat just took out Alchemist. There is a plant going down right now by the bots. Oh, Mordecai picks up the last kill right here at the entryway to the objective with a big smile on his face with those Diva pink headphones on. The classic bots headset, if you will. You can tell they're starting to vibe now. It is 1-1 Strix. I was saying that the bots are going to take it.
I can understand your feelings. Over there. Coordinated. They all got seen at the beginning of the round, but all it took was one pick. And they turned it into complete control of that A side. Now I want to know if they're going to do the same thing, or maybe they decide to rotate off and try to look at
faded at A.
I think the xGODS felt a little too cocky in the first round. Oh, Mordecai gets smoked. Yep. I think the xGODS were feeling a little cocky, but maybe they got to maintain that swag a little bit. Ambush in that last round tried flanking, if you will, and got caught. Didn't end up paying off. But now we got Raging Cajun right here, sort of playing around this corner, if you will, just staying super patient. He's on the B objective, sort of checking this sort of back alley, if you will. But him and who is that hit right next to him? That is
Havoc to your face on the Killjoy there.
Yes.
Tucked away, letting his turret kind of do the peeking form. We can see it there through the box. If someone swings that corner, he doesn't even have to necessarily hold this angle. He can retreat and look for something safe. We do see some enemy utility used there. Maybe trying to sniff out that someone's there. More utility coming down here. And Raging and Havoc got to talk here, because Havoc will get blind if Raging just throws this out. They know where Havoc is.
Wow. And I think they were relying too much on that auto sentry turret, similar how the medium character runs on the finals. They were trying to pick up any type of like data or knowledge as to where their opponents were. But that auto turret did not lock on the way that they were hoping it would be. And Havoc got picked as a result of that. Here we are on Ambushman, potentially going on a little bit of a flank.
Ooh, that's Gecko's ult. Somebody might get suppressed here.
Oh,
And
boy.
it does. So they know the ambushman is trapped back here, unable to fight with, but there's 10 seconds left in the round. They have to get this bomb down.
Yeah, they have to get this bomb down. Ambushman right there gets smoked around the corner. That's going to be Billy the Goat and Dictator Chicken picking up 2 kills. There's Bosif right here. You're watching Bosif on your screen, trying to get some last-minute damage, some last-minute sort of distraction, if you will.
They have to find their opportunity. The smokes go down. This should hide them a little bit, but somebody on the side of the bots has to be pinging this out. Bosif, instead of going for it, Alchemist is falling. It's just Bosif. He's going to have to find 2 players and get back in time to defuse this bomb. He's found 1. He's found 2. Is it enough time to get back and defuse this bomb? Good job. You see him hit his chest. He knows exactly what he needed to do. Few misplays from both sides there. Havoc, I want you to hide. I don't want you to let your turret peek for you. The turret will tell you if someone steps around. You mentioned this, similar to the finals. Your turret is the information for you. You don't need to manually do it. And on the flip side there for the bots, both of y'all can't be watching the same angle.
Well, and right there, knowing that was a 2v1 and they were against Bosif, they could have just used the audio cue to gain any type of knowledge as to where he was. Just basically play the time left on the clock because he had the plant down. All they needed to do is to listen for that audio cue. The only thing that Bosif could have done is to actually fake the defuse and then re-engage with the bots themselves. So them just sort of playing their spacing, their sort of spatial awareness of that particular area of the objective could have resulted in a win for them. But Bosif clutched, ended up pounding his chest as a result. 2v1 clutch for Bosif, which is good after seeing their team get taken down, if you will, in that last match of NHL. So he's
now
definitely
we see the ultimate coming out of the side of the xGODS. Or
Mhm.
excuse me, the bots are trying to take A site once again. They're trying to put pressure down, but it looks like the xGODS have been given time to rotate here. They're looking for their opportunity. They know where the bomb is. Unfortunately, they sent out Wingman to plant it. They've now lost control of the spike. They no longer decide how this round goes. They're going to have to slay out and find a victory, and they've given the entire xGODS team a chance to rotate over and be ready to take a fight here. This is a really hard situation. Billy finds a pick on the Alchemist.
Yep.
And 2 before dropping to Raging. Havoc and Alchemist are both gone, but nobody's watching this side as Bosi picks up 2 himself to even this game up. It's a 3v1 situation. Covert Cobra, we're going to have to see, what are you able to do? How are you able to make your opportunity? It looks like he swings, looking for a chance, is not able to make his play there. We saw him locked in. I think he was hoping that maybe someone thought he maybe had rotated away. Knowing they have the bomb, the xGODS are smart to just defend that spot. They don't leave it without too many of a problem.
And I think that specific objective, that was just a matter of Bosif was the determining factor of that W right there. I mean, there was that angle that he had on pretty much the entirety of that sort of this warehouse room, if you will. I'm very, very surprised that they didn't sort of like poke check, if you will, into that sort of corner where he was sort of locked down. If you don't have that game knowledge as to whether or not somebody is in that specific corner or not, you can't just assume that that person's not there. So they should have at least checked it. The weird thing is he was actually throwing out quite a few abilities from that specific area. As to whether or not somebody could see that on the side of the bots, I don't know. But just a lack of game sense, I think, resulted in 2 of the bots players going down. And Bosi really excelling, really standing out here in this game of Valorant.
They needed this. I think if they really want to find a win and find a victory, they had to go ahead and make that change. Now, sides have swapped. The bots are now on the defensive side, and we see Covert Cobra scaling up in the mid, trying to take some space. They're trying to close this net around the xGODS. They have to realize what's happening because they realize they haven't seen anybody. The Gecko finally realizes that their flank is exposed. They're not going to find a kill there, but are they going to just choose to back up and try to catch these 2 players in the middle part of the map?
Yeah, and I don't like seeing how passively Cobra is playing. I know that they're, obviously on defense, they're sort of playing it a little bit slower, play the time, play the objective, but you can sort of jiggle strafe around this corner, if you will, just to sort of peek and get a little bit of awareness. There's a ton of kills going down. Raging Cajun picking up 2. Billy the Goat securing a single headshot. This is now a 3v1. The bot's looking really good. All they do have to do at this point is basically just play the objective, stay sort of trapping. Oh, Billy the Goat finishes off Raging Cajun.
I love the call.
Credit, though. He did pick up 2 kill streaks.
Yes, they managed to flip control of that site. They managed to get those kills. They were on And I looked like they wanted to get the plant down. They just were unable to do so. Some good play by Billy as well. I watched this cam. The moment he saw that flash, he called out Raging's position to the rest of his team while he was while he was backing away, hiding to avoid it. It shows me that they've been playing a lot of this game together. Billy knows where to call out, what to call out, when to call it out, and it's helping his team currently get back into this game. It's 2-3. First team to 5 will take this game. And it looks like neither one of these teams just has a guaranteed free win.
Yes. And now look at the way that Billy is playing this particular angle. Using that reticle placement to place it around head level. This is going to be Mordecai right here. Again, holding that angle. But I want to see Mordecai do more of what Billy was doing with that sort of jiggle straight. It's also called Peeker's advantage. In a game like Valorant, just the time it takes server side for the game to actually recognize that you're peeking around a corner, that microsecond, if you will. And sometimes Mordecai seeing an enemy below him, that's going to be Bosif, did not see him above him on that top ledge, picks up a kill. Billy the Goat picks up a headshot on Alchemist. So now the bots are up. And Mordecai picks up another kill, going for a third, chasing him around the corner, aiming at head level, shoots him in the belly. It's not going to be enough, but they end up getting the kill anyway. The bots
Really manages to close that
tying
one.
things up. Strix is 3-3, brother.
We both talked about how we thought one of these teams had Valorant in the bag. Early on, I was feeling a little bit confident. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, I told you that xGODS got this. But now the bots are coming out swinging. They're looking for their opportunity, and it looks like they are definitely more comfortable on defense. I agree with you that I want to see a little bit more aggression, but I think what they realized is that players like Bosif, players like Raging feel like they need to take control of this game. And so they get the opportunity to, more than anything, let them kind of overpress and play as a team. Now, importantly, Mordecai has his ultimate. For those that don't know, Valorant is a team game, but this character he's playing, ISO, has an ultimate that creates a true 1v1 situation. He's going to look to find a player, put them in a 1v1, and find a victory. So now we see him scaling up the mid. They've been very comfortable. It looks like they're not over-peaking. They're all kind of checking angles. They're watching. No one is over-committing to a singular location. Now, I just watching the minimap. Someone did show up, and that's Raging Cajun finding a kill onto Dictator Chicken. This is important. That's going to give them access to B-side. But Mordecai is ready to fight back himself. It's 3v3, and Mordecai, if he has a good ultimate, could turn this into a 2v3.
Yes, Billy the Goat picked up a kill. It's going to be 3v3. I didn't like necessarily where I was seeing Mordecai sort of play down there in that bottom open courtyard. This is a little bit better, sort of playing the tight angle on this sort of doorway, if you will. He's aiming at head level in order to secure some quick damage on a headshot. If someone were to come around this, he is going to poke into the smoke cloud, potentially re-peeking here in a second. He gets a little bit of damage and a kill on Cajun, who had just flanked. I don't know who that was, but he had just flanked one of his teammates. He now creates the 1v1 situation, Strix. This is a 1v1. He does. He smokes Alchemist, then returns. It is now a 2v1. He doesn't get killed. 1v1, Strix. 1v1.
All Covert has to do is deny the plant. He just needs to deny the plant. He's not in a position to do so. And now we watch Ambush goes down. He can defuse this.
Can he defuse it in time? Is this a moment for Cobra? He's smiling a little bit. I think he's going to get it. And he does. What a great moment. That is the tier 5 player, guys, on the sides of the bots. Brand new to the bots. Sort of having this special moment for him within Valorant, I think is sort of a game changer for his confidence moving on throughout the evening. That is something we have seen on a lot of teams. If there's a new player, they sort of don't feel necessarily at home yet, sort of a rookie, if you will, to the actual roster itself. The moment that they have a moment like that, the moment they have sort of a standout, just sort of clip, a Twitch clip, if you will, they start to sort of grow in terms of their confidence, and you see it reflected in the rest of their game. So I'd love seeing this locked into Cobra. Now, you can tell with his movement, he's a little bit more passive, slower paced of a player. But the moment things start popping off, you can see him start to, utilize that jiggle strafe, if you will. He's even crouched in order to change his head level to prevent headshots. I can tell he has a little bit of a game sense. Maybe not as much as I would say probably Billy the Goat, but he could sort of carry his own here within Valorant. Now, Raging Cajun did just pick up a kill. And now it is a 4v5. So they have to be careful. Are they on defense here?
Yes, they're still on defense, and I
Yes.
can promise you the LAX gods are not going to go quietly into the night. And if there's one person that really wants to lead this charge, it's going to be Ragin Cajun. This is one of his games. He's looking for an opportunity.
Oh,
He
my
unfortunately, Mordecai catches him with a cheeky corner, the same as Bosif did to the butt. Just an unexpected position that if you're not looking for and willing to check, and we see Mordecai's already out of there. He got his kill. He evened up the game, and he's now backed up with 30 seconds left on the clock. The xGODS need to find and get this bomb down, hopefully off the back of another.
Yeah, and I'm surprised, man. Mordecai's reaction time, I mean, both of them, Raging Cajun and Mordecai's reaction time were that of my 84-year-old grandmother right there. Both of them saw each other in real time and reacted slowly, but Mordecai landed the more accurate shots in order to take out Raging. And Mordecai poking, I love this angle that he's at right now, trying to secure the kill, but he doesn't. He's shooting a potato cannon on the floor right now. Bosif now picking up a double kill. They are 1 kill away from tying this thing up 4-4. Bots versus xGODS. But
Covert Cobra, he's still around. He's still lurking. That's one down.
There it is.
The kill is found, though, by Alchemist with the Bulldog. Game point.
That would have been a completely different situation had Mordecai actually secured that kill from that sort of that high ground that he had. I think that specific area in general is very advantageous in terms of positioning and being able to head peek. But you know, his shots just weren't landing, brother. That's all that there is to it.
I think it also comes, funnily enough, down to weapon choice. We see him using the Phantom pretty heavily. That's comparing it to the Vandal. The Phantom is the close to mid-range weapon there. He doesn't want to be taking those super long fights where a lot of the players on the side of the xGODS, we see some Odins, but we've also seen a good number of Vandals, which just, if you're in a situation where it comes down, all it takes is one shot. I see Bosif with the Phantom. Looks like they're looking to scale up towards B once again. This is going to be important. This is the patience that I maybe wanted to see out of the xGODS earlier in the game. They're now realizing that, hey, if we get a pick, our lives become a lot easier. But Ambushman's going to peek, doesn't see anybody, steps back, and now they got to make a call. And it looks like Raging's making the call that, hey, we need to start moving towards this B site.
Yeah.
I think they saw somebody there on their minimap just for a
Guarantee it's
fraction
going
of
to
a
be
second.
Billy. It's going to be Billy. Billy's angles on defense have been exceptional. So what I tell you, in real time, Billy the GOAT smokes Bosif with a headshot. His defensive angles and map control are on a whole nother level right now. xGODS now down 4-5. They are shifting towards the A objective. It almost looks like Mordecai picks up a kill right there. Oh boy, this isn't looking good. It's now 3-5. Billy the GOAT and Mordecai having picked up a kill. I think they are trying to shift. Ambushman trying to sort of ambush his opponent, if you will. I think this is going to be it's not going to be enough.
And that's Cajun. So it's going to be off of the back of Ambushman and Alchemist are going to have to find these victories. Now, importantly, one of those clutch rounds they did pick up with Bosif getting the kills, it was off of some great smokes coming out of Alchemist. I hope he can do the same thing to hopefully even some of these fights so they're not taking 4v5. They're not taking 2v4s. They have to get this bomb down, though, with 7 seconds left. He's going to have to throw him out. And the unfortunate thing is I don't think he's going to be able to get in time. Mordecai picks up 3 and picks up the 3rd point for the side of the bots. Wow.
Ricks! Called it, brother.
You were right.
Listen, I saw them last week against the Blaze, and I was honestly shocked. The reason being is earlier in their matchup against the Blaze, they played a game of Halo Infinite. I'm going to be honest. All right. I don't mind if they watch back over this and they see me dogging them a little bit. I'm just being honest. When I watched them play Halo Infinite, I thought, you know what I mean? So
They're the best the league has to offer.
Right. So I didn't think that shooters were amongst sort of their repertoire of skill. Then they jumped into Valorant and dogged on the Blaze. And I thought, wow, okay. So a lot of the times it comes down to just the function of the game, how that FPS operates. You can tell because Valorant is a little bit slower pace, it's more methodical, there's more strategy involved. It is something that Billy specifically, but obviously the rest of the team, Dictator pulling his weight. Even Cobra, we saw that great moment where Cobra sort of clutched the round, but don't forget Mordecai picking up multiple double kills throughout the night. I mean, listen, dude, Halo Infinite is a whole nother animal, but Valorant and some of these other games, they can swing with the best. Now, the finals is the next shooter we're jumping into right here with the xGODS. I actually think the xGODS are going to excel in this more because of the faster paced sort of sandbox shooter aspect of this game. You know, this is sort of an arena shooter, but because of the scale of the maps, it has a little bit more of a sandbox environment similar to Battlefield and what have you. But with regards to just mobility and gun skill, super, super fast paced game. And I think that sort of plays into the hands of the xGODS a little bit more than I would say the bots do on Valorant, you know?
I agree with you, but not for the same reasons.
Okay.
You're looking at it as this is their strength. I feel like this is a must-win game.
Ooh.
We came out. This is their one of their shooters that they really take pride
like
in.
that.
They do well in. I think this may be Siege, but you already lost an HL. That
Yep.
to a lot of people, when teams are game planning and preparing, a lot of teams have this idea of what games are 50-50, what games are wins, and what games are losses, right? And having a team, I could tell you that having a player like Bosif is incredibly confident at a game like NHL, you
Yep.
normally have that game in your win column. And when you start to lose too many of those win games, now all of a sudden you have to win more of the 50-50s or flip some losses for yourself.
Yeah.
Now they got Lethal League Blaze. I don't want to see them go down by 3 or go down by 4, especially not in a game that they clearly enjoy and they lock. That's where I think we're gonna really have to see if Havoc, if Cajun, if Ambush, if Bosif, if Alchemist, like where the mental for this team is.
Yeah.
Because we saw Billy's laughing. Billy's having fun. Billy's enjoying himself. He's picking up headshots. He's communicating when he needs to communicate. And at the end of the day, I think they're comfortable right now.
Yeah.
The xGODS need this one.
Yeah, the bots are definitely feeling comfortable. I don't think the xGODS are necessarily like some of we have noticed teams in the league that the moment they start going down on points, that's when they start to become disorganized. They're not setting up correctly, using too many timeouts. We haven't even mentioned the whole timeout system yet tonight, and that's for a reason. I don't expect either one of these teams, because they are 7-1, because they are 8-1, timeouts and just sort of technical issues don't seem to be something that they struggle with. Whereas, you know, in recent memory, we have seen that sort of plague the UEL for, you know, certain teams. But I don't think the xGODS are a team that just because they've lost a few games in a row that they sort of lose their composure at all. Like I said earlier tonight, man, I think Havoc really anchors that team effectively as sort of a veteran in order for them to sort of keep their synergy. He keeps everybody really positive. They have tons of talent over there. I think they win this game of the finals. They're going to be right back in it. Even if they don't, I think they'll do just fine as they move off into the night. The problem though is the bots are a team that when you're facing the bots, if you start losing a number of games, you go down by maybe 3 or 4 games. Where do you make up for those wins against a team that is 8-1? It really sort of becomes a struggle of just being able to keep within it early on, and then maybe start to optimize your endurance later on into the night. You know, maybe catch a few cheeky wins later into the night that might give you that edge, might give you that 1 to 2 game lead with, 15 or so minutes, putting a ton of pressure on the enemy team in order to see if they can clutch.
We will find out. We are playing Power Shift. This is our tug of war game mode. There's going to be a platform that these teams are going to fight for control of. If they have a player on the platform and no opposing players, anybody on the enemy team on there, it will start to move towards their opponent's base. Your goal is to get all the way to their base and you win the game. Now, talking about compositions, because you and I have had some pretty interesting conversations. There's one heavy in this game, and that is Ambush Man on the side of the xGODS. Contrary to that, the bots have brought 2 lights into their lineup as well. So there's a lot more speed on the side of the bots, a lot more combat power, but raw health is on the side of the xGODS. But as long as the shots are hidden like that, I don't think that is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, for Power Shift in general, though, I love the auto turrets of all of these medium players on the sides of the xGODS, slapping those auto turrets on. What they're going to want to do, though, is they have multiple players on the platform like they do right here, which is effective, but basically just drop down here, get your auto turret off, and then utilize that jump pad in order to gain high ground advantage. So that's what effectively these medium players have to do throughout the entirety of this match, is just place those auto turrets on the platform and then get back to sort of high ground, if you will. That's really all they got to do. Now we're taking a look at Latchy right here on the sides of the bots, trying to sort of get up on top of the objective with a sniper rifle. Not the best choice. Gets one shot, whiffs the second, whiffs the third. He's waiting for this res to happen, but he misses the headshot, Strix. Put the sniper down. Okay, he does end up getting a kill on Havoc. All right.
I was gonna say, if you miss one more, if you get killed here, I'm gonna need you to swap classes immediately. He jumps on points. His sniper rifle skill seems to be a little bit better up close than at far. I think.
Ooh, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay.
He might be a quick scoper. He may be a little bit of, so maybe his skills are a little bit different. He comes from a different type of shooter immediately, but now we get the chance to once again see the rookie player, Cobra, also jumping in here. There are two rookies on the side of the bot.
Cobra? I like Cobra, man. I think he's sort of under the radar, man. Very, just... not necessarily like an emotional player, very calm and collective, but the moment we start watching a lot of his gameplay, he is popping off. Now, he is using this AK, in terms of weaponry. That's one of the things I think Latchy is going to struggle with. Although his gameplay is fancy, it's fun to watch and what have you, you have to optimize your damage output in a 5v5, sort of power shift game mode like this. You can tell Cobra just died right there, but he was able to secure a few of those shots, with that AK, applying that pressure, keeping them away from the objective. If Latchy, continues to struggle with just optimizing his damage output, he needs to swap off of that sniper rifle. Now, this is looking at Dictator Chicken, who is currently at about half health on the side of the bots, if you will. They have regained a little bit of control of this platform, getting it to that 50-yard mark. He's jumping on here to get some heals off and to help sort of shift the speed of this platform, if you will. They have some ledges above them that they need to drop some type of jump pad, gain high ground. Latchy coming back in with the sniper. This is going to be interesting.
I want to see what he's able to do, what he's able to hit.
For the viewers at home, I want you guys to take note of every time if he misses a specific shot, like right there, he could be spending all of this time getting AK shots off and basically wiping both of those players. But instead, he gets one shot, and although it did do a little bit of damage, is it optimal output? I don't know. It's a matter of damage per second, guys. And if you're not landing the majority of your sniper shots, you're just wasting damage output for your team. But it looks good.
We're not playing it right now, but I have to agree exactly with what you're saying, because your job as a light is basically Overwatch. Not playing Overwatch, but you got to be the person clearing the area around point for your team.
Right.
And if he's been landing these shots, but I do agree with you. I wonder if he had that AK, maybe he's able to do a little bit more damage, not just in the Overwatch job, but when he's up close as well.
Yeah, 100%. And you're seeing a little bit of that with Ambushman using this LMG on this heavy. He's going to be anchoring the objective, if you will, at all times, dropping these shields, popping his bubble shield as often as he can, which is going to mitigate a lot of that sort of incoming damage, and just make it more difficult, if you will, for the bots to sort of get any type of momentum or placement on top of this objective. So I love what I'm seeing here out of Ambushman. He's not getting a ton of damage, but I like the way he's sort of shifting from his 6 o'clock to 12, has constantly checking his back, getting a little damage off here and there. I love that. Hits the bubble shield. Now we're back on Latchy, going for more of these quick scopes up close, trying to perform an MLG montage from 2005, but he gets smoked immediately. Could he have basically gotten high ground advantage, whether it be through an SMG or an assault rifle, and just pumped out a little bit of damage output on that point? Probably so. Now we're taking a look at Bosif right here, going for a potential revive. I like this.
There's a small change that makes your point even more important. In those last few engagements, if you didn't catch it, Havoc also switched to a heavy. There are now 2 heavies on the side of the xGODS, which means this sniper isn't just one-tapping everybody. You have to hit a couple of shots, and if you hit those shots, cool. If you miss any of those shots on a light, a heavy can turn around and 2-tap you in response.
Perfectly
said. That extra effective health pool really does lean towards the side of, I think they absolutely need another AK.
Brother, the game sense and awareness from Bosif right there was on another level. He is a very high level finals player. picked up the actual trophy, dropped it, killed an opponent, re-picked it back up, and then got the revive off. Bosif is definitely very talented, but you can see the difference in the two parallels of Lachi versus Bosif. Bosif is playing a lightweight, but he's using the SMG, which can get decent damage even from afar. Cobra getting some solid AK damage here is going to put this teammate right here in the corner, potentially go for a revive. Maybe struggling a little bit with the controls, so maybe he's not as comfortable as he might want to be, but nonetheless, he is getting some damage output. He's doing his job, man. He's doing his job. But when we swap back,
jumped on.
Yeah, when we swap back at some point to Bosif, just take a look at how mobile he is, how effective he is at getting revives off, peppering damage on top of the objective, and basically just being a nuisance for the enemy team. That's the difference between him and Lachi.
Yeah, and to me, the best finals teams in the league are flexible.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, right? We've talked about Click very consistently about how they're willing to swap people onto different roles. The idea is that I think that Lachi's game plan can work, but in this situation, you would be better served running a different loadout. This is a game where you're able to bring those different loadouts, bring the different types of characters, pivot and change your strategy. Because right now, the game is 50-50, and it looks like this double heavy is enough to give control of the game back to the LA.
Yes. And you can tell that Bosif is insanely comfortable at this game. Look at the way that he is just harassing the enemy team. The second he was one shot, he wanted to continue to repeat Dictator Chicken right there, gets smoked by Bosif. But earlier on, he actually was one shot, and instead of waiting for his health pool to go up, he hit his sort of invisibility cloak, if you will, and then re-peeked with one health, gets an elbow melee off, has time to reload, grapple hooks back up. He's looking for the kill on top of the objective, almost gets it. He is all over the place, Strix, at the same time. He is everywhere all the time. And you gotta love it, man. That's gonna be the difference maker, I think, moving forward. Lachi trying to secure a kill, taking some time to reload, gets an elbow kill. Who was that he just took out? We're gonna have to get a confirmation on that. That was a great gameplay, though, from Lachi. Give credit where credit's due. I mean, he has some solid gameplay. He definitely knows how to use that sniper, Strix. It's just, I don't know if it's optimal damage output to complement his team.
Yes, I agree right now, because they have to get control of this point. With a minute and a half left, if this moves to that 80% mark, you then get into a position where the game is going to hit 0, and you just have to stay on point with one player per minute.
Yes.
And all of a sudden now, they can start switching the sniper rifles because you become fish in a barrel. You just have to take more and more damage. I love destroying the environment, removing their high ground, and forcing them to reposition. Anytime something inconvenient is going on, you keep mentioning Bosif, and it's the small things that I think is really enabling him on this light to support his team to a victory.
Yeah, and it's going to get even crazier because low gravity has been activated as he just picked up a kill right there on Billy the Goat, sliding through even the smallest crevices, peppering out more damage on top of the objective, staying mobile as he reloads his gun. His game sense on this is amongst the most exceptional I've seen of any player playing any of the FPS games within our 33-wheel selection here within the UEL. The ultimate in Gamers League where gamers go pro, guys. Bosif right now definitely going pro mode in a game of the finals. Now we're watching Ragin. Let's see what he's got. Let's see what he's got to offer right here, man.
I like how he's just jumping around and kind of spotting people out for his team, keeping that information high. So even if they're on the platform, they know what directions to be looking. You don't need to be looking at both sides all the time. But he's jumping back out. That player that was to his left is still there. And it looks like he finally drops. And now this is the boss moment. They got to get in. They got to get some kills. And they need to get control of this platform because there's 3 seconds left on the clock. Make that 0.
Yep.
They have control of it for now.
Okay. Oh,
never
tough.
mind.
Tough. It's not going to matter. And listen, I think, they obviously performed really well. We saw Ragin, super comfortable with that AK on the medium character, clearly landing their shots. Clearly they had some of their players on top of the objective that were constantly moving it, right? Keeping that sort of presence, if you will, throughout the entirety of that match while Bosif was running around being chaotic as all hell, but ended up being sort of a huge determining factor in getting that win. So big shout out to Bosif. But listen, his whole team complimented him. As fun as it was watching Bosif pop off, he had teammates constantly holding down the objective. You can't ask for much more in terms of synergy right there, man.
I think that's why when we look at the closest games of today, they've been the finals and Valorant. The games where what they spoke to in that opening interview gets to shine, where they're able to support each other. They're able to lift themselves up so that ultimately the pieces are greater than the whole. People can look here and be like, well, do you think this? Do you think that? I don't care about the individual pieces on a team if the team itself can kind of function as a unit and show that, hey, you have gaps here, you have weaknesses here, you're expecting this person to carry, that person to carry. You need to be able to do it. And now going into CTR, I have to wonder what both sides are going to do. Who are they going to send in for these games? Who are they going to look for an opportunity to play against?
I have seen Bosif race really well. Not the best with regards to what Crash Team Racing has to offer, but I've actually seen him clutch a couple of games before, so he definitely has an understanding. I just don't know if it's necessarily optimal. On the side of the bots, we have Dictator Chicken and Cobra. Oh, okay, so Bosif is going in for the side of the xGODS with Ambushman. I don't know enough about Ambushman's CTR skills, but I know Bosif is relatively comfortable. The fact that Cobra is going in for this is interesting. Here's what I actually think is happening. I think Dictator Chicken is really good at CTR, and they're throwing Cobra in because they have to put a second player in so that in the next game, they have Lachi, Mordecai, and Billy still on that roster. We haven't explained that yet to you guys, but we basically run a dugout sort of baseball roster lineup here within the UEL, where if we have a game like 2v2, okay, so we do have a timeout from the xGODS. Our first timeout of the night, an hour into the evening, pretty good, Strix.
Yeah,
not too bad.
Both of these teams, it looks like both teams came with support staff.
Yes.
Even from their cams, I've noticed extra players, the likes of like Labamba, I know RPG for the bots.
Gosh, I didn't even think about
on the
that.
side.
Where's Labamba?
Amethyst on the he's helping. He's in the building. I've seen him walking through some of the cameras shots.
Labamba! That's my favorite player. Where you at?
I was wondering. I was like, yeah, he hasn't necessarily.
Oh my gosh, I might have had a heart attack.
And that's really interesting to me because I think we have to have a conversation of them choosing to play an unknown to the league anyway,
right?
Covert Cobra, in the instead of playing someone like Labamba.
Right.
Maybe there's some extra skills that are necessary or important or something that they can bring to the table. We have to see here. But going back to CCR really quickly, you mentioned Dictator Chicken, and I think you're spot on.
Yes.
Dictator Chicken is really good at CTR.
Okay.
Beyond having played on teams with some of the best players in CTR in the league, back when he was on the Reapers, he has shown this season that you're not gonna win for free against him, especially if he gets his map. He's gonna have these times, these routes, everything down. This racing category has really shown off today. And so I do think that this is a bot's favored game personally, just because of his performance so far across the season. Bosif, I think, can do it. Or Ambushman, either one of them can do it, but this is going to be a moment for them to surprise or maybe have like an interesting map choice that they could throw a curveball in to catch them unaware.
But I do like the strategy. You know, we briefly mentioned sort of the baseball dugout sort of system that we run here at the UEL. The fact that this is a 2v2, after this match has concluded, if we go into a game that's 3v3 or 2v2, the roster won't have the likes of, say, Ambushman, Bosif, Chicken, or Cobra available to play because they just played here on CTR. So let's see what happens, man. We got Bosif and Ambu. We'll get more details with regards to who's top left, top right, bottom left, and bottom right. But clearly, the top right-hand corner is going to be the person that is in first, bottom left, in second place. I have to imagine that is actually Dictator Chicken in the top right, but I may be wrong.
You never know. Sometimes teams do manage to surprise us, but I would believe the gap is now winding. Whoever is in top right is starting to run away with this race. I was trying to focus on what second, third place were doing, but I realized just how crazy it is. I believe we got confirmation that Bosif is top left. Bottom left is Ambushman.
Okay.
So Dictator Chicken is on that top right side as you called out. And it's coming down. Ambush is trying his best. He's holding the second place and he's finding these lines and he's trying to keep up. But it just feels like Dictator just knows the lines on this map at a different level.
Yeah, you can tell. He's also hitting his boxes as well. That's something we see a lot of players not be able to capitalize on. They're taking the right angles, they're maintaining their momentum and their speed, but they're not getting any of these boxes. Final lap. This is going to be Dictator Chicken in the top right-hand corner, guys, who is currently in first place. A good amount of distance between him and Ambushman, who is in the bottom left. Ambushman is definitely sort of, I would say he looks a little bit more comfortable. It took him a second to sort of catch his rhythm, if you will, but I just don't know if it's enough. They're at the halfway point of this final track. Dictator Chicken in the top right, feeling as comfortable as ever. Oh, he does get a little bit of a mix-up there.
Nice job using the power to slow down Dictator Chicken.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to if they're able to catch up and put pressure on. Both of the xGODS are sitting in second and third. And to your point, it looks like the call was to put Covert Cobra in, realizing that they just needed to rely on Dictator Chicken. That is the game. That is CTR. And that is Dictator Chicken.
Yeah, and that's good strategy, man. Is any surprise that the team that excels within our strategy category is managing some solid strategy with regards to roster selection? I mean, I love that. But it's also, like we mentioned it, often the best time to practice is when you're on the court for game day. So if Cobra needed to necessarily practice CTR, let's get him in there, man. Maybe, start to actually get him some reps in during these games, knowing that Dictator Chicken is probably, going to basically carry that game the way that he did. So solid. And Cobra, you had mentioned Labama not being here and putting someone like Cobra in. Make no mistake about it. Like he didn't look necessarily that experienced within CTR, but we saw him perform relatively well on both Valorant and the finals. Right? That's super comfortable on the finals. Just with regards to his inputs, there was a couple of times where he was picking up a trophy to revive an enemy and not necessarily reviving it, trying to put it back down. So missed inputs, but just his accuracy alone, his capabilities within shooters, maybe that's one of the reasons they made that decision. I don't know, but he's definitely carrying his own weight. And with a game like CTR, if you're not the most experienced player, it's not the end of the world, because if your teammate is, you can get a win.
Yeah, you just got to get that first place finish now.
Yep.
You were wondering what was coming next, and I got an answer for you. Rainbow Six Siege. We're loading up the old Uplay. Everybody's getting locked in and loaded. I have to expect the timeout's going to actually be used here. Seeing as we're going from the gauntlet, that's going to be a 2-minute setup timer. And Rainbow Six Siege, maybe these teams were prepared, but I don't think this is a bad place to go ahead and burn the time. And it is the bots setup, so they'll be able to pick map. You do get to pick between map, mode, as well as side, which is pretty important. Usually you either pick mode or side. We don't see, or map or side. A lot of people don't pick mode. We've only had one secure the area. We haven't seen a hostage just yet, but this would be the game, if of any, if we're going to see some shenanigans come out. These two teams definitely trying to catch the others, the other off guard. The bots do go ahead and call a timeout today. And looking at it, what we have so far, one of those fighting games I've rolled, a couple of the sports games, we've seen a majority of shooters in our first half so far, with finals, Valorant, and R6 all rolling. Do you think that plays into the advantage of either one of our teams?
I think okay. I actually think the bots are a little bit more favored when it comes to Siege, not necessarily because the xGODS aren't capable. I think they're actually a relatively solid R6 team. But at the same time, I haven't necessarily seen Latchy or Cobra, but Cobra has been carrying his weight with regards to shooters. Latchy clearly very comfortable on that sniper rifle in the game of the final, so I think he's a bit of a shooter himself. During our interview with Dictator Chicken and Billy, they were talking about their capabilities within a game like Rainbow Six Siege. I asked them how they practice, and they gave me a very straightforward answer. It's just reps, man. It's just putting in the time to play the actual game. They were oozing with confidence within that, right? The other thing is, even though Rainbow Six Siege is, I think it's categorized as a tactical shooter, I tell people all the time that this is very much a strategy shooter, because good strategy beats out solid gunplay every day of the week. And there's no other better strategy team, perhaps in the UEL, than the likes of the bots themselves. So the fact that they have a couple of shooters on their team that are pinpoint accurate, as well as just the brain, the hive mind, if you will, of Billy, Dictator Chicken, and Mordecai, that tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 spot, That's going to be super difficult for the xGODS to overcome. But like I said, I'm a little ignorant to their capabilities on Rainbow Six Siege. Maybe they've been putting in the practice. Who knows?
We will have to see. I want to see map choice. That's always to me the most interesting.
Yeah.
Both these teams, the xGODS have shown their map choice off a few times here in the league. I always hesitate to say people's choices just because, I don't know how much people do watch, but if they watch, you get the nuggets. So the xGODS normally do go to Nighthaven Labs. They are choosing to attack as well first, which is something that's different than normal. The reason why I say that going on attack is different is most teams, because we play best of 3, means whichever team wins 2 rounds. If you win the first round and lose the second, whatever you choose as your initial option will end up being your final option. We see a lot of teams elect for defense for that reason. You can pick whatever site you would like to pick. You can play on defense. You can get your setup.
Yes.
And you can force the opposing team to find a way to kind of break your setup.
Yeah.
Whereas picking attack to me says that the xGODS feel really confident in their ability to control this map.
Yeah, I would say typically speaking, every map. Yeah, okay. So we are going to Nighthaven Labs. I would say every map in this game probably at least has 2 decent objectives. It's just a matter of learning those 2 objectives. And wow, we even just got another shooter with Apex Legends coming up next. That is insanity. But I mean, hey, we still have Overwatch. We still have Halo Infinite on the wheel. So we still have a couple of shooters. That one being a little bit more of an arena shooter, I think it actually favors xGODS. How interesting is that we have 2 sort of strategy shooters, if you will, between Valorant and Rainbow Six Siege that the bots may be able to excel in, right? And then we have 2 arena shooters, just classic arena shooters, where the xGODS do really well in because they enjoy that faster paced, arena sort of sandbox, if you will. I love it, man. Regardless, we got Bosif. Obviously, they're on attack. xGODS are on attack here. This is the most popular objective in the game right now, the one that you're seeing on your screen.
Servers is a fun site, I'll say. That much I will say.
Well,
Bosif,
popular objective for the map, yeah.
Bosif is cheekily make sure he hides his drone. He managed to get scans on 4. So looking at these compositions, we see that somebody's playing on the side of the xGODS. I believe that was Alchemist is playing Striker, which I like. Bring a little bit of extra utility for your team. We have a Twitch to destroy some of those electronics. A Lion to maybe peek out and see where people are. Dokkaebi to call and get some information. And then just in case they have some hard walls, you're bringing the Thermite to go ahead and bust your way in.
It does look like the bots are actually running a Mira strat with a Frost. It's going to be interesting to see where the actual Mira is. I have to imagine that Mira is overlooking sort of garage and shutting down that hallway push there. And then potentially one more Mira to basically shutting down the push from servers. But I'm not necessarily sure. There's some weird strats with regards to how Mira operates. Nonetheless, I do think that there is going to be a deployable shield to the actual objective room itself with 1 to 2, potentially 2 frost mats on the other side of it. Reason being is if you jump over that deployable shield, you have to look down and shoot both of the frost mats. It's a quick way to get almost a secure on a kill, if you will. So we'll see if that's the case here in a second. This is the Frost player. It doesn't surprise me that it's laggy. Frost is one of the players in the game that has a beautiful sort of sight on the actual weapon itself, which is what you're seeing right here, which is this, if you will, it's not necessarily a hollow sight, but it plays really well into this SMG that Frost has. Easy recoil control, amazing utility. His deployable shield is actually still in his inventory, so I believe he forgot to actually put that out, guys. Maybe just sort of the stress of the actual moment itself. He didn't get that deployable shield down. Huge mistake out of Lucky. Oh, but he lands the headshot. Yep, he lands the headshot. That was actually on Havoc, I believe. Solid play. Accuracy doesn't surprise me, especially knowing that he was just recent. Oh, wow. So he actually staggered his frost mat to be adjacent to the wall as they walk in from servers here. The reason being is as you enter this room, you actually strafe to the side to sort of optimize your cover. So if they enter this room, they're going to strafe sideways right into Latchy's frost mat. I love that.
How much in this?
Here's Mordecai.
Really great play, and Mordecai taking this longer
They have me
angle. It
on the
looks like
scan. I don't know where
he's
it is.
giving his team an opportunity to not have to focus on this backside of the map. Finally turn their attention back towards the room. We see Latchy go down there, Bosi picking up a kill, and if there's a player I want to take over this game and can do it right now, it would be Bosi. So, boom, picks up a kill. Alchemist is down, and now it's a 3v1. They have an idea of where he might be. Now, if you step out here, remember, you're going to be exposed. You will be seen. Bosi picks up another kill. He knows where Mordecai's coming back in from. Billy the GOAT is down. Young Mordecai. He's getting back up, though. This is important. He manages to turn it back into a 2v1. The bomb goes down, and they just need to defuse. They peeked together. Bosi finally confirmed the kill on Billy the GOAT, but was unable to take out Mordecai, who gets the trade kill and gets the defuse, importantly winning the round for
I thought you were in that.
I actually think the pressure got to Bosif a little bit right there. I actually don't think he knew that he had downed, who was that was next to Mordecai? So Billy the GOAT, I actually don't think he knows that he downed Billy the GOAT. If so, he had the actual game knowledge that Mordecai was flanking outside. That would have been alerted on his user interface. So he knew where Mordecai was. If he knew that he actually downed Billy the GOAT, he could push into the room, secure the kill on Billy, and then waited for Mordecai to push back the objective. Because Mordecai doesn't have the game knowledge of knowing whether or not he's planting after Billy got killed. He wouldn't have known, so he would have had to have pushed the objective. It would have played right into Bosif's hands. So I actually think Bosif got maybe like a shoulder shot or something, downed Billy the GOAT, and did not know that he was actually down, and that's why he went for the plant.
It's really rough, too, because even for me, Bosi peaked earlier than the sound of the defuse started. So that tells me that maybe he thought he wasn't sure if there was one or two, and he wanted to check really quickly. Mordecai not realizing that's the edge of the map there. You see the laugh on his face as his drone dies as he falls off the cliff there. Mordecai picked up 4 kills in that first round.
And just to note, he was playing Legion. The SMG on Legion is amongst the top tier weapons in the game. It has amazing recoil control, especially if you're running something like a compensator on it. So if you're not necessarily like super experienced with the game, I would highly suggest using Legion because the utility of the operator being those sort of poison traps are difficult to deal with, but also just the gun itself is amongst like the best weapons. So he's playing a great character in general, but clearly has a sense of accuracy about him to pick up all 4 of those kills right there.
And let me look at we are looking at the lineup.
Okay,
they have Ace for Hard Breach. They have Ash. Ash is the run and gun character. Latchy, of course, is playing that character. Similar to before, I think we kind of are starting to figure his identity. Mordecai here is on the Thatcher to be able to deal with some of those electronics if they are blocking entry. We have a sledge to break open some of the soft surfaces, and then a lion once again for pings and some information.
Now, are they back in the same objective, and they're trying to do a garage push right here? I'd have to see. I believe they are. So they're looking to go up the actual stairs, or are they maybe in kitchen? Let's see what actual that would object. I believe they are back in the previous objective. So this is a bit of a wonky push. It seems like instead of pushing the main wall to balcony upstairs and getting that open immediately. Okay, never mind. They're downstairs. They're in basement. So they're trying to get this actual hatch open. This is even more weird because the fact that they have a Thatcher, they can open the walls to the objective almost immediately with the likes of a Thatcher and an Ace. So the fact that they're not doing that is a little concerning. The top push is a little bit more difficult because the angles at which you actually have to push down these stairs could be really advantageous to the defense. They're a little bit more difficult if you get these hatches open, but they're still very, very manageable. Expect to see some traps, some Legion mines, a lot of intel being sort of gathered by the defense. One of them already down. It also creates a narrow corridor at which you can be flanked. You're basically seeing that right now on your screen. Cobra trying to get this revive off. And now they're basically trapped. They know that they have someone behind them, Strix, but they have to push down into the objective. And there's going to be some really, really sharp angles that a lot of these defenders, we don't know what operators they're using, but there are defenders that have ACOG sights, MP5 on the likes of Doc, potentially Cade with his slug round shotgun, has an ACOG sight as well. And one of the hatches was being Caded. Yeah, so I believe they do have a Cade.
Yes, they do have a Cade. I have to believe that's Bosif on the Caviera up top. He does like to harass and put some damage down, but Lachi picks up a kill, picks up 2 along with one of his teammates, taking out Bosif, lurking, but 2 of them die to a cap can.
Wow. That's what I talked about, man. I mean, you're going down such a narrow corridor with such a limited time. They run into the objective and get caught by a couple of cap cans. That's why pushing those stairways is so difficult. They should have opened up the actual walls to the objective. Now this Cav is going to play time. They're not going to be able to get this plant off, and that's going to be a route to the defense.
Yes,
there we go.
Unfortunately. Another small thing that happened there, maybe with a lack of familiarity, Ambushman here on the Cade, from the side of the bots, misplacing his ace. Maybe he only wanted to open a hole in the hatch, but most teams would want to fully open the hatch as another threat to drop in, realizing that he only just blew a hole in it and wasted an entire ace on it. Selma is what his utility is called. Is ideas to me that you might have looked up and seen that, like, oh, ace is the best hard breach operator, but not necessarily fully taking the time to understand every avenue there, or it could just been a mistake. You know, we all have mispresses every so often. We see Havoc here locking in as well.
Well, and Rainbow Six Siege is very overwhelming to a lot of players because there's so many operators, there's so many different maps and objectives and abilities within the game. It can be incredibly overwhelming. I actually think the biggest mistake of that round was Havoc, to be honest with you. Havoc was playing the castle, and he had the intel to suggest that there's multiple enemies within the room in front of him, and he actually went to castle the doorway off. Here's why that's silly. Castling the doorway off doesn't even protect your feet. So they could have just gone prone had they even seen him going for that castle, and they could have just shot his feet out. But he went for that knowing that there was enemies probably peeking that specific door because it was to the objective, and he still went for it. So maybe not as much experience out of Havoc that I would like to see. Nonetheless, they ended up getting the round. Maybe a result of that cap can.
Now, importantly to me, they don't have the outside wall leading towards servers
reinforced
at all.
Right.
Which is going to give a lot of access to the side.
Yep. This particular semi-automatic rifle that Havoc uses, if he were to gain a sight line on that wall, he can actually shoot massive holes in that wall if it's not reinforced. So that may be something that he ends up doing. But see this wall right here that Bosif is taking out? He wall bangs him through the wall. That is insane. Great gameplay out of Havoc. That may be why. No, I just think they didn't reinforce it because they completely forgot. Havoc gained the intel and actually pinged that enemy, I believe, through his camera right here, which is why he shot through it and got that headshot. I was just talking about a lack of game sense out of him because of the previous round, and then he goes and does something like that. Is insane. All right, he's going for a call here. He's going to gain some type of audio sort of intel, just sort of determining where they are in this room, and then he's going to slow peek it. Oh my goodness, never peek a doorway on ADS. That is against the law in 13 states. He impresses me, and then he has me questioning things. I don't know what to do with Havoc, man.
I think this is the thing. Havoc, he will learn a game, and he's going to take tips, and he's recognizing that he needs to be good at all 33. And so I think there's pieces of the game that he doesn't always necessarily know perfectly.
Oof.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're not allowed to, if you're not allowed to ADS, you're not allowed to stand in a doorway and Doka be a phone. Just so that that's the other illegal thing that you're not allowed to do as well. 2 illegal actions, you gotta die for it, Havoc. I'm sorry.
He's on his 3rd strike felony charge right now. Oh my goodness. All right, now this is Billy, who is playing the, oh my gosh, what is the name? Rooney. So he's playing a Rooney. He has these laser gates up, which is shutting off the push to the actual objective itself, which is going to be really difficult for the xGODS to get in here. They might end up clutching this right here. As a result of barbed wire and a Rooney gates, and they have the frost traps. All the bots have to do is play the actual objective, and they'll be able to clutch.
Mordecai has taken out Bosif. I saw him throw his head back, and I couldn't figure out why. Bosif was so frustrated. We saw him pick up 4 in the first round on defense. He's picked up 2. Can he bring this Rainbow Six home for his team? There's 2 players left remaining.
He is the certified roamer on their team. And he's feeling very, very comfortable. He's on a great character for roaming. Even if they wanted to go after him strict, he has 2 additional poison traps that he can lay down. He's basically toying with his food right now, just playing with them. They're pushing towards the objective. They didn't hear him. They need to amplify those headphones that they're wearing a little bit because he was sprinting on their 6 o'clock. Mordecai clutches for the team, ends up with how many kills? Don't know, but the bots take it. No surprise there. With a strategy shooter, the likes of which are very unique within that shooter genre. We sort of expected that to be.
Yes, the funniest thing was they couldn't turn around. They had 15 seconds to get
true.
to site and plant. They're running like, okay,
Yep.
cool. Wait, do I hear somebody behind me? Don't think about it. Just keep
Yep.
running forward. That
Yep.
was played exceptionally well by the bots. We can see why they ended up taking that map. It looks
Yeah.
like they may have done some research into what the side of the
Mhm.
xGODS like to play and had in turn made a conscious decision to play that
Right.
map. I think the xGODS had an amazing defense. The xGODS
Yeah.
showed that they understand Siege.
Mhm.
It's just, and this is where I have to ask, they made the decision to attack.
Well,
first.
yeah, and I don't know why they made that decision specifically on that particular map. I'm not too sure, but just a quick tip to sort of shut down Mordecai completely, right? If the phrase is called play cameras. If one of your teammates goes down, you yell out to your teammates that have died in the round, play cameras, play cameras, play cameras, right? All you had to necessarily do within that round is use one of your deployable drones while you're on offense to basically give you an angle of one of the flanking hallways. You saw Mordecai get a kill right there in the back hallway. There's also the stairways to garage. If you just place a camera at the 90 degrees, the first platform going up those stairs into garage, it gives you an angle of anybody trying to flank up those stairs. So any of your players that have died, you just tell them to play cameras and feed you intel. Hey, this person is flanking you. You can get an easy kill as a result of that. So that's just one quick way to shut down roamers on that map, particularly because there's only really 2 hallways that you're pushing. There's only 2 cameras that you need to shut off that flank. And you knew earlier that Mordecai was doing it exceptionally well. So they should have they should have adjusted mid game right there and pivoted a little bit in order to get those cameras out there.
I think you might have hit it on the head. There's a couple of things that capture exactly what you said, and the word you used was overconfidence.
Yeah.
Some of those moves, like we saw the smart play, the drone, the wall bang, picks up a kill. You get an early lead. You open up the wall to garage.
Yep.
You peek without ADSing. You try to Dokkaebi in a doorway. You aren't watching your flanks. You aren't turning. All of a sudden, it felt like either they played so slow that they were forced to make bad plays.
They just
or
yeah.
I don't know. They just they it didn't feel like they were respecting the bots enough.
Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, I think one of the things that I would like to express to them is like it's really the small things within Rainbow Six Siege that I think win games, and one of which, from a former moderator of mine who has passed on. I love the guy. His name is me again, or Drew St. Martin, if you will. I love this dude, but it was something he used to yell at us all the time while playing Rainbow Six Siege was drone economy, drone economy, drone economy. Even something as small as how many drones you have left. Drone me in, drone me in, drone me in. I'm pushing through this hallway. Somebody get on your drone. And as unfun as that is, drone me in. That's all you have to do sometimes, man, in order to win a game of Rainbow Six Siege. I think both of these teams need to work on that a little bit, but specifically the xGODS, their drone economy was abysmal, with the exception of Bosif. He was hiding his drone really well.
I am going to jump on that point and add, and this is me personally speaking, if you are not the best shot, if you learn how to manage drones and feed intel,
yes,
you become such a vital piece of your team because it enables. Again, if Bosif doesn't have to check his cameras, if Bosif's swinging corners and just able to shoot, all of a sudden, he doesn't have to worry about, oh, is somebody on my flank? It's like, I just checked the camera. Mordecai is coming from 5 ping.
Yep.
He knows
you
to
have
stop,
to
turn around, and wait. It's something that I think people undervalue. People want to just shoot their way out of situations, and sometimes a little bit of comms will end up getting you there. Now, you might have noticed the score did change. I believe the bots went ahead and got a point because the LA xGODS forfeited Apex Legends, so we're moving on to Need for Speed.
xGODS forfeited Apex Legends, that was definitely not on my bingo card for this evening. I thought.
Oh, Lachi's like that?
I didn't know Lachi. It doesn't surprise me though with the way he was sniping on it. So we're getting word from the floor that Lachi was such a nightmare for the xGODS that they forfeited the game because they didn't want the smoke from Lachi. It's surprising to hear that because they did so well in the finals. They ended up taking the finals. Apex Legends just in terms of the mobility of the game and how fast paced it is, you would think that they would play that relatively well. I was not expecting that, even if Lachi is really good. I think in a game of Apex Legends, if you have 3 good players against the likes of even one player that is, borderline a god at the game, I still think you take that game, man. It just comes down to communication and working together as a team. That was an odd one. That wasn't on the horizon for today for me.
I'm going to make the call that it was a practice thing more than anything. They decided to maybe give up 1 or 2 of the shoes, right? In their minds, we're going to win the finals, we're going to win Valorant, we're going to win Rainbow Six, right? If we let Apex go as a guaranteed forfeit, if Lachi's available, maybe they've seen something, maybe they've done their research. Knowing Ragin, knowing Havoc as players, I know they're going to be looking into what their opposing team can do. I have to believe that's the case, but in a situation, maybe you have to play that game out now that you lost Rainbow Six Siege. Maybe now that you've lost Valorant, you have to try to steal one of these games back, and they're going to be trying to steal this need for speed here in just a sec.
That's frustrating. Just as an observer, I definitely as a caster, it's frustrating because there's certain games within this wheel, guys, of 33 different games that are legitimately free to play. I mean, they are free to actually practice. Okay, so in Apex Legends, just with in pop culture in general, is a very, very popular game. It's incredibly fun, well funded, constantly live events, and so much more going on. It's a good game to practice, and they already do so well within those arena shooters or faster paced shooters. It shocks me that they would forfeit that to anybody, especially the bots, even if Lachi is that good. I mean, it is one specific player. If you're landing your assisted shots on target, you can take that person down. That was disappointing to say the least, man.
Yeah, I think you and I were talking, and I saw the point go up, and production came and let us know. And the entire time I'm thinking the exact same thing as you. That
can't be right.
What in the world is going on? So we are watching Alchemist, and what he is doing as the most wanted is trying to get out of that flashing red and blue bubble in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. He's trying to escape the cops here, and his teammates are going to use their power-ups, his power-ups, to get out of that circle for about 30 seconds, and then he will be able to get away. Now, the bots aren't going to let him do that. They're going to be pressuring him quickly. This is a game about communication, teamwork, and snap decision-making with some of these turns and these races.
Ooh, wow. And and I don't think we mentioned it at the top of the hour. This is Need for Speed Hot Pursuit remastered, a classic game that is a ton of fun, and we play it at a competitive level. This game mode, the most wanted, like you just mentioned, guys, all the cops have to do is take out a single racer. That racer is Alchemist, the most wanted, coined by the actual game mode itself, the most wanted actual mode. So we have the likes of Billy, Lachi, Cobra, and Chicken trying to take out Alchemist, but in real time, the rest of Alchemist's teammates, which include Ragin, Ambush, and Havoc, are trying to defend him at all costs. They have 4 abilities that are in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Now, these systems are jammed because Cobra just got, I believe, EMP'd and/or jammed. I actually think he got jammed. Yeah, he got jammed. So you see those abilities. He has an EMP, he has a spike, he has a roadblock, and the helicopter. Oh, but he hits another road spike strings. Oh my goodness.
This is really bad. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, you see those health bars. Lachi's already on his last hit. He can take no more damage for the rest of the race. Even the slightest bump could leave him out of this race. Normally, you would see a red bar in the bottom right-hand corner. What you see right now is nothing. That's why he's in black and white, and he's trying his best. One of his teammates manages to get back in range, as Alchemist is starting to build some space and build some room. But I have to believe this EMP is going to take him out. He has to do something to break the tag. He doesn't. He dodges
does. He does have a spike strip available. He's so close to going out, though. Oh, he might have just gotten eliminated.
And even trying to bump the most wanted was enough to take him out of the race. He's in spectating, but the tier 1, the leader, is here. He's still in range. Billy the GOAT trying to get up there with one of his other teammates to get an opportunity to take them out. This is a big and an important strategy. He looks like he's trying to take out some of the support. Alchemist, on the other hand, in this all-black, that's Camaro, right? That's the all-black
I mean,
Camaro.
yeah, dude, and he looks really comfortable. He's got some distance between him and the cops behind him. You can see the top middle of your screen, guys, is his actual rear view mirror. There is nothing in his rear view mirror right now. His teammates would be in orange, and the cops obviously would be flashing in blue, and they're not even behind him. So as long as he sort of maintains his momentum, he's going to hit his turbo. Oh, okay, I thought he was hitting his turbocharge there. But if he hits his turbocharge, he's going to look at his mini-map in the bottom left-hand corner. If he gets a straightaway, which it looks like one might be coming up, he's going to hit that turbocharge and try to break out of this sort of Grand Theft Auto, if you will, most wanted circle that you see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen.
He still isn't popping it.
Yeah, I'm surprised. That, you had mentioned this before, Strict, and I bring this up all the time. This is where, like, a good coach comes into play. Where if your actual... Ooh, took a little damage. He's okay. If you have a coach on the floor in real time, giving you indications as to when straightaways are on the actual map itself, it can do a ton to actually help you get away from these cops.
And the jam comes out to stop Dictator Chicken's EMP, but Dictator Chicken is still right here. He's trying his best, and he recognizes the play. Is that Bill? Whoever that was didn't care about the spike. They said, hold my drink. I'm going to the side. I'm avoiding all of this. But Dictator Chicken might be out of the race as this EMP should connect.
Oh, wow.
They dropped another one at the entrance.
Dictator Chicken might have just got knocked out. He looks like he might be still... No, he's out. There's only one police officer left, guys. There's only one cop left on the field. There are 2 racers, including the actual most wanted. We'll give you an indication as to who that is here in a second.
I can promise you, I can tell you right now, it's one singular person. One person's got to hold it down. Billy the GOAT.
Oh, is it?
All that's left.
Wow, okay,
He's
so...
trying to stay in this race, but there's a problem. He's already outside of the zone, Matt.
Oh,
he's already running away.
He saved his turbo. He's sort of right on the edge. You can see it in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Oh, because there is a sort of a turn, if you will, it sort of resets that time. He is getting close, though.
This is where you have to know these maps. That straightaway wasn't the time to burn. If he had hit this moment and then popped turbo, he would have been able to maintain his difference. That almost 90-degree turn cost him so much, but he's now turning. This is going to keep letting Billy get closer and closer. I think he hopes his teammates are right there to be able to take him out, but Billy has to believe he's looking for it. He's staying in range. He's maintaining the angle, and he couldn't get close enough. A nice jam to ultimately save his teammate.
Yeah, Havoc
Somebody
needs to do
has
a
to
better
help
job.
Alchemist.
Yes, Havoc needs to do a better job of catching up here. I believe that is him. But Billy the GOAT, his game awareness right there in order to dodge those actual spike strips was super, super impressive, especially after such a sharp 90-degree turn that Alchemist tried to throw him off with. Billy reacting perfectly, staying on his 6 o'clock, potentially going to be able to clutch this. Havoc trying to catch up to them right now. I just don't know if he's going to be capable of doing it. Okay, so this is Alchemist. You can see a little bit of blue. Somebody just ate it in the rear view mirror. I don't know who that was. That might have been a pedestrian car. I'm not sure. One of the cars just went into the stratosphere. I'm not
If he
sure.
gets out of this zone,
that might be it.
He's back in cooldown. And this is one of those situations where he just needs to make sure he doesn't hit a car. He's got 20 seconds to survive here. And we've seen games that feel like they're over. Crumble in a last-second latch-dish effort. So I have to believe and I have to see here if they are able to do so. And
Billy's catching up, Strict.
Back in.
He's catching up.
Matt, I can tell you from personal experience, this highway is a scary one to be on. Because as an officer, you're just don't anything, and all you're praying is that they make one mistake. Maybe a car spawns in just a little bit too close for them to react. They end up getting the hit. But Alchemist seems locked in. He's focused just on driving. He's not
Yep.
worried about a single another thing going on. There's no one in his rear view. He knows
Ooh,
he
he's
just needs
catching
to
up.
keep going down. He has plenty of health, so luckily he's in a good moment, and he at least has a teammate here.
Ooh.
But Billy is trying to get him to bump into a
Billy-
car, and he
yep.
does.
Billy's on
Billy
a
doesn't have
6.
much health.
Oh
I like
my
the
gosh.
360. I like the 180, the turnaround. Except I said the 360. He's still be going through.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even know you could do that. I didn't even know you could do that. What?
And I believe they took Billy out. So when
Oh,
Billy,
okay.
most importantly,
Yep.
went by, his health bar was flashing red. That usually means you're in that last 10 or so % of your life. You're basically one incident away from
Yes.
dying. The 360 was good because what it meant was now, once again, his teammates were between Billy and him.
Yep.
And honestly, in that moment, you look at your teammates and you just say, hey, hit him. I don't care.
Well,
I don't care. Just full speed, Havoc, hold down that turbo, and both of y'all are going to the stratosphere.
Yeah.
But we will win the game.
well, I'm interested to get word as to what happened. Maybe in a post-match interview or something, we can get word as to what happened. Billy was catching up, and at one point, we saw an Alchemist rearview mirror, a barrel-rolling car just flying through the air. That was either one of two things. That was either Billy getting caught by a pedestrian vehicle and just smashing into oncoming traffic, or that was Havoc catching up to Billy and sending him flying with maybe like a T-bone or some type of collision that maybe he caught a guardrail of some sort. I don't know. But that, make no mistake about it, that is where all of Billy's health went. That crash basically spelled trouble for them and the rest of the bots throughout the end of that.
We have to see. I believe you. That's the most entertaining thing is when you just catch those small moments.
Yep.
In Need for Speed.
I
where
love Need for Speed, man. It's
such-
so good. I love that game being on the wheel. And it's fun to practice. It quite literally
Yes.
is a very, it's very straightforward. If you guys, I believe it's actually on Game Pass. So if you guys have Game Pass, give it a download. Super fun party game. Super simple sort of progression system within it in order to level up and unlock achievements. It is a ton of fun. Very, very easy to practice. And one of my personal favorites to watch here at the Ultimate Endgamers League. That's for sure.
It is one of those games that I personally just like. You hit. It's just fun. I can't explain it other than no matter when I play Need for Speed, it can be stressful, yes. But at the end of the day, the game is a ton of fun. Another one of those games for me is Roller Champions, which we're going to be seeing next. It's another one of our sports games. And this game is roller derby meets, I'll say basketball, but to be more specific, if you've ever seen Road to El Dorado or one of the Aztec mind games where they have the circle up on the wall that you have to throw the ball through.
Wow,
See,
Road to El
the moment
Dorado,
I
bro.
had to hit the throwback. I had to throw it back. I love
Oh
like,
my gosh. You bring in the
Everybody, yeah.
VHS tapes into the
Yep,
classroom. Oh my God.
And so it's a combination where there's a ring on the wall that you have to throw the ball through, but you can't just throw it through the ring. You have to go around the ring. That's where roller derby comes in. If you go around, you get 1 point. Now you go through, throw a ball in, 1 point, you win. 5 points is the total you need. But if you feel a little bit cheeky, if you're feeling good,
yep,
you can go around twice for 3 points, 3 times for 5 points, and win all in one go. It's going to be interesting to see.
Drix.
I am getting now comment. Do people not remember Road to El Dorado?
We remember Road to El Dorado. When you said that, I quite literally just pictured baby Strix in elementary school and the teacher rolling in those giant 500-pound TVs with the VHS.
Look. We could
Oh my gosh! Right before Thanksgiving or Christmas break, we always had like 1 or 2 last days of school that we just watched movies all day, and that was one of the movies we watched. Road to El Dorado.
I can promise you. Look, like when we have some more downtime, if one of these teams is going to call a timeout, we can really get into. We can get into some classics because right now, the kids, it's out there. It's amazing. It's okay. We might be older now, but we know the classics.
That's true, man.
Important. We're well seasoned, not
That's
old.
true. They're the greatest stories. They're the greatest stories. But Roller Champions is it's definitely with that sort of Aztec sort of feel that you were talking about, man. Roller derby meets basketball meets, man, I don't really know. It's just a very unique sports game in and of itself by the developer of Ubisoft. Like he was saying, you basically have to rollers too. We have a tech timeout on the floor, but you basically just have to roller skate around the roller rink, if you will, at least one time. There's gates. There's sort of laser gates that are going to be displayed on the actual track itself. And as long as you go through 4 of those gates, there is a point that will be eligible for you to score by throwing a basket through a hoop. However, if your opponent steals the ball from you, it actually shuts down that point entirely. It's taken away from you and it is no longer eligible. So you have to skate through 4 additional laser gates, which is an entire full ring around this roller rink in order to get that point back. Now we're jumping into it. Like we said, this is going to be 3-on-3. I actually love the level design. I love the atmosphere of this game. It's very unique.
Yeah.
Again, free to play. So please practice it.
Oh my.
And oh my goodness, we got another shooter in Overwatch 2. I think everybody on the arena floor right now is shocked that we just got another shooter. This is wild. Now, I do know the bots are super comfortable at this. I was really surprised to see how well they knew how to play this against the actual Blaze. Now, the Blaze, I think, ended up taking the game against the bots because of Hollywood's ability to land full rink shots, basically full court shots, if you will. But make no mistake about it, they know what they're doing. I'm going to go out on a limb here, though, and say that I actually think the xGODS are a little bit more comfortable on this. I would assume they are, just because of how much I saw the bots struggle against Blaze. It was a close matchup, though, so we will see.
Well, it's going to come off the back of the sports game GOAT himself, Bosif. A little bit short there on the shot. Now, the bigger question is, can the bots do anything with this? No, it looks like it almost immediately goes back into the hands of the xGODS, and you might have been right on the money. I expect Bosif to maybe jump up here, try to get some speed, catch the ball, and to continue to move a little bit late on the pass means that it goes on over to the side of the bots. We saw Dictator Chicken have some good movement. I want to see them start to utilize that to really take advantage of the game.
Yeah, no, and you mentioned just movement in general. That's something really important to just take note of for those of you watching at home. Movement is king in this game itself. Now, I believe this is the bots almost have a point of eligible. They do. They throw it up, and they whiff it. They've got to grab this ball and go for another shot. They do, and they land it. That's Dictator Chicken coming in with the first point of today. Look at the way that he's actually skating up this ice, or skating up the glass, if you will, guys. And coming down with a ton of momentum. That's going to be paramount throughout the entirety of this game. There is an uppercut maneuver that you can do in order to send your character model up the glass, and then you come down that glass with a ton of speed, a ton of momentum. That is the key to skating across this entire roller rink with a bit of speed, going through those laser gates as fast as possible, and picking up a point. It also makes you just really difficult to actually hit as well, guys, because you can jump, you can spin, you can do all sorts of maneuvers to basically stay out of the way of your opponent. And it looks like they're super comfortable right now. Billy going for another shot. That's 2 points on the board. Now, something that Bosif struggled with when he went for his first point, when I watched Hollywood on the Blaze last week, you could tell that he had practiced full court shots over and over and over again, and he knew exactly the trajectory at which he needed to throw that ball. Bosif was struggling a little bit on his missed point that he had earlier. So if he can dial that in, they still have a shot at this.
Yeah, it's going to be really important to see. I think also, maybe Roller Champion is one of those games that they maybe neglected. Just thinking if they had it in the bag, and we see that in this moment, is he able to get it? No, he gets tackled on the wall. And importantly, they're both sides fighting for control of it, but the bots come out on top as they're moving. As I was saying, that's the small little intricate movements that are important for this game. They have 2 players now trying to avoid the goal. A nice pass. The ball flies out. Can they get control of it again?
Full court shot. Do it to him. Do it to him. Full court shot. He's trying to avoid getting tackled, but he ends up getting hit with a simple shoulder check. He does steal the ball back, but like we had mentioned earlier, guys, it doesn't matter how many of those laser gates you have gone through. The ball and the eligible point will be denied, and you have to repeat your progress, if you will, through those laser gates again if the point gets denied. Okay, so that's what they're doing basically right here. He gets the pass off. I'm really, really shocked. Goes for another shot right here. Oh, baited the jump, the goaltending, if you will, in front of the actual basket itself. Turns around, lands another one. The bots are feeling really, really comfortable right now, Strix. This is looking good. Now, something to note that I did pick up on the bots. I forget which player it was. I believe it was actually Billy. had been sort of shoulder checked, if you will. There's a mechanic within the game that you can press your A button very quickly after getting knocked down, and your character will jump back to his feet in a fast sort of maneuver, if you will. He did that and then landed his left bumper check, which allowed him to slingshot off of his opponent in a matter of like half of a second. So he landed his A button in order to like get off his back quickly, and then also went for a slingshot in like one simple sort of button sequence, if you will. That is an indication that there is a high level of game sense just within Roller Champions for the bots players.
I agree with you. This is one of those games that they clearly know exactly how they want to play the game. Now, it isn't over for the side of the LAX guys. First and foremost, they have 2.5 minutes. But they now need 2 laps guaranteed to go ahead and get back in this game. Or they can try to maybe go for 3 individual points. But I think that it might be better to try to risk those 2 points. Isn't able to roll it up the wall. Billy ends up losing the control of the ball. And it is finally back in control of the LAX guys. They're trying to get started. Let's see if they can get through this first gate and start to build up. Nope, they cannot. He may be called the GOAT, but it looks like this ball is only his.
Yep.
Michael Jordan might have a word.
Oh,
and even Bosif was astonished there in the camera for a second.
Yeah. 100%. You can tell one of the things that they're like utilizing to their biggest advantage that I'm witnessing right now in real time with all of you guys at home. Oh goodness, they have another point available right now. Oh, but it gets denied. So something that they're doing really well, the serpentine sort of motion, if you will, that they're managing along the actual side glass, they are constantly gaining sort of that vertical advantage, picking up tons of speed, making it super difficult for the xGODS to not just get the ball, but also to sort of shoulder check them in order to knock the ball away from them. They don't quite have the same sort of teamwork with regards to slingshots, but then also, man, just the mobility of the bots themselves to be able to sort of surf that side glass, pick up a ton of speed, come down, maintain that serpentine motion. They're just sort of fighting right now, shoulder checking each other back and forth.
Truly a Thunderdome moment. Everybody just swinging back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And you hit it on the head. Even on a defensive perspective, I want.
Look at how high he is, Strix. You see what I'm saying? They're just gaining so much more speed. They're basically playing a game of takeaway. They're not actually trying to score right now, guys. All they're really trying to do is just keep this ball away for the last 30 seconds. If a point's available, fun. Maybe they'll shoot it. Maybe they won't. But that's really what they're doing, is just playing keep away in order to clutch this victory. I want you to take note of how fast he's going. He passes it to his teammate on the side of the glass, constantly picking up speed. They are surfing the glass right now, getting vertical advantage, super, super high ground, super high speeds.
My game.
Oh, they do have another point. They still have the point available. Are they going to get the fourth? Oh, it doesn't quite get it. I think he was actually trying to slam dunk that, but it does get denied. That's going to wrap things up. Mordecai just sort of laughing it away here. Last chance.
As long as they're able to hold on to this ball, they will be allowed to play. Now, the issue is if they score, the game.
Yep, they have to
the
do
game
laps.
is you have to commit to it. And it looks like he's doing
they're one gate away. One gate away from tying this. He shoots it. Oh, but it's the worst shot in history. But they still have the ball. Strix! 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 They almost scored it. There's no way. I'm going to lose my mind. No! Oh my God! Bosif pops off in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. They have now tied up the game. Nobody had that on their bingo card, Strix. Oh.
3 shots for 3 points.
Wow. Wow. Mordecai doesn't know how to shoot the ball, but they ended up getting the point. Wow, so next point is going to win this. If the bots lose this, this will be the epitome, the definition, the Webster's Dictionary definition of stolen from the bots if they're able to clutch right now. All right, so Bosif has the ball. This is best case scenario.
That's one. He's hitting the turnaround to take the shortest distance. Gate
I like
2.
this.
Everybody at home, start counting. That means they got to get through 2 more gates.
Oh, but they get the ball
reset,
taken.
though.
Bosif clearly has a better. He's getting frustrated. All he needed to do was to receive a pass. So now here he goes. Here he goes. Now he's feeling comfortable. Alchemist has the ball. They're waiting to pass it to Bosif. That's what Bosif's game plan has been, ironically enough. He's the one going for the assisted pass as opposed to
Ball's
NHL.
up. They can't touch it. This could be it.
This might be
last
it.
Gate.
Last
The
gate.
shot.
Oh my gosh, the greatest comeback in Roller Champions history. Coming out of the xGODS to steal. That is grand theft right there. Coming out of the xGODS. Oh my goodness gracious. We don't even have to wait. We don't even have to wait for GTA 6.
Of 1 minute. 1 minute.
We don't have to wait for GTA 6. You guys just saw Grand Theft on your screen out of the xGODS, bro. Oh my goodness. I almost fell out of my chair. I'm pretty sure my voice cracked when I started yelling.
After the first one. Like the first one, I was like, oh wow, they messed up. Okay, they got the ball back. Then the second one, I'm like, everyone is in this corner. Just touch the ball.
Yeah. Well, it was good defense on the sides of the xGODS, landing their shoulder checks, keeping the bots off the ball. That's the craziest match of Roller Champions we have ever seen. Major kudos. I want to, if we could like go back into the footage and check who it was. I think it was a little bit of everybody that was helping get that ball around the actual roller rink itself in order to secure the points of that second lap. It seemed like they were passing the ball to each other. Bosif clearly getting a little frustrated, but keeping his composure, constantly communicating with his team, finding open locations on the rink itself to get open, to slingshot his opponents. They did everything they had to do with 60 seconds left on the clock. Strix. We just saw a 3-point come. Oh my goodness. Do we retire after this?
Maybe Roller Champions might need to be pulled off the wheel. Honestly. You might be right on that one. I don't know if you can top that. No matter who plays it, I don't know if we're going to see someone in the wheel ever do something different. But these teams are going to both want to do something different because with 7 minutes left in the half, the xGODS can go into half 2 down by 1, or the bots maintain a 2-point
7 minutes. I'm feeling a magic number out there in the universe. You said 7. Perhaps the bots get their 7th win because I don't see anybody taking out Billy on Diva. He is arguably the best tank player, maybe in the league, but I know that his teammates support him with heals so well on the Diva mech. I just don't see them losing a game like Overwatch. They absolutely shredded the Blaze last week in Overwatch, and I think we're about to see that again against the xGODS. Now, I think the xGODS are comfortable. I don't know if they're dive comfortable the way that the bots are within Overwatch 2. They're going to play Ana. Somebody is going to play Ana. I want to actually believe it might have been Mordecai. Mordecai might actually have been playing the Ana with those sniper heals, if you will, but I know that Billy is playing that deep. 100%.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait and see. I'm gonna wait and see because like I think that
Lucio. It's Ana and Lucio. Those are the two heals.
Historically we saw Mordecai and Billy work together really well because Billy does play Diva, but Mordecai also plays a mean Zarya. And so Billy constantly having that bubble also enables him.
Bubble
I don't
and Matrix.
know though, because I have to believe the xGODS might have some magic in there. They've been it feels like today is the game. The moment I'm like, oh, this team probably has this game is the moment that team is like, we do not have this game.
I mean,
this is anybody's game.
What a moment.
So
can you imagine going into halftime, Strix, and it would be 6-5? I really thought that the bots were starting to catch momentum and we're going to run away with tonight, man. And the xGODS are right on their heels. We are one sort of tech issue after halftime away from this game being tied up. Nonetheless, both of them are putting on a show. xGODS showing like the clear definition of not just theft, right? But actual composure on their team. To see a game down by 3 points, you've been getting almost bullied on the track, if you will. You have to basically make 2 laps around the track to get 3 points, and they ended up clutching.
Man.
I love that.
It's amazing. Now, you asked me earlier in the day what I wanted to see.
Yeah.
And I finally come to my conclusion. I want this game to go down to the wire. I want this game to be 16-16.
Okay.
And then StarCraft 2 finally roll.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think AV would love that. AV is so comfortable right now in the production studio. He said, "Yes, guys, we absolutely need a 16 on 16 right now." And that's what he's whispering right now in our ears. Just sweet nothings in our ears. It's not even Valentine's Day, and he's, yes, that's exactly what we want.
He's dreaming of it. It's so amazing. I think this game was one that I think a lot of people, again, we didn't know what to expect, and it's already been fire in this first half.
Yeah.
And I will say to people at home, if you're wondering why these timeouts are starting to get used, once we hit second half, you only come back with 2 timeouts.
Yep.
So it's use them or lose them. So I think both these teams want to make sure they get in, make sure everything is set up correctly, make sure that their strategies are together. Who do they want to play? What are we going to do? What if they do X? What if they do Y? What if we see Billy on Diva? Well, I'm going to play Zarya. Well, what if he doesn't play Diva? Well, I'm going to try. I don't know. We need to know ahead of time so that we're not figuring it out in that.
Yeah, in a game like Overwatch, you don't just need like your specific composition guys. You also need counter compositions. And I've actually seen the bots swap off of the Diva before as a result of kind of struggling a little bit. So I think I wouldn't be surprised both teams using a timeout here, because take, for instance, a dive comp like the bots have. Being able to sort of dive your back line on top of your healers and so forth. Is there a specific healer that you need to swap off to? Maybe potentially you run Mercy, because if Mercy is in the back line and then you start getting hit, right? The ability to sort of coast across the map, if you will, and jump to one of your teammates could get you away from that specific Diva and get you behind some of your teammates. There's also the Moira, which has her teleport ability, I believe, where she can sort of dive forward a little bit, so that can get you away from that dive comp a little bit. So maybe you end up swapping off of that Lucio. You swap off of that Ana pick or something like that if you're getting dove in the back line. There's also, right, like if you're playing a DPS character like Reaper, you've got 2 of those shotguns. You're getting out a ton of DPS up close, but you can't quite get away from people. Maybe you swap over to something like Tracer with her blink ability so that you can kind of blink away, get your health pull back up, and then re-engage. So you can't just think of one specific composition. We're getting ready to jump into halftime. Let's take a moment, call a timeout, and make sure we know exactly what we would want to swap to if we end up getting counted.
All right, so looking at these compositions, we're watching the side of the bot currently. I see a Junker Queen. That's going to be Mordecai, Billy the Goat on Diva.
Yep.
And it looks like there is a Lucio on a declaration on that. And we will have to figure out who the last member of the team was.
Yeah.
You called it.
Yeah, this is exactly what we thought that they would play. And they're running it. Now, they are on defense, which makes this composition a little bit more awkward. Specifically at this very first point. It's difficult to sort of dive your opponent. So what you're probably going to see here is them sort of back up. They're going to give them a little bit of leverage just with regards to like spacing on this main strip, this main street, if you will. As soon as they pull out from their actual spawn point a little bit, that's when you're going to see Billy sort of dive their back line, particularly take out a healer, and then shift the momentum of this fight. So this is what I mean. They're going to back up and sort of play this corner. As soon as they get to the corner, that dive comp is going to go full throttle, and you're going to get some fast pace.
I like the adjustment from both of the teams. They have a Ramattra as well, so both sides have shields. Both sides have these beefy front lines, these goat compositions.
Yep.
And they're now fighting for control of this corner, as you said. And I think that trigger pull is going to be coming sooner rather than later. Billy's looking for his opportunity. You notice that everyone else is kind of shooting around him and everyone's shooting, but Billy is focused on those healers in the back, looking for his opportunity to dive and take them out. And he finds Orisa low. Is he able to get the kill? He isn't. He just backs out. He ends up getting away with 66 on the mech.
Wow, I'm shocked that Billy didn't go down. They are maintaining their momentum, though. They have a couple of picks. Alchemist gets a pick. Oh, goodness. And now this is where you stagger pick. Do not kill him. I would not kill the Diva immediately. I would have waited a few seconds. You have a huge health pool as the Reinhardt. You need to stagger pick that Diva. Send her packing at a different pace than the rest of his teammates in order to make them wait on Billy. That would have been the play right there. Nonetheless, who is this? This is going to be Raging Cajun, who does have his ultimate ability with a really cheeky shoulder charge right there. Did everything that he needed to do, but he didn't finish the kill. He didn't actually finish the kill, and he gets wiped as a result. That was super, super important right there. Interesting.
It was an unfortunate thing. His positioning, because he ended up taking such a fall or wall
Right.
for that shoulder
Oh,
charge,
my goodness.
he didn't end up finding a point, and they stopped it just before the checkpoint. Maybe the thought was this was the opportunity to just pull them away and get the point, but now you still have to manage to get this checkpoint down. It hurt so bad because you have to fight your way back around this corner, retake all the space you just had, just to push the cart.
We need
another inch, but the Juno ult comes out.
Oh,
he goes to sleep though. Is he able to respond?
The
Diva
honor right there was Billy! Billy the GOAT living up to his name with a triple kill on the Diva mech. Stone Cold Steve Austin in that top right-hand corner of your screen, not even flinching after picking up a triple kill, as focused as ever, gives the thanks emote on screen. This is going to come down to Raging Cajun not finishing off his kill with the Reinhardt. He made the right play to go for an offset adjacent shoulder charge, but he should have followed it up and secured the objective with his team.
That's no bueno.
All right, okay, they got Billy out of the mech. This might be it. This is the momentum they need. They're going to get this cap, Strix. The Orisa coming in clutch right there with a multi-kill.
A good job there, but there was a little bit of off synergy there. They got bumped out of ambushments. Oh, hopefully they win this fight. It comes down. They need to take out this Ramatra. They should be able to get the point with this one.
I don't know. I don't know. Billy came back. Billy came back and made a statement. There might have been just enough staggered time for them to capitalize off of the team being split. They jumped right on top of the objective, and now they're feeling comfortable again. The team has to regroup. They cannot afford to walk out right here. They have to regroup. Okay, there we go. The heals are coming out. They need to reset. Oh, Billy gets knocked out of his mech.
Yeah, he finally goes out. Somebody needs to confirm this kill. He's backing up. He's getting some space. And I love it. I love it. Bosif with the Moira sneaks around, confirms the kill, and is giving his team the pressure they need to walk forward and confirm this point. The first time they got here, there was over 2 minutes. Now, there's less than 10 seconds.
Listen, if I'm a GM
Billy's
out there going into the next season, I'm trying to snatch up Bosi. I'm gonna be honest. He's playing all of these games at such a high level. He's playing healer right now. His healing output, his heals per second are insanity, but also his damage per second is insanity. This is just a matter of time. I think, maybe not. He had his ultimate ability and he didn't push it. I think he didn't push it because he thought that they would get it.
They're trying so hard to hug this card.
Strix!
They hit the point.
Okay, they ended up getting the point. Okay, all right.
No, at that moment where we were starting to talk about it, I saw Billy appear, and then another one appear, and these bots are never ending. The factory production line keeps churning out bot after bot after bot, and the supply is endless. We saw what happened the last time Billy had ult, and he's now back up to it. Let's see if he can't find another good opportunity. I think he's going to look for a cheeky angle, but Mordecai picks up. It looks like Raging first. He jumps in. I have to believe he's going to pop his ult if he almost goes down here.
He is. Did he actually go for it? I don't think he did. I think what he's trying to do is because going for the ultimate inside this actual warehouse is really difficult because there's so many pieces of cover around it, so it's really easy to actually dodge the Diva mech itself. So he might wait on that specifically because it's at the very start of this second phase. So as they start to get towards the middle or start pushing and threatening that cap point, I think is when he wants to send that Diva mech.
I would rather him be on some of the off angles or start forcing those challenges. Right.
100%.
Take some of these high grounds, make people look up at you. Then as they're forced to then focus back on your team, then maybe take that other angle. Take that other opportunity. Now there's a minute. They're almost to the second point. They just need to round this bend and make it to the door. It looks like Covert Cobra has decided to set up in front of the point. He's decided to be the wall for his team. Billy is out of mech, importantly, but the rest of his team is running forward, getting kills. But Alchemist on the Zarya is not dying. He managed to take down 2 before forcing them to back up. Even Billy is being pushed back. He can't go too far forward, though. He has to make sure that he has a team with him.
Yeah, Cobra's doing his job, though, man. I mean, look at the way that he's actually been able to sort of maintain his presence within the central line of this entire second phase. He got a lot of damage output during that entire push right there, sort of staggering some picks, if you will, sort of shutting down the xGODS a little bit. And now I think Bosif is starting to get a little frustrated too, because Bosif is sort of a star player within that composition. He's pumping out a lot of damage and a lot of heals. He's trying to do 2 jobs at once, and I can feel his frustration in that bottom right-hand corner. Okay, here we go. So now Cobra popping off, doing maximum damage output. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Mordecai gets a pick. Billy gets a pick. Ambush gets a pick. Oh my, now Mordecai goes down. This is interesting. Are the bots going to be able to hold this? Because Alchemist just got a pick, but it also, Latchy is playing Lucio, a support player on an FPS game. You'd have thought that he was playing something else with the level of precision he has.
You sure he support with the way he was throwing hands right there? Jab, jab, jab.
EA Sports Fight Night right now. 100%.
Amazing. But it looks like that same stickiness that they had on the first point is appearing now on the second point. They just need to get these xGODS off the point, but they will not go quietly into the night. They're fighting time and time again. They're getting pushed back. The Sigma, it luckily gets negated by the side of Latchy on the Lucio. And Mordecai's fighting for his life. He gets stunned. I have to believe he goes down, and I have to believe this is second point.
I actually think that this second phase, I think it'd be more advantageous to actually run a Reaper as opposed to a Junker Screen, just because of how close quarters this is and the verticality of it as well. You can actually flank opponents really well with a Reaper. Nonetheless, Billy sort of struggling to get back into his mech. He's trying to gain ult advantage by actually getting shots with his pistol. He's at 67%. He might be regrouping with his team. He needs to not get picked here. He's doing everything he can. He's going to get back into his mech, guys. A major props to Billy there. And I think they're going to all sort of start to collapse around him when he makes that call out to his team. Great map knowledge and the ability to sort of come back through these upper corridors, if you will, peppering the objective. He almost has his ultimate. He gets a pick. He's at 92%, 94%, eating as much damage as he can. Now, they do get 2 picks on the stage, so even though he might go down, the rest of his team feeling good. Mordecai with a kill as well as he goes down. And now Latchy doing his job, man. You had mentioned it a second ago with some solid heals. Make no mistake about it. Lucio, a very easy character to play, but has a high ceiling of skill, just like all of the other characters in this game. There's high-level Lucios, low-level Lucios, the transitioning between speed, damage. Look at the way he transitioned to speed. Sitting on the heels. Oh, but the Zarya ult, to your credit, dude, is huge right there. They have 2 kills on the screen. Raging Cajun sort of leading the charge in front of this payload, pushing up this final strip on the way to Bowser's castle. Are they going to be able to do it, Strick?
I don't know, but I can tell you one more thing. We got one more set of overtime to go here. This is going to come down to one more fight. Raging getting dangerously low, but gets healed back up. Is now ready to take this fight again. This fight is going to decide it. If the xGODS die, there is not going to be time to get back. The point will disappear. A nice wall there.
He almost
Shout
has his
out
ult.
to Cobra. He found the opportunity. Billy sends it over the wall. It doesn't find a kill.
That was a great play by Billy, but a little overzealous. He didn't get the trajectory right on it, but he's so close. Raging Cage is so close to his ultimate ability. He needs one more hit to confirm that ultimate. He has it. He pops it. He's popping off. He lifts him up. He slams him down with the Hulk smash. He gets 1 pick, but there's 3 of them that have been eliminated, and now he's starting to pump damage on the D.Va, and it's not going to be enough. The bots hold them right there. Raging Cajun, you could tell he was a little frustrated, Strix, but nonetheless, that was a great performance out of them, especially after struggling on that first objective.
Yes, they put up an amazing showing, and now they have to do the same, or better, actually, on defense here. That's the lucky part of playing either payload or playing push. You get the opportunity to both play offense and defense. So, looking at the grand scheme of things, like I agree with you. I think they did an amazing job. And honestly, I do think that comes down to that very first point. We saw them get to the second and third point and basically have no time. If you give them another 30 seconds, another minute on the clock, remember, they reached that first point at almost 2 minutes on the clock. So add 2 more minutes to their time. Oh, we lost that fight. Let's try it again. Every single point where they had time, they were able to figure out the changes, the adjustments, the positional, the small positional things they need to do to win those fights. And it just came down to there, like, hey, Billy didn't even hit a 3-man ult like he did on the first one. The ult got nobody.
Yeah, That's true. That's true. And they were able to still collect it. And really, I think the first point just came down to the game sense of Rajan understanding his damage output. He was playing the actual Reinhardt. He had a couple of swings throughout that fight where he thought that he was going to actually get a pick, but he didn't. And as a result, and the other thing to know, man, he had his ultimate ability, the actual hammer slam itself with Reinhardt, and he wasn't able to use it in order to cap the point with 2 minutes left on the clock. That was the determining factor there.
He did the thing that everybody in Overwatch has to learn.
Finish
A good ult is better than a perfect ult that never happens. I would rather you hit 2 people with that ult than to keep looking for a 5-man chat.
Yeah, or the healer, brother. You know what I'm saying? If you just get the healer in the back line.
I thought that he realized he couldn't kill the Ramattra. He turned around and I was like, he's just gonna ult this Lucio that's right here in front of him. Just kill him.
Yep.
And he just held on to it. Now we're back to it, and now the bots are trying to do the same thing. I like that the xGODS are contesting them on the corner even earlier than the bots did, but the bots said, I'm happy too, because 3 of you are dead.
Yeah, they're also running, help me out with the character name. I love him. This healer you're seeing on screen by
Zenyatta.
Yeah, Zenyatta. Yeah, Zenyatta. I love Zenyatta specifically for dive comps because he can put his healing orb on the diva and then dive the backline the same way he's doing right here. Absolutely love that. Also has a huge burst of damage output. Has the sniping ability, if you will, but is super squishy and is very, very, I guess, vulnerable to dive comps. It's not going to matter much. They're getting basically free spacing here. They're collapsing on top of the objective. He needs to put that healing orb down. If he lands these shots, he's going to get his ultimate. He has his ultimate. He needs to pop it. Why is he not popping it? Pop your ultimate.
He's waiting. It looks like they had communication that Latchy on the Lucio was going to pop his ult.
Really?
I have to believe his ult coming in. If it's still there, I trust me. I was with you. I was with you. Okay, there's.
All right, they're getting it. He had faith, so to his credit, they ended up clutching that without his ultimate, but they would have probably saved another 20 seconds or so right there had they actually got that. Nonetheless, solid sort of first push. You can see how much time is left on the clock, and now they do have a Zenyatta ult.
Oh, Bosif, why you peeking?
That's what I'm saying. Bosif trying to do too much, man. Listen, this ain't roller champions, all right? You can pass the ball. Okay. So he got a little overzealous there on that push. Got caught.
I do want to highlight, you also mentioned the healing, but he also has his Discord orb, the purple orb he can put on an enemy. So right now, if they decide that person needs to die, when Billy goes forward, they just mark the target, and Billy's like, cool, that's who I killed. Got it.
Yeah.
That's who I jump on.
I don't know who that Reaper player was, but you can't get caught lacking on ground level. This actual phase 2 of this map has so many like high level options that you can stay up on and sort of pepper your enemy. Mordecai gets a pick right there. Ambush gets actually taken out. Billy the Goat gets taken out. And now it looks like Latchy right now has picked up a kill on the Lucio. Performing on that Lucio, listen, you know, that's one of the more underrated aspects of this game is people tend to play Lucio as like sort of a comfortable character. Playing that character at a high level, though, can be the difference maker within these matchups. Now, this is the bots going into phase 3 of this map at a very, very fast-paced Strix. Very fast-paced.
They have 5 minutes of time that they get control of. Now, what I want the xGODS to do, and this is something you mentioned, the Reaper. We saw a Bastion. I want the xGODS. Wait, this ult, this ult.
Another triple kill. You got to be kidding me. And Mordecai picks up the 4th. That is going to be easy team win. They have one more option to stop them right here. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it because I believe they still have the Zenyatta ult coming out of Dictator Chicken.
Yeah, what I was getting at was that up until this point, they had been running 2 tanks, 1 DPS, 2 healers. And it felt like the bots just running 3 tanks, 2 healers was too much for them to get through. And now they're trying to push them away. They're trying to stop them from walking forward. They're trying to stop this push.
The Zenyatta ult's coming in clutch, those Strix.
Oh my goodness. Billy is still almost above half. He's still fighting here. They're cleared away, and I have to believe they walk it forward. They get the team kill, and more importantly, they get the victory. You said the magic number was 7, and it looks like you were right. The bots have hit 7 wins. Ambushman, though, gets play of the game, a consolation prize. We can see here, looking for an opportunity.
Oh, solid. Solid.
Okay,
right here
okay, I like
after
the
the first
DPS.
objective, as they move into warehouse, picking up so much DPS output right now on this Orisa. Yeah, definitely sort of the shifting moment of that particular round. But man, make no mistake about it. I was really confident in the bots moving into that game because I have over and over again watched their dive comp with Billy, with an Ana, with a Lucio. We saw a little bit of Moira gameplay right there, but I loved the option from Dictator Chicken to actually jump on the Zenyatta. That was a ton of fun. But guys, this was just been the first half of tonight's matchup. It is 7-4. Bots are 8-1. xGODS 7-1. It has been, I've been on the edge of my seat the entirety of tonight. We're just getting things started. So join us in about 15 minutes for the second half of tonight's matchup.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie Bully Proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2. Safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna know how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the Master Cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
But it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing, and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game. But I doubt that that's going to be the case, so I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints, and we complained twice, so we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him.
And he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not pause. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it's all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there. And they already closed it all out. Yeah. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Once you check. Well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so it's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody?
It should be announced. Like,
Like game master calls.
And we was told nothing about it.
It's not in the
Hey, bro.
rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach, look. In the rules it says if a player does not finish the DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
We never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never.
That was never a thing. People have been resetting all season. That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the clip.
That's insane.
Because it's restarting the time over. It's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM decision for it. Well, it's integrated.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules.
Yeah.
That needs to be in the rules.
Wait, if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not the rules. People have been doing it all season.
Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to check. Hey, that's
Hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
What?
Reapers win!
Not really. Handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we're winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we're definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show that. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show up today. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game.
Right now it's going to be the final fight, and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the Click win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games left on our team? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some of the other teams' eyes. But you guys have done, you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, excuse me, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board, while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting aiming and specialty?
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times. 4 times. Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Seif. We already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Seif all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm gonna ask y'all, is what y'all got to say to Third when he's coaching tomorrow?
Look, you're going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got Bo Seif. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post game, and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Corkert. They said that they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro.
I can't get hyped.
Bro, get hyped.
Yeah,
Come on,
get hyped, bro.
Let's go. Come on, Cordy.
Let's go, man.
Cordy!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey, Ricky.
Let's get hyped, Ricky.
Yeah! Hey, put your hands in the middle.
Yeah.
Reapers!
Michigan Paladins play for purpose, supporting efforts to end bullying and building kindness. Get ready to join the Michigan Paladins on December 3rd for an exciting online gaming fundraiser that's all about making a difference. We are rallying together to support the Be a Friend Project, an incredible nonprofit that empowers kids to help other kids and promotes kindness to stop bullying. This Giving Tuesday, every match we play and every contribution made will directly impact children and teens facing the challenges of bullying, reminding them that they are not alone and inspiring them to stay strong. For the Paladins, character and sportsmanship are as important as gaming skills. It's not just about how we play, but how we treat each other while playing. And we choose kindness. We believe that fostering a culture of respect and positivity elevates not just our gameplay, but the entire gaming experience. By uplifting one another and leading by example, we aim to create a community where everyone feels valued and inspired to be their best, both in and out of the game. The Paladin players focus on long-term impact through respect rather than just short-term victory. It's important for our team to promote camaraderie, which extends to players on the opposing team. We strive to build connections that transcend competition, showing that true champions uplift everyone around them. By prioritizing mutual respect and empathy, we set the standard for what it means to compete with integrity and leave a lasting legacy on the gaming world. The Michigan Paladins, like the other UEL teams, have players that excel in different gaming genres. We embrace player diversity and recognize skill differences. Our Paladins share their game knowledge and support each other. Everyone belongs and has something valuable to contribute. By celebrating our unique strengths and lifting each other up, we aim to build a team that is stronger together, embodying the true spirit of unity and inclusivity. Winning is great, but respect lasts forever. Be the player that everyone wants to play with.
And we're back, guys. I appreciate everyone hanging out tonight for this matchup between the xGODS and the bots. This has been super exciting. These teams 8-1, xGODS 7-1. And listen, this has been a very, very closely contested matchup. Not just, listen, I know you're looking at the score and you're thinking, okay, it's 7-4. Every single match that we've had today has been, both teams have been performing at such a high level. We saw the greatest comeback we've ever seen in Roller Champions history earlier today, man.
It's ridiculous. I mean, Valorant went down to the last round. You already mentioned Roller Champions. Overwatch, the xGODS pushed all the way in spite of getting to overtime 3 times. They just couldn't stop the onslaught of the bots. It's one of those things that this 3-point differential isn't like an overwhelming victory so much as the small things adding up and turning into the bots gaining control of this game.
Oh, 100%. 100%. And this game that we're getting ready to jump into, this is going to be Dead by Daylight, which I have to imagine plays more into the bots, but I'm not as familiar with the xGODS and how they play Dead by Daylight. I just think I know it's a game within our strategy category, and the bots tend to excel in all games that are strategy.
So this is really interesting because Cajun has won a bunch of Dead by Daylight this season as killer. Notably from when he was on the bots, he won a few games on Survivor as well as on defense.
Right.
So now I'm in an interesting spot where he gets the chance to once again go up against some older teammates. I don't know how much experience he has against playing against Covert or Latchy.
Right.
But it's going to end up mattering here because he might be able to find some advantages again. He kind of was their go-to player for, it feels like, Dead by Daylight. So I want to see how they perform up against him now that he's on a different team.
Yeah, and I think I remember, now that you've mentioned it, I actually think I remember his gameplay being really, really good. He's one of those players that has just good game sense within DVD. A perfect example of that would be if there is a survivor that is sort of looping you, if you will, not spending too much time getting looped by a particular survivor, sort of transitioning or sort of pivoting, if you will, to another one that you see sort of in your peripherals who may be a little bit more vulnerable. So he tends to be a player that doesn't waste his time a lot, sort of optimizes his sort of presence on the map in general. Should be fun, though, to see what particular map gets chosen. I use Dead by Daylight, guys, as a perfect example of setup to where you can actually choose whether to be the killer or the survivors, but you can also then, in contrast to that, choose the map selection. Some of the maps more advantageous than others for the killer, being a little bit more well lit, a little bit more wide open, less loopable areas, if you will, and then other maps being more advantageous towards the actual survivors. They're darker, a little bit foggy, a lot of foliage to hide behind. It's more difficult to sort of see view distance and so forth in order to pick up on subtle bits of movement and what have you. So it's going to be interesting to see. I believe, obviously, you said that Raging Cajun is playing the killer, but I would assume then the bots have map selection. I wonder if there's a particular map that they've selected that they might excel in.
That's going to be the interesting question. And
Right.
is it a map that maybe Raging helped them originally pick? Right. This is
Ooh.
where my brain is in a situation where the bots weren't bad at the game before
Mhm.
Raging got there. But
Right.
Raging, even in their first game of the season, really showed off his ability to like directly lead the team. So I want to see really how this ends up playing out. So it does look like, okay, we have one non-Claudette. Okay. So being a little bit different, we love to see. And Halo Infinite. You mentioned it before, so we have to see what's going to go on here.
Oh, boy. I think that's going to be a forfeit from the bots, guys. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that's going to be a forfeit from the bots.
4 trees and a response tree
Petrified
from
oak.
Cajun. So very simply, these offerings, they spread the hooks out. Cajun negates some of it so that they're not as far apart. It's usually just for killers that maybe aren't the best at moving with people. It's easier to get off their shoulders because you have more time to try to shake yourself loose. And he is playing the Vecna on Batum Preschool 5. So Batum is tended, depending on which of the Batums you pick, can be pretty survivor favored.
Yeah.
And we have seen the Vecna come from the side of Cajun. There's a great job of utilizing this well-rounded toolkit to really put pressure on players and know exactly where to be and have the tool he needs for when he gets the job.
I like the close corridors of, if that was a preschool, is that what you said that was?
Yes.
Okay, the close quarters of that preschool, the actual, like, just narrow, like, hallways and what have you, you can see a little bit, there was a hole in the floor that players can drop down, sort of rotate back up, but this Vecna sort of character, this killer, if you will, I love the AoE abilities of this particular character, the skeletons that get thrown out, the actual, like, force bubble, if you will, that goes out and pings enemies for you and what have you. Very complex, high skill level character, but if used correctly, guys, can be an absolute menace to these survivors. Great little pallet drop right there by somebody. Not sure who that is, but they are hurt. It looks like a little bit. They do have a little. Oh, it's Dictator Chicken. Dictator Chicken at the top right of your screen, hiding within this school. In the classroom, right over here. Oh, and he gets another pallet knockdown. You can see a little bit of a cheeky smile on his face as Raging Cajun a little frustrated, but it doesn't matter because he ended up getting the hit on that, question mark?
Yes, so that's called swinging through. It's kind of a situation where you might get stunned, but as long as you commit to the hit, if the hitbox interacts with the hurt block fast enough, you still get a count for a hit. So early on, Dictator was trying his best to keep pressure up, but I don't think he realizes that Cajun's running a kind of really standard set of perks here on Vecna, which is Weave Attunement and Franklin. So what that does is when he hits people, they drop their items. When they drop their items act almost like wards.
Okay.
So if they ever walk too close to it, Raging can see them from wherever he is on the map.
Okay.
And so this gives him the opportunity to really gain a lot of information. Like right now, he can see that person down there. He throws a sphere just to check to see if maybe they're still in range. But now that they've walked out, he knows that they're still down there and is probably going to commit to coming down here for a fight. They're trying their best to keep him locked in these chases and manages to find Mordecai lurking around the corner and forces him to take a hit. Now Mordecai's going to go down. Now this could be a basement hook, which is a lot more dangerous. I want to see if Cajun commits to it or if instead wants to get back out on the map, and it does look like he wants to get back out on the map. No one's come to resave Dictator Chicken, and the big thing is, can Mordecai shake himself free before he gets put on this hook? Raging's going to have to make his way around here. This is going to be really close, and a good job getting the second hook down. And so Latchy, excuse me, and Mordecai are both on the hook now, with Dictator Chicken having taken one hook bait himself.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised that he spent so much time sort of on that carry. Now, those skeletons that he throws out, do those count as an actual hit on the player if they don't duck below them?
Yes, they do. That is
Okay.
the key. So there's a few ways you can mess with those. You can actually make them appear lower to the ground, but you get less skeletons, so people can no
Oh.
longer duck below them.
Okay.
But by having the widespread, almost like shotgun blast, there's a
Mhm.
lot of benefit to actually, and that's Latchy going down again. He is on his second hook of
Yeah.
3, and he's going in the
Oh,
basement.
man.
This
That's-
is one of
that
the
might just be a
hardest
done
plays.
deal.
Yeah, it's so hard to get people out of the basement safely.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculously difficult. Ragins already has a lot of pressure here in this first bit of the game,
Yeah.
so I have to believe that as long as he's able to stay on top of it, only one generator has been done. He should be able to catch the player, and it looks like he sniffed out maybe another player hiding in this area.
wow.
And they tried to get away with it, but Chicken, you're already hurt. Chicken, you're already down.
Nah, he's frustrated. You can tell he's sort of grimaced a little bit when that hit occurred. Ragin is arguably the most comfortable I've ever seen on a killer. And you brought it up sort of at the top of the second half hour where you talked about Ragin being sort of the killer of the bots, if you will. So that drama we talked about at the start of today with, the bots going up against one of their former teammates in Ragin Cajun, and they're showing now why that may be the detriment in Dead by Daylight. He is excelling in this game with multiple people on hooks at this point. Oh my goodness. And they only have one generator, Strix. Throughout all of this action, all of the blood that we've seen throughout the entirety of this match, they have one generator.
Even worse, Mordecai is going to get Latchy in basement. This
I
means
mean-
these are the last two standing players. If he catches them before they get out, he knows where they are. If he catches them before they get out, good job by Latchy taking the hit. That he gets that one immunity from being on there. Mordecai avoiding the hit as well and trying to move away. I think Cajun realizing that the strong link left in this game is Mordecai, but he sees Latchy. This could be Latchy's death look. I
Oh,
want
boy.
him to turn around and instead focus on hitting Latchy, but he's choosing to tunnel out. Mordecai here gets one hit. Mordecai's going to try to run away, get some more space. I want to see him throw this spear. I need you to go back and find Latchy. Latchy's on his death. Latchy, why are you here?
That's tough. I think
he's dead. And now
Yeah.
he's not going to pick anybody up. He's instead going to ensure that he can go find Mordecai, get this last hit, and ensure that he will get a kill. Dictator Chicken dies on the hook. He's gone. He's unable to play the game anymore. And this goes back to what I mentioned. This perk is so important. It is the most basic setup for a Vecna because it gives you so much information. He knows where everybody is. The other two are on the ground, and he's found his last bit of prey, and he just needs to hunt him down.
Yeah, his
Cajun
game
comfortably.
sense. His game sense has been incredible the entirety of this match. He's got both of these players right in front of him, just not feeling pressured whatsoever. He was basically just leaning to the side of his chair, super relaxed the entirety of this matchup, Strix. Which just goes to show how comfortable he really is playing Dead by Daylight. But it's really just the utility of Vecna as a killer that I think has sort of allowed him to sort of showcase his talent, if you will. All of these AoE abilities, the dash ability and so forth that he has at his disposal, it's really just, I guess, a strong indication of how much he really knows this map too. It's not even just the fact that he's playing the killer well, Strict. It's the fact that, like, the way he's rotating up from basement, utilizing that sort of drop down hole, if you will, to go down into the basement, rotating back up. He's not even feeling pressured when he does have to carry some of these survivors to the hooks outside. We saw a survivor almost, wiggle off of out of his grasps a little bit, but he wasn't worried about it whatsoever because he just feels good. They have 4 generators left in this matchup, and this is going to all but finish it.
Yeah, he's picking up the last player, and you should go ahead and be able to hook them just in case. There are a few perks just to be safe. I saw a quick pat on the back. Dead by Daylight, Ragin has a lot of experience in this game. He knows how he wants to play it, knows how to approach the game. And it seems like he really did. And this is his moment to prove, like, hey, this is something that you needed me to be around for. Even against me, whether it's in practice, in person, on the team, off the team, I am still the best DBD player in the building today.
Yeah, I mean, would you say that he's the best DBD player in the league, potentially?
I think he has an incredible game sense for the game, and he's definitely up there. He's one of the best
At
killers
least as a
in the
killer.
league.
At least as a
Yes.
killer.
I haven't seen as many people consistently perform on their killer of choice as him,
Okay.
let alone pick a killer. There's a lot of
Mhm.
players that have defaulted to, some of the more standard killers here in the league. But his Vecna, I very rarely can find myself saying he's doing something wrong. I can say I disagree. I would have done something different, but
Right.
never that he made a wrong decision. And those right decisions mean that they're within 2 points of the bot.
Right. You know who I bring up, and obviously this player is amazing, super talented, but I bring him up as an example of some of the mistakes you can make on killer, even if you are relatively skilled at the game. Hollywood plays Nurse, I believe, with that teleport ability. And he, shall I say, whiffs his teleports or mistakes sort of the spacing or distance on his teleports very often. And even though he plays the character at a high level, he does struggle sometimes to get those teleports off, close the distance, secure a little bit of damage or a knockdown. Really often, more often than not, I would say. So his understanding of all of the mechanics behind Vecna is really, really impressive because you basically have, 4 different functions within the character itself that you're managing all at the same time against 4 survivors on the map, constantly have to check your 6 o'clock, game sense, what elevation they're at in terms of like specific levels, having different stories to them, so much more. Plays that character better than I think anybody I've seen in the league thus far on killer.
And I think Raiden's real strength is that he can perform just as well on the survivor side of things. Cajun is somebody that when it comes to DBD, he's one of those names that pops in my head because he can play more than like either side of the coin and have an incredibly strong, almost carry performance on the game. And so like when the game rolled and I saw they had the choice, I saw Cage and I was like, well, they can kind of pick and choose what they want to do because most importantly, what's now happened that DBD has rolled is we've officially desynced our rosters. Players aren't going to be even numbers. So this is where teams' management of players and understanding what's left, what isn't, what do we need to play, what do we need to win, what do we need to forfeit is really going to come into effect. Because except for 5v5 games, these lineups shouldn't match up again for the rest of the game.
Right. You talk about lineups, man. It looks like we might be actually playing Halo Infinite, and oddly enough, I saw bots struggle very badly in this game last week. And we have Billy going in at a tier 1 spot. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that he's relatively, like at least, sort of mid-skill level with regards to Halo Infinite. I wouldn't surprise me if he was exceptionally skilled at the game. I don't know if I've actually seen him play Halo Infinite, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's able to sort of hold his own. Mordecai, I think I've picked up on the fact that he's a very much a precision FPS player. He has a sense of accuracy about him, which is essential within Halo Infinite because of the TTK within the game. That's an acronym for time to kill. Is very long in Halo because you have to drain the energy shield of the Spartan and then land a headshot, essentially, or drain the rest of their health pool to finish the kill. It takes time. So sort of reticle placement, target acquisition, and so much more is going to be pinnacle to finishing out all of your kills, keeping pressure on top of the objective, capping a flag, maintaining sort of spawn presence, if you will, or spawn pressure, and so much more within this game. I would say that Mordecai, I actually think, is going to gain most of the kills, but maybe Billy surprises me. Now, on the flip side of things, Bosif going in with Ambushman. Something tells me that Ambushman can sort of hold his own, but I have to believe Bosif has been practicing a little bit of Halo Infinite. Is that true?
Bosif has been putting some time in, has been working, but Ambushman is the one that I want to dive into a little bit. After playing with him, playing against him recently and talking with him a little bit, I found out he is a former Halo pro. Now it was Halo 2.
Wait, but he's like former Halo pro player.
His words. His words. So I'm looking here because this is going to be a moment where.
So I need his autograph, is what you're saying. I need to add it to my Master Chief shrine, if you will.
Yes, he needs to be able to really show off, and I think he and Bosif can be an incredibly potent combination.
Okay, I think then if that's true, this is going to be a slaughter. Because the reason I say that is because Halo Infinite functionally, it functions as a sort of an homage, if you will, to classic Halo. Now there is sprint in the game, but they removed so much of the Spartan abilities and so forth that we didn't like about Halo Reach, that we didn't like about Halo 5. They streamlined the mechanics of the game to make it feel like more classic CE, to make it feel like more classic Halo 2, and then they put the actual abilities on the map, like the actual grapple shot and so much more. Those are items that you can pick up on the map, the repulsor and so much more. So, but when it comes down to just the core of the gameplay, it feels very much like classic Halo with a modern twist on it. So the fact that Ambushman is so familiar specifically with Halo 2, and I say Halo 2 because it's the king of battle rifles, right? The Halo 2 battle rifle is what we all cherish, right? It is the golden egg, if you will. And if he's familiar with that, he is going to go out of his way. Now, we do have assault rifle and pistol spawns that we actually have here at the UEL for Halo Infinite, but Ambushman is going to go out of his way to find either the battle rifle or the Bandit Evo rifle and maintain that power weapon presence throughout the entirety, because that is your priority when it comes to the gauntlet of FPS, which is Halo. So as long as he's able to hold his own, which I'm expecting him to, Bosif is such a well-rounded player that I expect him to land those assists, land a little bit of damage output, send bullets down raids, just send shots at the target down range. Compliment Ambushman as much as you can, and I think they're going to coast to victory if that's the case. But who knows, man? Maybe bot surprises.
We have to wait and see. Now, you did, yeah. I know you were talking. We're gonna have a chat because I heard a little bit of Halo Reach slander there that I don't know if I can let fly there.
I will disrespect Halo Reach every day of the week, and I know a lot of people don't like that. But listen, don't take out the battle rifle, add a semi-automatic rifle, and then add armor abilities. Armor lock? You just armor locked my rocket launcher? No. Are we playing Jetpack? What is this? Call of Duty Infinite Warfare with Conor McGregor in space? Stop it. You had Jon Snow fighting Conor McGregor with spaceships. Stop.
I think the bigger issue I have there is you compared a game when I was in high school to a game when I graduated college. Halo
exactly. Jetpacks do not belong in Halo. Everyone wants to go out of their way to praise Halo Reach because the campaign was amazing. That multiplayer, though, bro, had no place in traditional Halo
like
gameplay.
A skill issue. It sounds like a skill issue. Hopefully these players don't have any skill issues, though. They're going to be jumping here. It looks like we're going to be playing Slayer on a recharge.
All right, let's get it. I love Recharge. Recharge, when this game first came out, this was a map that I actually struggled on that I ended up being my best map in the game just because I love its untraditional layout. Typically speaking, with Halo Studios, formerly known as 343 Industries, they have a very, shall I say, lackluster sort of like level design just in terms of its structure. They tend to make big square maps and or 3-lane maps, and that's all they have. This map is completely different. It's a square in the truest sense of it, but the actual mobility and sort of the transition or like rotational routes within this map are very, very unique, and there's a lot of skill jumps within it too. Quick note. Now, Ambushman goes down. No, I believe that was Bosif that went down because as a result of the grenade right there.
They both went down.
Okay. Now we're on Billy the Goat. What power weapon is over here? Is this actually the energy sword or is this gravity hammer?
Gravity hammers look like what spawned, and it looks like the bots had already gotten control of the overshield as well.
Okay, so he's deciding that's a good choice. That's a good choice. If he's comfortable within the game, then he keeps his sidekick. Oh wow! Now play down here. He needs to manage his actual radar in the top, so he's not being threatened whatsoever. And all they really need to do is sort of hold down what is called control, which is the room to your right. If you manage top and bottom control, you can get a sight line on any of your opponents, but then you can also do what Billy is doing right now and just manipulate your actual radar, which is what he is doing. So he's waiting for them to drop down, and the second that they do, they're going to get
I have to believe that you still know he has that gravity hammer. You have to believe that you're not dropping to any room you think Billy is near.
Yeah. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that Billy isn't as comfortable on Halo Infinite as I like is that I would maybe assume for a tier 1 player, when he was throwing the plasma grenades up the top elevator, right, it was doing nothing for anyone because he was actually throwing them directly behind a box that's up there. So they wouldn't even be able to hurt your little brother. But Mordecai's going to grab this grapple hook, which is super, super important on this map. You can transition from one side to the other as a result of drop sliding on this game with a grapple hook in hand. I'm talking quite literally in less than 2.5 seconds. You could go from top elevator here to bottom attic quite in a matter of seconds. So I like the fact that he picked that up. There is a battle rifle right next to them, though. It would be super interesting if they're able to pick that up. I just don't know if they are. Who is this? That's Ambushman securing a double kill, and he has Grav Hammer. He potentially could get the battle rifle that's actually above him in control. That would optimize his kit even more. Oh, I like this. Using the repulsor to get onto the perch here in control. Sounds like they might have a call out that one of them might be pushing blue tunnel, but potentially not.
And I think this is important because I think they found their momentum. They went down early in the game and they've been fighting to get back since then. And it now looks like they finally have control of the weapons they want. They have control of the positions that they maybe want to hold. You mentioned control as a really strong spot.
Yeah.
But now they have to find and transition that into an actual lead here in the game.
Right. Well, here's the problem, man, is the kill lead. So the kill lead right now, I believe, is in the favor of the xGODS. So they're trying to, is in the favor of the bots. So they're trying to push them because they have to. It's 5-6 right now. He's getting peppered. I'm surprised Ambushman doesn't have that battle rifle that is in top control. You can also acquire a ranged rifle in the top of, behind attic, I should say, which is red pipes, which is currently where bots are sort of held up at. It's the hallway to their right. But they're trying to basically just get a little bit of damage. Now, something Ambushman can do, you can jump from beneath him, the stairs that are beneath him, you can jump there onto Battery's platform, and then you can push in the bottom of attic. He's trying to apply pressure, and he's trying to pick up multi-kills with his hammer, but he can't close the distance. I don't know why he's not just running underneath them. There is a stairway underneath them that he could sneak up into. He might even be able to crouch walk it, because crouch walking keeps you off the radar. Whoever just pushed Ambushman with a hammer should never play Halo again. That was questionable behavior. Nonetheless, Ambushman picks up an easy kill. He's getting a call out at bottom blue. I like the fact that he tried to go for the control jump right there, man. Why do you think they pushed him right there, Strix, with hammer in hand?
So I was going to say, if they wanted to make a play, I saw Bosif had gone down. They could have kind of forced him on both the sight lines, use grenades. The only thing I didn't want them to do was run into them.
Right.
He has found so much success with this gravity hammer. He now has gotten his team in the lead for this game.
Yeah, 100%. You see the platform that player just ran over to? He can actually jump from these stairs over to what's called battery platforms right there where Ambushman was knowing. A lot of people don't know that. You can clamber over the edge from those stairs. So that is a route that you can rotate through in order to push people that is in top attic. They could have done that earlier. Doesn't matter, though, if you're getting pushed and getting free kills with the grav hammer. Oh, I like this pressure still getting picked off with the grav hammer. It's going to be essential to sort of make those callouts in real time and maintain sort of the identity of where that hammer is. I believe he still has a couple of swings on it. I wouldn't be surprised if they rotate against Strix back control to pick up more of that grav hammer because it clearly is the difference maker throughout this map.
It would be incredibly smart, but it looks like he's going to make sure this last little bit of percentage gets some value. You hear somebody, and they forgot that where he might be.
Gosh.
And he swings the corner. Can he get this kill?
Oh, boy.
Great job. They have full control. I think on this kill, you know they're going to be spawning towards that side of the map anyway. You can start rotating back over there. And like you said, replenish this grav hammer. It's only at 10%. You're going to get...
Wow.
I was going to say you might
He's
get
just
one more
crouching
kill,
too, man. Yeah, he's staying off the radar by crouching. That was the last of his actual grav hammer. That's going to do it for the match. There's only 7 seconds left. Ambushman sort of bringing out some of those nostalgic feels of Halo, if you will. Going for some cheeky shots over by bottom. There we go. He finally actually found the battle rifle right at the end of the map. The irony in that is hilarious.
You saw him look at it. He's like, man, where were you for the rest of the game? I could have really used you. But again, some nice crouch swings, some nice positioning, and he managed... They managed the xGODS to fight their way back in. Mostly was out there getting some kills as well. But I feel like they recognized that Ambushman could kind of take the lead, and we're kind of playing in tandem of even when Bosif ran in, he was willing to say, "Hey, if you kill me, he's going to kill both of y'all.
Right.
So do you really want to take this fight?"
No, he had a lot of kills with the hammer, but he also had a couple of double kills prior to that. And I think the biggest difference maker was actually pre-nating their opponent. So if you get a call out as to where somebody is, there's certain everything within Halo. If you're not familiar with level design of Halo, the best maps in Halo are made up of 40 degrees and 90-degree angles. And the reason why that's important is the maps are specifically designed in order to capitalize off of bank shotting grenades at 45 or 90-degree angles, so that you can pre-nade specific hallways. You can throw grenades into an attic spot, for instance, in order to check if somebody is behind a specific wall. Everything in Halo comes down to 45-degree angles. So they could have been utilizing those grenades a little bit more. I noticed Ambushman throughout that, sort of nading sort of the control room, for instance. That's how he was able to pick up a lot of those double kills, because there's just certain ways to go about making that initial push towards your opponent if they're starting that engagement with less health because they just got hit with the AoE effect of a grenade. 9 times out of 10, you're going to drain their health pool quicker than they can you. Easy win. And he seemed to be doing that even when he didn't even have the grab hammer, guys. So clearly an understanding of Halo knowledge right there.
Really good job, and I'm happy he was able to show. He'd mentioned it. He mentioned that there's a couple things, again, there's some settings, there's some small stuff that had to be handled, but you can see right there that once he got in, he was comfortable. He really did start to take over that game.
Yeah.
Great showing here. And again, the xGODS have pulled back within one with Dragon Ball Fighters to be the next game played. So we have to see here if they can go ahead and tie this game up. And we're only 20 minutes into the second half, and we're almost back to a tie game. So
it's wild, man. It's wild because going into half, we finished out on Overwatch and we were thinking, wow, bots might be running away with this. Then in a matter of seconds, dude, we've gotten Dead by Daylight and a huge performance on Halo Infinite coming out of Ambushman. And now they're one game down going into Dragon Ball Fighters, which I know there's quite a few players on their team that are really, really comfortable within. Do you think they have the option to tie things up right here?
I think it's possible. Dragon Ball Fighters is a game that one touch is all it could take to possibly turn the tide and get a win here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to, a lot more of it is going to come down to, can these players perform? So we have Alchemist, Raging Cajun, and Ambushman going in here. Now, my question to you, while we let this game get set up.
Yeah.
Was Halo our last shooter of the day?
The only 2 shooters I remember seeing on the wheel, because you were talking to me, I want to say a couple of weeks ago about how the actual UEL wheel right here, guys, is color coded. So I was looking, and I don't think we have any shooters left.
Fortnite.
Oh,
right
Fortnite.
There at the bottom in that gray.
Right there, bottom
that
left.
little bit of gray right there in the bottom. Yeah. So it is Fortnite. That's a 5v5, and I do think that that's also xGODS' favorite. So they do have. Well, I think a lot of stuff that people might have. We talked about obviously shooters going into the day being a pretty big contention point.
Yeah.
I think that they can be kind of happy. I think there's some stuff they still want to work on. And if they can steal away a fighter or two, just like the bots managed to do with some of those sports games, I think they're in a great position to still take this game home.
Trick. If Fortnite favors the xGODS and they just performed the way they did in Halo, and then we also saw them really smother the bots in the finals, why? In what universe do you forfeit Apex Legends? I mean, it is such a quintessential arena shooter within our category. If you are excelling at all of these other games, is Lachi really that good that you just forfeited the whole game? You can't team shot him down? That's
I'm gonna be
crazy.
charitable. I'm gonna be charitable, and I think it's combined. I think Lachi is good. I'm gonna trust the scouting report of the LAX gods. They've seen something that they don't like. But the other key factor here in the UEL,
trust stats, bro. Do not trust stats. We got people running micros out here, or macros. I'm sorry, and so many other things, dog. Macros are cheating, dog.
But to be specific, I think and what makes the UEL different is those lineups that we kind of touched on at the beginning of the game. It could have been an unoptimal lineup. In a perfect world for DBFZ, you just say, who are my 3 best DBFZ players? Example for the bots right now, it's hard for me to look over and see that Mordecai is not going in for this game. Mordecai is a great DBFZ player. He's done 1v3s. He's swept. He's a great fighting game player in general in the league. The idea of him not going in here is they're planning for something else. They have to be looking for something else and trying to optimize around that. I say that to say maybe they looked at it and they said, hey, the 3 we currently have for Apex.
Right.
If Lachie is as good as we believe him to be, can't take it.
Yeah. No, I can see that.
It's
just weird,
it's in the
right?
same
Like,
way.
because the style of these other shooters tend to sort of be a parallel to Apex Legends, and yet they just forfeited that away. I think that's something that I would have at least liked to see them challenge themselves on. But then again, by forfeiting it, you're not actually physically playing that game. Had you lost that, maybe that would have shifted a little bit of momentum. I just don't see that happening to the xGODS because they've been behind the entirety of tonight and have still been capable of rallying for some of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen, hence how they took Roller Champions, right? So I don't even think that's a factor within their team. They're just really talented. So I would like to see them push that a little bit, man.
I think momentum is a great way to look at it.
Yeah.
Because I can think of one major momentum swing that could happen after Dragon Ball Fighters.
Right.
I don't want to say it because I do not want to curse that curse to exist. I want a world. There's one player on the bots that will be uneligible for the next game that is played. That is Billy the GOAT.
Yep.
Technically, if StarCraft 2 rolls,
you
could get an opportunity to play StarCraft without Billy available.
Wow.
Which would be huge.
Isn't StarCraft 4v4 though?
It's 4v4, but Billy was the only person off of Reset used for his team. So it would be Lachie, Cobra, Mordecai, as well as Dictator's good. Don't get it wrong. Dictator's good, and I am not going to underestimate how good Cobra might be. As well as we see this combo come out from Billy, and Billy said, "There's a reason I put myself in. I know I can handle this. Let Mordecai handle what's possibly left on the wheel." But I see that Raging is immediately swinging back as well. Maybe having some conversations with his former tier 1, saying, I left, but don't think I'm the same. And Billy instead saying, you might have left, and I'm looking to keep it moving. You're down, you're out of this game. Next up is Alchemist on the UI Go.
Okay, let's see, man. And you guys can see the actual characters, and not just in the top left to top right, but the players associated with that character with their profile name right beneath them. So Alchemist putting in a little bit of work right here. Lachie struggling a little bit to get his off, but the health pool is relatively similar, so you don't got to worry too much about that. Oh, but Lachie taking some big damage right there, man. As soon as I said it, Alchemist starting to apply pressure, a little bit of corner pressure, maintains a full combo, going to smack him down and just basically rushes right up and initiates a new combo? I guess not, because he's on a 30 hit. I don't know how he was able to string that completely together there, but nonetheless, he did for the 30 hit combo to send him packing right there, brother. Oh, now we got
here.
Cobra.
This UI Goku is incredibly difficult to deal with. One of the reasons why Billy even plays the character is the difficulty. And I like the patience, the willingness just to block, to let people basically do something unsafe and then kill them for it. But he finally makes a mistake. And I have to see if Cobra is going to be able to capitalize off it. You should be able to go into a super there. He didn't do it. Both sides, the sparking was huge.
Oh, I think Cobra's just not super comfortable on that game, man. I mean, he landed 2 of those rushdowns, like, basically when he was almost like mid-screen, so he's at footsie's range. You got to be on the lookout for that. So I think Cobra's just not as familiar as he might want to be. That's all.
Billy, I need you to spend all of it here. You got to take him out. You don't want to have any more. He spins the level 3. The sparking should be running out shortly. Good job to burn the timing here. This is the important thing. Use sparking as the second character. It lasts 2/3 as long. So if you do it at full characters, basically it's 21, 14, 7. Depending on how many characters. So this touch is going to hurt, though. Billy hasn't sparked yet. If the super comes in, this is going to be big damage. Now, Billy, I think, should be able to wake up and spark. That was a blue combo. Billy could have said, need y'all to be on top of that.
Wow, 63 hit combo on your screen, Strix. That is absolutely wild. Billy's hit with about 15% health going in here against Ambushman. Let's see if he's been practicing, bruh.
The next hit could end this game. Billy's going to need to touch him twice, but luckily having Sparking, he's going to be able to do a ton of damage. He has the meter. If he can get a good touch, this should kill. He should
This
be able
has
to
got,
get,
yeah. Oh my God, this is gonna
level
kill.
1 into level 3.
There's
level
no
3,
way.
I don't need it.
Look how focused he is. He puts his hand up because he knows the combo is over. Ambushman is as frustrated as can be, coming off a good Halo Infinite performance. It gets put down, brother. Oh, goodness
If
gracious.
you are going to use Sparking, please be the last character on your team.
Yeah.
Unless you really know what you're doing. Yes, good DBFZ players will use Sparking and use those resources early to get a character advantage.
Right.
But if you don't know, like if Alchemist had been third with Sparking, we saw what Billy was able to do. I think that this would have been a much closer match, and there could have been a situation where Alchemist could have done even more damage, possibly taking Billy out and won. But because he used it early, Billy was able to get a singular touch, a singular combo. It meant that ultimately that goes the way of the bots just from good play.
Yeah. No, to be honest with you, it'd be interesting to see damage output amongst all of the players, like the sheer amount of damage that they put out. I think Billy really carried that entire game, not just on that last player being Ambushman. I think his damage output throughout the entirety of the first period, or like the first life, basically, and then obviously moving into Ambushman was exceptional. It surprises me, man. You know, typically speaking, there tends to be certain players that are really good at strategy games, and then I would say the category that strategists struggle within is fighting games, because fighting games require such quick reflexes and just fast inputs on your controller, whereas strategy oftentimes is more of like the mental game, right? It's trying to outsmarting your opponent. You can outplay that opponent later down the line as the game continues. That tends to be the exact contrast of fighting. Billy is starting, well, not even starting to. I mean, let's put some respect on his name. He excels in both of those genre streaks. We just don't see that very often, brother. That's wild.
It's really interesting. I have to believe that Billy has been performing legitimately MVP level performance this season.
Yeah.
I think that the only game his team has lost is the game that he was not there for.
Yeah.
That is the one game they have lost. And the statement is always, well, Billy wasn't there. And I think it is a fair statement if you look at how he's performed over the course of the season, that he has been able to consistently do damage. He understands the fundamentals. He understands the strategy of UEL. He understands the strategy of the individual games. And he has been performing. And we have to see which one of these teams understands Wreckfest, because it is far from a traditional racer.
Yeah, man, this game is completely unique within that genre. I mean, we've seen like more traditional racers that we have on the wheel here, like Forza, like Formula One racing. Interestingly enough, Formula One racing is only a 1v1, which I actually really like because it puts more emphasis on the player skill, right? But this game, Wreckfest, is racing, but there's also a sort of destruction derby aspect of it, okay? So not only are they trying to finish all the laps, but they're trying to do it while avoiding taking damage and basically having their car or their vehicle destroyed. We used to play with buses to where everybody was choosing buses, but they got banned. So now there's a multitude of different
School's
vehicles.
out.
Yeah, school is out. There's a multitude of different vehicles on display throughout the entirety of this match. And we love watching it because there's a little bit of strategy involved. It's not just about getting in front of this car or maybe damaging this car a little bit. Oftentimes, there will be a specific racer that's so far in the lead that one of the opponents, one of the players on the enemy team will actually commit to trying to crash that player that's in the lead. So oftentimes, they'll basically go into oncoming traffic. They'll try to just T-bone them. They'll try to ram them head on and so much more in order to crash them. Trying to elude those players can be fascinating, interesting to watch, but also I think causes a little bit of drama within the arena itself. We've actually even seen teammates take each other out on specific maps like the Death Loop and so much more. But right here, you're looking
the
at
middle of this map might as well be a death loop because there's going to be a lot of damage thrown back and forth into these matches. But these characters, first they got to throw hands with cars before they throw hands in Street Fighter.
Yes.
6. So jumping out here into an early league, it looks like it is Havoc in that first place position.
Yep.
You cut back over to Lachie here in 8th. Again, everybody kind of playing together, and these rammers doing exactly what their name says, getting a ton of damage out there on that first or second turn.
Yeah,
so this
Lachie
map is really
40.
interesting. really interesting because it has this middle area
Yeah.
where you have to interact with your opponent. Things
Yeah.
like Deathloop, you can kind of get things separated and
That's true.
find an opportunity to, like not necessarily have to interact with your opponent.
Right.
Where here you have to. You always have to
Mhm.
run into them. You have to see
Oh.
them. You have to put them in a position. I like the bump back from Latchy, recognizing an opportunity to get damage.
Yeah, definitely. But make no mistake about it, Havoc right now has been sitting in first almost the entirety of this track. You saw him; he's already made his way around the loop itself, so he has a relatively comfortable lead. Should be interesting to see if the bots actually send out an assassin to take him down, if you will. You know what I mean? Especially coming around one of these corners, you might have the potential to sort of hit Havoc off of his right here off of the turn. They almost tried doing it a little bit. You know, interestingly enough, right there, Strix, Bosif actually went into the oncoming traffic to get them off of Havoc 6. That was wild. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Now, he was sort of sitting at the back of the pack here with Ragin. I'm sorry, here with, it seems like Alchemist. But, yeah, Bosif right there actually went into the oncoming traffic because there was somebody that was tailing Havoc. So maybe just trying to help out his teammate as well.
Yes, one of the cars, though, is out of this race. Looks like Covert Cobra is low on life as well. You watch Alchemist, and someone's on his tail. I got to believe this is Lashy. Lashy's still looking there. And Billy the GOAT looking for an opportunity to take a hit here. He's now in 8th. And look at that damage. Look at all of that damage.
Yeah.
Alchemist, no, he's trying to switch views. It's not going to help you. No one can see you. He got away with 12 HP.
Yeah, he does it. He's trying to survive. And yeah, that's not Raging. For those of you reading the overlay, that is Alchemist in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. He has 12 health left. Struggling to survive right now. But weirdly enough, man, he's only in 6th. You know, he's not necessarily in last. So he's got a little bit of health, a little bit of potential. And his team, I believe, no.
He's currently up 1 point.
Okay. All right. There we go. Now we're
The
taking
red
a look.
team-
That's Raging. That's funny. They're mixed up.
Yeah. They swap PCs for a second. They just wanted to go ahead. Raging gets tapped into the wall, and that causes him to wreck out. He looks over like, wait, what happened?
Yeah.
And it looks
yeah.
like 3 of the xGODS have now DNF.
Wow.
Even though they have a points lead. The bots look
Just
to
took
be
the
back
lead.
on type at
Yeah.
this point. Oh my God, Lashy! Chicken! Alchemist! Billy, that's that's Havoc. That's Havoc.
Yeah, you can see
I
Havoc
thought
smiling
Havoc was
right
laughing
there,
way too
too.
much. That scared me. I thought that was Billy for a second. Even I got there a little bit confused.
Yeah. And is Havoc right now? Havoc is in first place. He's trying to, every time he finishes a lap, guys, there's points that are sort of distributed to his team. I don't know if it's going to be enough. He does have the rest of this lap and then obviously the 7th lap. He's in first, getting some solid points, going for a kill right there on Latchy. Ends up getting it. So not only is he in first, but he's also taking out opponents. That's
He
impressive.
realizes he can't finish this race. He won't have enough points. He needs to take a big hit into Billy. Is that enough for a wreck? He wrecked Billy. That's important. If he can find a hit now, it's a 1v1. Can Chicken dodge him? This is going to be huge. It's going to be a 1v1. If he finishes the race, the points will be so close. It'll be hard to call. But Chicken's taking the first place spot.
Yeah, he has. And now he's going into the oncoming lane, trying to get a hit on Chicken, who's currently just sitting by himself, and he gets the kill. Havoc just took out Chicken and wins the game with a 3-player.
With 2 health left.
With 2 health. Takes out 3 players. Is he the only one left?
Yes, he is. You can look in the top left and see all the rest are grayed out / DNF. And since a team completely DNF'd, that does mean that the xGODS have taken a win. Now, this is something that's really important here. I have to believe that, one, Dictator Chicken was either waiting to reset in time and wasn't prepared, or he clipped something and could no longer move. One of the two things have to be true there. Because I can't believe that he was in first, basically could have confirmed the game, but Havoc still finds the opportunity. He finds that moment. He gets the fact that he had 2 life left meant that he had to hit that perfectly. There was not any room for error, any more damage, and he would have been out of the race, and it would have come down to punch and gone the way of the bot.
Now, could that have been a situation where he was trying to hide behind that vehicle and look out for where Havoc was, not knowing that because of the damage to his vehicle, he couldn't pick up momentum enough to get out of the way?
It could be that. I've seen players also, when you reset, you become intangible as well for a moment.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes if I can look and I'm like, okay, I see Mob, coming
Right.
right at me. I need 3 seconds, though. I have to be able to judge that 3 seconds in my brain to be like, okay, 1, 2, and I think maybe Dictator just got hit before that 3 seconds was
I've
up.
never seen something like that go in Wreckfest. One player who's the last player left on his team picking up a
He took out
triple
3
kill
people.
in less than 60 seconds, it felt like. So 3 kills, 3 eliminations in 60 seconds in a 1v3 to clutch a basically they were behind on points. So he ended up clutching by just a few points, knocking out all 3 members. So that was huge, man. And that's what's so interesting, isn't it, about him being in that tier 5 spot. He clearly does not play. Not that tier 5 spot is bad or anything, because listen, these players are constantly trying to basically show a little bit of their prowess, if you will, their skill set, their talent to move up in that tier positioning because they make more money the higher tier that they are every time they show up to play here at the Ultimate In-Gamers League. But we interviewed him about a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago at this point. And I asked him, I said, man, you seem to be sort of the leader, the glue, if you will, that holds the whole team together. You know, typically speaking, we see the leader of the team in that tier 1 or tier 2 slot. It's interesting that you're in tier 5. And he said, like, honestly, he just loves being in tier 5 because he's not here to play for the money. He honestly just wants his team to feel as comfortable as possible, keep everyone positive, and he holds it down, brother, in that tier 5 spot consistently. I love it.
Comfortable because it's going to be Havoc versus Cobra. Havoc on the left side of your screen is Camby, and Cobra playing the Luke with Final Stand Ragnarok, one of our featured games coming up next. But let's lock in on some Street Fighter. Both players are playing Modern. This will be interesting to see. So I appreciate this kind of approach. They're putting their stronger player here first. One of their strongest fighters in Havoc is going to be up there, and I think this is going to be a good opportunity for them to once again try to get some momentum, and I would expect the bots to maybe flex their lineup a little bit, maybe doing like they did in Tekken, bringing in Mordecai a little bit early if things start to get out of hand.
Is this where we maybe see Cobra break out again? He had an awesome moment earlier on Valorant, and this may be, you know, the potential for him to have another incredible moment here against Havoc. Who knows, man? He's, you know, brand new to the bots, guys. This is our first time seeing him on the bots. We'll see what he can do here. This could be a huge upset.
And I will also say that I do know that the other reasoning minds, I forgot this completely, having spoken with them, Havoc uses the hitbox specifically. And they've found that there's sometimes a rough transition and it's lost them timeouts before.
Right.
Going from controller to hitbox.
Right.
So they've elected to sometimes send Havoc first to avoid possibly being costed a timeout.
Okay.
To have a problem situation. But this is where Havoc gets started. Simple but effective game plan. You're on the wall again. You're going to eat it now. You're going to guess again. Is he going to do it again? He runs up, jabs you out. I like the response there from Covert. He's doing his best to do as much damage. He's going to be on the wall, and that's going to do it. He got a little bit of damage in, and now I want to see what the call is from the bots. Who are they sending in next? It looks like we're going to have Lackey sitting down for a chance.
All right. He knows how to play Apex, apparently. Let's see if he knows how to play some Street Fighter.
He is playing the Apex Predator Luke himself here. Very strong character, a lot of solid buttons, a lot of solid neutral just in general. All around just a good character. The big thing that's going to matter here is he able to maybe, you know, show a little bit better understanding of the game plan. I like the patience. He's not immediately swinging. He's kind of taking his time and looking. Now, I remember for Latchy, didn't they mention he was good at Tekken? So he should have some fighting game understanding.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. Havoc's going to come in, and he's going to run the very straightforward strike, throw game. You don't have a whole lot of opportunities. Nice job DPing, getting him out. But Havoc responds with a spiral arrow of his own. Pops out the sweeper. Tries to catch him, doesn't catch anything. Nice jump, and if he can get a good punish here, that can mean the entire difference. He could kill here. Spin the meter. I don't think he was prepared.
Lands a neutral jump and takes out Havoc. You've got to be kidding me. Wow, that is sort of characteristic, if you will, of Havoc because he was constantly landing anti-airs during that. All he had to do was block in that situation, and he would have been able to sort of capitalize, potentially with a frame advantage. But that was amazing pressure by Latchy to keep him in the corner because he was getting caught, man. What was the character's name that Havoc was playing?
Cammy.
Cammy has a ton of pushback on her, that sort of spinning back fist that she does, and then that sort of roundhouse kick, if you will. That's how he was able to sort of maintain his position in the corner and then constantly get those knockback combos, if you will, on the wall. And Lashy, obviously, capable of sort of controlling the center of the stage and applying a little bit of corner pressure himself by landing neutral jump combos. I mean, that's wild, brother.
We have to see here. Lashy's still doing tons of damage, but Bosey is fighting his way here. Bosey just needs to land one hit, and he'll be able to take a victory. Now you block that, and nice punish. And that's the big thing. I think that when it comes to fighting games, one of the things that, as a fighting game player, learning how to run your game plan and play offensive is, I think, the most straightforward part of fighting game. And I think Havoc is very good at that. Havoc's weaknesses mostly come in from his defensive play. And just people need to know, excuse me, when to be patient.
Oh, nice little zoning tool right there coming out of Dictator Chicken. I like seeing that. Lands the jump in himself. Now he's going to get a ton of corner pressure, but he whiffs the combo off the backboard in the corner there. Okay.
And I love the test. People love the text reactions. Dictator Chicken is where we're starting. Not really a great punish there, but he did manage to kind of maybe slow down Bosey from hitting that drive impact. Bosey, though, will get a punish off of that. I want to see Bosey confirming a level 3. He could get big damage. Now, this is the point in the bots lineup where you're starting to run into some of the more comfortable fighting game players. I want to see Bosey maybe throw some more fireballs. He's burnt out here. Don't let him jump on you for free. He's going to keep running up and throwing. You got to be willing to do something.
Finally,
nice break. I love to see it.
Finally.
Jumps in. He's looking. It looks like Dictator Chicken is looking for something.
Oh, wow.
Every bone in my body wants you to kill him for that. And Dictator Chicken finds the kill there, doing a great job of being patient, even in a rough situation. When he's in burnout, he's really at a disadvantage. He has to hold a lot more attacks. He's not able to really find his opportunities, but really able to navigate it well and show his comfort with the game. Bosey still did a good job by taking out half of it.
Yeah, that's true, and that's something to just point out for those of you at home. I see La Bamba, I see you in the back there. But just something to point out to the viewers at home is after every single round, whoever actually survived the previous round only gets a little bit of health. So if they are, damaged quite a bit, they get a little bit of health back, but they're still extremely vulnerable. So sometimes just doing your job in terms of damage output can be just enough, especially if you're sort of the underdog player in a matchup in a 1v1, if you're sort of supposed to lose a round, if you will, if you output a surprising amount of damage, that may make the difference by the end of the actual game itself.
Yes, I'm excited to see. Now, on the Ryu, we're going to be seeing Alchemist. Alchemist plays a very fundamental Street Fighter game. Fireballs, anti-airs, and some normal. So you're going to see a lot of these fireballs. Nice job using EX to kind of break the rhythm, but you're not going to be able to jump at him for free. EX back immediately, but Dictator Chicken saying, I have some combos. I can get some more damage. And a good job there from Alchemist to continue to chip him down. He knows he has the life lead. He doesn't have to do anything crazy. And now throwing out these fireballs time and time again. And we're back in that same situation. He jumps forward, no DP. But here he goes. He finds the touch into the drive rush combo. And he's going to continue to put out pressure. A beautiful game plan there by Alchemist. Since the last time I've watched him play and even had the chance to play with him, looks like he's added a few more things to his arsenal and was just able to kind of show it off there and to show out a little bit. Do appreciate it. And seeing just him, like, he has a fundamental game. When he jumps, I enter you. When you're coming at me, fireball.
You called it. Yeah.
But then simultaneously, he found his hits and he managed to confirm some of that damage. And what this now means is, once again, they have a man advantage in this game of Street Fighter. But now you're facing Mordecai. We've seen the Zangief do tons of damage.
Oh, boy.
If he gets his hugs,
you
will feel some damage.
Oh, my God. He's already dead. He's already dead. Pack your bags.
I'm being honest with you. Trust me, I know Alchemist is probably sitting there right now wishing that it was after tonight. There is a balance patch coming out literally today. Later this evening.
Oh my gosh.
And a lot of people are hoping that Zangief gets tuned down just
he absolutely has to. The actual sort of tornado fist, the little the sort of spinning fist that you saw him catch him with right there has 360 degrees of a hitbox. He basically used it as an anti-air during that matchup in order to keep that corner pressure. And let's be honest, he was only actually to get a hit confirm about maybe 3 times, but that is your whole health bar. with that character. So it's just hard, man. It's super punishable, you know? You don't want to leave yourself punishable against a character like that. Just getting some low chips, but then get kneed in the chin, and now we're going in a full combo right here is the likes of Raging Cajun, my boy. Wow.
Raging was cooking something. Has a
That's
different
what I'm
character. I didn't
saying.
expect that Kimberly is going to continue this pressure, but Mordecai knows what he's doing. He was so close to the wall. If he had gotten stunned there, he would be on 1 life. Luckily, managing to avoid the distance, but Cajun isn't going to stop until you make him, Mordecai. Be careful. You're right on the edge. He'll get level 1 here. He should be able to confirm.
Wow.
End Mordecai's run.
Mm-hmm.
So
That was
once
solid,
again-
man. Raging Cajun definitely has a sort of a sense for that game. You know, I'm super excited to watch him potentially in Mortal Kombat later, just seeing his ability to sort of connect with his combo strings. And he actually ended up dropping one at one point, but you can tell he's just very, very comfortable. Look at the way he's just sort of slouched, if you will, in that chair, just feeling confident. Gotta love it.
My thing is, I appreciate the confidence.
Right.
But again, when you look across and you see gamer lean Billy, this ain't just normal Billy. This ain't smile, chilling. This is locked in, lean forward, gamer lean Billy.
Yup.
Ready to go in.
Bro.
There is a reason this Marissa is in the back. As someone that is, Marissa is like Zangief. You get one mistake.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy.
And the second one will kill you.
Oh, boy.
And the second one will kill you. And Billy with level 3 will be able to show off a decent bit here. Nice job using the parry, and is going to go ahead and get some damage. Again, just finding these moments, catching and pressing buttons. And he should be able to confirm and kill here if he wants to.
God.
Doesn't even bother to spin the meter. Instead, just swings it out. Didn't even get touched.
It's crazy, man. Just the size of the actual hitboxes as well as the speed. You can tell he was being a little cheeky with the multiple low chips he had in order to just maintain frame advantage. The thing is like, if you don't low block, if you don't decide to low block, he can just basically spam that move and continuously steal the frame advantage and apply that pressure in the corner. He did that twice throughout that round and then just continued to I would probably say button mash, knowing that it was just difficult to sort of counter his momentum. Tons of speed along with that damage output.
You mentioned Billy and a strategist. I think that there's a unique spot where like strategists become really good fighters because they will beat you more on anything than just, do you know what to hit when? It's no longer just about like, oh, can you confront your combo? Do you even know when you get a combo? But speaking of, do you know when you get a combo? M. Bison is currently the terror of Street Fighter. Now, this character does have parries, as you saw there. Oh, he's going to spin level 3.
Oh
hey, yo,
my
Billy, spin it for me. Thank you. Now, everybody, watch that pink health bar in the top left for me. just go ahead and watch that. Yeah, okay. So one more mistake.
No.
Man, you got one more chance. They both jump.
Okay.
I like
double
the
jab hit confirm there. He's got to maintain this pressure, dude, because he's just mashing. He's just mashing. He can't. He can't do anything, bro. He can't move because that low jab is so quick. Just steals the frame advantage, and then it's over. Can't do anything, man. Holy moly.
For those at home, there's a rule of 3 in Street Fighter 6. 3 jabs. After 3 jabs, you'll be pushed out of range. Block 3 of them, then make your decision. Okay? They could do something else, but at the very least, block 3. Billy there, that's the issue, right? They were trying to maintain as much advantage there as they possibly could. But unfortunately, they were not able to find a win. Very close game once again, and I have to give them a lot of credit as we move towards Final Stand. Ragnarok, another one of the strategy games on our wheel.
Yeah. Strategy games, and I would say I'd say this game and Lumina Rush, probably the 2 most sort of unique games within the wheel, specifically because this is a PvE experience, guys. This is not PvP. However, both teams are competing against each other. All 5 players are going to be out here basically throwing hands, but they're throwing hands with NPCs. So basically, I want you guys to think of this as Dynasty Warriors and or just in layman's terms for a more sort of modern game within pop culture right now would be Call of Duty Zombies, right? They're going to be trying to take out as many of these ads as possible in order to rack up the score. This isn't third person. It's different characters with different weapons at their disposals, like axes, bow and arrows, long swords, and so much more. But basically, the more kills, the more NPC kills that you get, the higher your score is going to be. But something to focus on throughout the entirety of this is your actual kill combo. So you'll have an allocated amount of time between each one of your kills that you have to get an additional kill within in order to maintain your combo. We actually saw somebody last week break a 1,000 kill combo. I actually think it was multiple players, to their credit, that broke a 1,000 kill combo here live on the broadcast. That's how many ads are going to be unfolding throughout the entirety of this match. It's going to be really important, though, for these teams to communicate with each other, to position themselves on the battlefield, optimizing their damage output, but then also just sort of memorizing, if you will. Specifically, this map that you're going to be watching, there is a forested sort of mountainside area that is going to be basically waves and waves of zombie White Walker ads pouring out of the forests, and it's going to get pretty hectic. SurfThing computers, the PC that keeps everything functioning here on your screen, guys. This is going to be super fun. And basically, the amount of points that both of these teams rack up will be adding up and tallying all those points from each player at the end of the game. Whoever has scored more points by the end will be your winner.
We will have to see. Now, Chicken, interesting playing Bjorn. We don't see this character too often, but he has the ability to displace a lot of enemies as well as deal a ton of damage. You can see everybody already moving kind of. We're past the point where people don't really know the spawns. They don't know what's going on. People know exactly where they need to be standing and when to try to get as much damage as possible. And you even see Dictator Chicken there launching that axe out into this crowd of mindless dead. Getting as much damage as possible. Getting himself up to that 100.
Already at 100 kills. He's going to be into 200 within the first 60 seconds of this game. That is insane. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Now, this specific character tends to excel in that forested mountainside area, specifically when he's able to maintain sort of the amount of speed that he has right now. I'd say I forget the name of the character, but the archer, if you will, does have the ability to sort of pick up on kills at a distance to sort of help out teammates secure those kills as they're transitioning across the map. You can tell he's really trying to maintain his kill combo, but he drops it, unfortunately. You know, that's one of those things that the actual archer, if you will, is able to sort of maintain those kills because you're able to shoot at a distance. However, this particular character, I believe you said his name was Bjorn.
Yes.
Once that forested mountainside area unlocks for this particular map, I think Bjorn does a really good job of that 360-degree hitbox that he has on his axe, but also just the ability to sort of pivot where you're looking and then utilize that 360 degrees to just constantly be checking as to where ads are spawning, where they're coming from, and just optimize that damage output, like I said, man.
You hit on that. He normally would struggle in some of like the maze map. You can find situations where if you don't know exactly where you should be at all times, you'll end up struggling a decent bit. But in this map, and specifically on this map and the two different possible opportunities to play, you get a ton of damage, a ton of value from him. And again, the big reason why he was even able to get that first initial bit of damage, by the way, was because the xGODS made a fatal mistake, and you can even see here, Latchy's trying to ensure that he can do the same thing, which is they gave Dictator Chicken a ton of space. No one should ever find a group of enemies totally on their own.
Yes.
You should always have at least one teammate to disrupt the flow of enemies. And you can see here, Raiden's about to go down, and it looks like Latchy popping his ability, getting a few more assists here, but staying in the general area just in case they maybe try to pick up somebody. But the big thing is he paying attention to Raiden's health? Because Raiden's on one hit. He just went down. Is Latchy aware that he needs to go over there and stop that res? He is not. That could be a ton of points that his team ends up losing out on because we see a lot of teams employ the strategy, and he goes down himself, which means someone is going to pick him up. Most notably, one of the xGODS. Hey there, buddy. Trying to move away. He's like, no.
I'm about to go down.
And now he's back in the game, and he has to keep on swinging.
Something just to note here. Mordecai right now, who was the player at the start that picked up on a 200 kill combo?
Dictator Chicken.
Okay, Dictator Chicken. Mordecai now has about 250. Dictator Chicken picked up 200 kills within the first 30 seconds of the game. That's pretty wild. Just to put that, and you can see that kill count, guys, in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Also, the fact that these SurfThing computers are running in over 200 frames per second at any given time while we're playing Final Stand Ragnarok here. So a lot of revives occurring here on the screen, brother. Haven't seen that as often. Yeah, I guess they are doing it for the points, but we even saw them go down a little bit during combat, mistakenly.
Heal real quick.
Even more guy looking over like, hey, buddy, what you doing? And Havoc just like, and that's Havoc is gonna have fun out there. He's just like, yeah, cool. You wanna tap for a little bit. Now we do play the 8 minutes, so there are 3.5 minutes left here on our clock before this game is done with. And it's really hard to speak. This is one of the few games that, because we can't literally watch all 8 people simultaneously, sometimes hard to get a read. Bosif notably has 138 kills, 140 kills at the moment.
Yeah, that's not, you know.
And we saw him, like, he was the person that ended up having to rotate on Dictator Chicken early on.
Right.
To be able to get to stop his kill streak.
Yeah.
So it might have been that he kind of gave up his own game to be able to move from going forward. But on the other side, Ambushman has a huge group of enemies. And if he's able to farm all of these enemies, you thought 400 was a big number. Just get ready to see. Now, another one of his teammates is down. It looks like someone else might be here kind of disrupting him a decent bit. But all
is
of
it just the damage output? The reason why he's not picking up these kills as fast as we would like to see? Is it the... Yeah, go ahead.
Gwendolyn is a character more specifically. What she does is she gets kills, and you see those ghosts. They multiply, and her damage builds up over time. The fact that no one has noticed that Ambushman is down is surprising. Someone should have been over here, but even with him down, what thing he can do is luckily kind of continue to get points of some type.
Right.
Now he's down. He's I think he's calling for some help. But we see Mordecai. I saw him there on the screen moving over. That's Goat Thief down as well as Raging trying to get him up, but he's too tired to heal. He can't do it. This goes back to how much stamina are you using, and if you've healed too recently, you also can't get a heal. There's a couple of different mechanics that they put in to kind of mitigate the heal strat.
Right.
But you know, it's players will find the way to get their points. There's going to be a treasure wave, so people will be able to pick up some extra consumable items that they can use to maybe get some extra damage, some extra buff.
Yeah, and though you can see those that are sort of in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and we just got word from the floor that there's only about 30 seconds left, but just something to note. Okay, never mind. So not 30 seconds left, a little bit more time. But these sort of items that they're picking up, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, these act as like buffs, if you will. These give you things like more, health advantage, a damage advantage, speed advantage, but something to note is it actually gives you a mana advantage, some of these items, where you actually have a bigger mana pool, and so the your abilities that you're throwing out aren't as they're a little bit more mana efficient, if you will, so that you can, maintain a level of DPS at a higher level. So those are super important.
And we just crossed that 50-second. We're going to below that 45-second threshold left. On the game, that 8-minute timer in the top right. Whenever that hits 8, the game master will call it on floor, and we will stop. But yes, you mentioned it in that second slot under Cajun's inventory. He has an item that will constantly restore his mana, which means he can get into this big group, drop it down, and just start swinging and using his abilities off of cooldown, and not have to worry about running out here. You see him standing within the zone. And I want to just see him start. Yep, he's popping these abilities. And with 15 seconds left, Dictator Chicken is trying to run over here. He's trying to cause some damage.
He has 700 kills, with the most kills that we've seen thus far.
Mordecai with another 500 to his name as well. I have to believe they'll be able to hit 500 in these last few seconds. That's the time called. Did he break it? He broke 518. And we have to see here who is going to be able to take that victory. The Game Master will go ahead and get these points calculated up.
I think this is going to be... I think it's going to be the bots, and I think it's going to not... Now, just something to correct... just, because when we're wrong, we do try to correct ourselves. This is not the map that I actually thought it was. I saw the snow and the ice, and I thought it was the other map. Correct me, though, Chris.
You're correct. So this is a very weird thing. Okay. There are few different maps in the game, but specifically this map has 2 different scenarios that can appear. There's this arena one, which is far more of a traditional zombies. They're spawning from everywhere. Kill. And then you see our Game Master 300 there sitting down to go ahead and calculate up these points. And then the other one is the one you're talking about, which is far more objective based. There's still the hordes and hordes of zombies, but we don't have a call. Raging Cajun at 10,000.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Oh my
10,000.
goodness. Maybe that's going to be the point. Man, we should have been watching Raging Cajun a little bit more. Holy moly. He might have been the difference maker, but.
He is at 10K.
But, yeah.
He is at 10K. Importantly, Ambushman is another 6. So they're roughly at 16. Now, funnily enough, the top 2 players from the side of the bots are also in that 16,000 point range.
Okay.
So as we go down, then I'm looking at Bosif at 6K, but then you have Havoc, Lachi, and Covert at a step down of 4 to 3K. I have to believe, unfortunately, fortunately, depending on who you're rooting for. Let me be fair. This is going to probably be an xGODS win. Just off of it, seems like it's going to come down to the weakest link versus
I was
the
going to
strongest
say,
player.
that's unfortunate. And like I said, sort of right before this began, guys, it seems like Final Stand Ragnarok and I would say Lumina Rush are the 2 games that players sort of struggle to like master, if you will, because they're so different from the rest of the library of games that we have here at the UEL. You can sort of excel in one first-person shooter, and then you can sort of carry your skill set with regards to that game to the other games in the genre. Like if you know how to play Halo Infinite, you can probably start to pick up on the basic sort of functionality, if you will, of Apex Legends. So the xGODS did end up taking that, guys. Just to confirm, I think Strix nailed it when he said that it kind of came down to Cobra just being able to pull out a few more kills, get, maybe a couple more 1,000 points. By 15.65, by 1,500 points, guys, which is not a lot of points. That's one of the closest games we've seen, man.
Again, I'll give him a break. It's his first game, and the weirder games are usually where you see rookies, especially struggling. But yeah, he was at 33, and the next person above him was into the 4s. So you're already talking about around a 1,000 point difference there.
Right.
And then Bosif had a 2,000 point advantage on Havoc and the other 2 below. So again, it ends up being a lot of times it's your weakest link, not your strongest player that will decide this. It's a team game. UEL is a team game,
100%.
but not with the next fighter coming up in Blaze Blue Central Fiction. This is our 1v1. It's our most traditional format as well. It's going to be a best of 3. 2 rounds. Whoever wins 2 rounds wins a game. Whoever wins 2 games takes the point for their team. And it's going to be Mordecai, and it's going up against Havoc to your face. Now, you might be saying, I've been singing the praises of Mordecai all night. Yes, I think he's the favorite, but remember, Havoc has had a knack to surprise you. Most notably, the first game of this season, Havoc played up against the likes of Chris G, and why Chris G, many of y'all might know him, Evo champion, very well-renowned fighting game player, and won Blaze Blue. Won Blaze Blue.
Oh, I do remember that. I do remember
and so
that.
it's a situation where anything can happen.
I was casting that game with you.
And we are in a set now. So I have to believe that I feel, look, again, Mordecai, I feel like has a really strong chance here to take over this game. But if you underestimate Havoc, if you underestimate him, you might find yourself in like just the simplest situation that you just die and you're like, how did I die? And it's like, all right.
He's really, I like his offensive momentum, but like you said earlier, I think he struggles with his sort of defensive mechanics. His reactions to 50-50 mix-ups, being able to predict that blender movement, if you will. But once he gets going, once he gets that hit confirmed, he definitely understands like the utility of the game, right? Getting his combo strings out there, applying corner pressure, rushing down his opponent, giving some poke checks in there in order to steal frame advantage and so much more. I think he really understands the games, specifically fighters, from the offensive perspective. I think he just struggles a little bit, like I said, on defense. And that's really what it is. If he's able to sort of optimize that gameplay, dude, he could be amongst the best, if not the best, in terms of just being able to understand fighting.
Yeah, we have to see. But it looks like Mordecai is not going to give him a chance. Comes out swinging. And I can promise you, if you drop your combo, Havoc's in the butt. Havoc is not going to give you a chance. Maya is a terrifying character. The pressure is going to be unending. You have to know where to take your turn back. He's not going to give you an opportunity. Even does the reaction super there to punish Mordecai trying to run some type of wake-up offense when Havoc is standing back up. But Havoc is not giving up. You're not going to scare him. He's not a player that can easily be conditioned. You have to be willing to do the same thing 1,000 times to participate in the insanity of fighting games to find yourself a victory in this first round.
That's hard to
Goes
watch.
Mordecai.
It's hard to watch because Havoc is doing such a good job at sort of doing that mid-range poke check. It's a 3-hit combo string. You just saw it right there with that multi sort of slashing sort of staff poke there at the end of that 3-hit combo string. It creates pushback, which allows him to safely continue his pressure once he's in the corner. The problem is he has his back to the corner. Now he has him in the corner. He's going to look to use this to create spacing and keep him stuck. Oh, but he can't take a hit confirmed like that. We just talked about it. That's where he's at his weakest. He's playing off of his back foot on defense. He's carried completely across the stage. Backboarded off the back. Oh my gosh, he has 5% health left. Strix, he's fighting with his back to the corner. Can he pull it off? I don't know if he can. Oh boy.
And the block into the response there by Mordecai. That's the first game. You got to win a second one. So Havoc has a chance to adapt here and to learn. And you hit on it. I think Mordecai started laying some groundwork and it started paying off there in the second half of the set. This character, Azrael, can feel oppressive, can feel overwhelming, can feel like a freight train in your face. And when he gets a hit, the burst there wasn't good. He's going to have to eat almost a full combo's worth of damage here because of the burst. And once again, he's now caught the loops. The loops.
Oh my god. He does manage to get out of the corner, but the amount of pressure flying his way, this is a 10, 12, 13, almost 14 hit combo if it had been optimized. Havoc, his back is against the wall right now with 1 round left to go. And Mordecai has full health, brother.
He realized it. I'm letting you know right now. I think Mordecai figured it out. He's just going left, right. Says, swing at me. Swing it. Come on. Press some button. Mordecai realizes that Havoc's strength is his offense and is now, in some ways, I've had conversations with fighting game players in the league. And when someone asks me what do they need to do to be good enough at fighting games, to be good fighting game players here in the league, is to recognize when there are players in this league that you just need to kill and to do just that. Let them do this and be willing to jump in and find your hit. You can get away with this flawless set if he's able to find his opportunity. A nice block. He takes the projectile, throws it back. Havoc does block it though. Doing a good job. Havoc has the life lead, so he's just trying to buy time for 60 seconds to take a round. He doesn't want to interact. Never mind. Havoc found the moment. That's 1 round, and this is where it starts.
I think Mordecai's toying with him a little bit because he's stopped all of his offensive pressure. I think you're going to see him just basically take this entire round right here. I think, you can see he's playing a little bit. I think he's so comfortable that he's just he was toying. Now, he might have been a little overzealous, a little too confident because Havoc's starting to catch a vibe here. Maintains that quarter pressure with that 3-hit combo string poke. Sort of reverses things here, but it does get blocked. Mordecai lands the teleport. Now he's going into full combo string, continues it with the pop-up, and now he's got that corner pressure we talked about. He tries to land the neutral air, but it whiffs, but then Havoc drops the combo. Uncharacteristic of his offensive pressure. Okay, he has a little bit of an opportunity, Strix. Little bit of opportunity. He lands the dive in. Oh,
it doesn't hit. The super was too fast, and he ends up taking a boot to the face from Mordecai. And that is Blaze Blue CF. Mordecai, I think sometimes as well, it doesn't feel great as a fighting game player. It feels legitimately wrong to constantly be hitting buttons, to constantly be doing stuff, only because there's this like small thing in the back of your head that you do something unsafe and your opponent is like, I'm going to kill you for it. And Havoc managed to take a round there. But I think once Mordecai realized like, okay, as long as I don't do anything too crazy, I should be fine. It's to your point. He kind of had to take a moment to recompose himself and then be like, I have full control of this game. Let me not be too confident, but let me be confident enough to know that as long as I play my game, I win this.
I do think, though, it's sort of a testament to how good his offensive pressure is within fighting games. That the moment that I felt like Mordecai, not necessarily was toying with him, but I think took his foot off the pedal a little bit. The moment he started doing that, that's when Havoc ended up taking a round from him. So I think offensively he can swing with the best of them. It's just a matter of being able to get those blocks off, get those counter blocks, and just optimize that damage output while maintaining that health pool. Dude, he's able to do that. I think he can swing with the best of them.
I really like, as someone that has worked with Havoc.
Mhm.
We were on a team in our rookie season together, and I've played with him pretty extensively. Like, he gets the offensive portion. He gets like learning, and he cares about what's strong. And he doesn't get bogged down like some of us fighting game players do by
Right.
like the theoretical side of fighting game. If it works, it works. It Havoc's mind. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
As long you got
It ain't
hit
broke,
by
don't
it,
fix
so
it.
that's effective. So
Yeah.
I'll keep doing it until otherwise. Now we're getting into Ejected Rival, another one of our featured games.
Oh my
We're doing
goodness.
the final race. And
Oh my
Fortnite-
gosh, we got our last shooter. We officially will have been played every single shooter on the wheel, guys, with Fortnite coming up next. Now, this is Ejected Rivals, as I'm sure you've already seen. There are going to be moments throughout this track where the players actually will eject the driver out of the front of their vehicles with the intent to go through some of these gates that you're seeing and then try to traverse the rest of the course in the most unique, sort of wonky, sort of almost like a platformer, man. Very, very unique sort of aspect to this racer as opposed to, you know, some of the more traditional Forza, Formula 1, and so forth. The fact that they actually have to use and manipulate the drivers themselves is pretty wild.
He unfortunately, Bosif is in first place, missed that checkpoint, which is going to force him to reset.
Yeah.
Alchemist is checking out the local
I was
scenery.
going to say, V, I think he's in first place. Bosif actually seems to be the most comfortable with Ejected Rivals. This is a very difficult game, guys. It's not easy. And to be honest with you, it doesn't look easy. But if you're sitting at home thinking this looks easy, it most definitely is not. There's a sense of physics and momentum, speed, and everything within this particular game. And, okay, so this is Cobra. Yeah, so Cobra.
I like this.
Yeah, Cobra's a relatively new player. Obviously, this is his first game here with the bots, and I love the fact that he actually seems to kind of know his way around this game, which I didn't actually expect out of him. It's just hard. It's a hard game to pick up, right? Very high ceiling of skill, but it's a very steep learning curve, is how I like to put it. But he definitely has an understanding of sort of some of the angles that he needs to maintain in order to master this map. Ironically, though, he's sitting in third, I believe.
Yes, Dictator Chicken and Bosif are both ahead. Now, usually around 2 minutes, 20 seconds is we expect the average finish on this map. What about to expect for League 220, 240. We now see Dictator Chicken entering the last section with Bosif still ahead of him, which means that Bosif should be coming up close to a finish here. I have to believe he's not in sight on the mini-map either, which tells me that he has to be getting close. Now, Dictator Chicken is low on fuel, so he's going to have to hit every single one of these fuel canisters if he wants to live. Never mind, he has eyes on Bosif, but he ran out of fuel.
But he whips the fuel.
Can he hit this one? He does.
Okay, he got it. I think
this is the last little bit. Yes, this is the last little bit. He has to get down here, and Bosif, helpfully his fuel management is good. He still has the lead, and so as long as he continues on the current trajectory, he should be able to make it. He missed the checkpoint. He missed the checkpoint.
Oh, Dictator Chicken had a
little bit of
chance to
frustration.
steal the victory away from Bosif, but he wasn't able to.
I can see
I
a little
love
bit
it,
of the
man.
frustration there because it was right there.
Yep.
He could taste the possible victory. Bosif with a clean race. We saw him get out to a pretty early lead, and to maintain that the whole race tells me he's put some time and he's put the practice in. He knows how to play that map, and he was able to finish it up in about 240. Okay, that makes sense.
Can you imagine had we actually seen them steal that victory away
Oh, no, I
from the
think that's
xGODS? The same
heartbreak.
way that the xGODS stole roller champions from them, that would have been wild.
Heartbreak. We're less than an hour left.
And it's 9 to 10 strikes.
Moving into an xGOD favored game.
Okay.
Bosif
wild.
is one of the premier Fortnite players in the league.
Shooting, is Bosif I think Bosif is the one that has really good shots on him, but his building skills might be struggling. Is that true?
No. Anybody that tells you that Bosif can't build,
okay, so Bosif can build. Building Bosif.
yes. But he
You know,
also has
wait
a
a
very
minute.
good awareness of how much pressure to put, how hard he needs to fight.
Okay.
You know, he's building himself up. He's gonna build his team up and take this Fortnite win in the Taj Mahal.
All right. I like that. I like that. Is there any other? So I know that there's a couple of players on the xGODS that aren't necessarily the best builders. I think all of them have their shots on them, but building is a whole nother animal. This game type that we play here within the UEL, guys, is basically like a blank canvas. It stays true to the battle royale aspect of Fortnite in the sense that there is a zone that is gradually sort of closing in, if you will. And all of the players are rushing to get to that final zone. But while they're doing that, they have to build structures around them in order to protect themselves, in order to protect their teammates. And please, for the love of all things, gain vertical advantage on your opponent. If I see you running to the final circle with not building anything, just trying to land shots.
I just look a wise individual, and I think you've quoted this before. Wise individual once said, "I have the high ground." Trust me.
Yes.
You don't want to be the other person that tries to ignore the high ground. Promise you.
Vulnerable you are. Pretty much, man. So we'll see.
It'll be fun to see. And this is a 5v5, so there's going to be some amount of coordination that's required to come out from these teams. Because the mode we use is actually a trios-based mode, it requires you to kind of be aware of your teammates, where they are, their positions, have a lot of communications. And I think the bots still play this. The bots, I don't think, are going to forfeit Fortnite. They're willing to play the game out. And I think the bots are also feeling pretty confident. We've rolled what now? BlazBlue, Street Fighter, DBZ. There's still a few fighting games left, not including Die by the Blade.
Oh, I love Die by the Blade.
Not including Die by the Blade's the different fighter that's left here on our wheel. But they're happy, I think, with what's left on the wheel. We have plenty of. I think we have some sports left. We have racers. I would also, if not StarCraft as the last game that decides it.
Can you imagine?
Havoc versus Dictator Chicken.
Okay.
In Lumina Rush might be amazing. Both of them hold a lot of top 5 times on a lot of levels.
Really?
And so we could see a pretty good back and forth. Although, we both know that Lumina Rush a lot of times comes down to your slowest member, not your fastest member.
Goodness gracious, yeah.
Maybe the game master let them agree to a 1v1.
Who was it? Was it the bots that were talking about Lumina Rush earlier?
Yeah,
I believe it was.
Dictator Chicken is like he's really fell in love with the game. And his entire season, like he's been constantly trying to get better, to improve, to really put more time in. And he's been one of those players that every time I watch him play, something small that I'm able to pick up on, learn, and to fall in love with. So I'm super happy.
And we love that. Lumina Rush, guys, is a speed running platformer. Think of classic games like Mega Man or Super Mario Brothers, Metroid Prime, things like that. You're trying to traverse a specific platformer level, if you will, in the fastest way possible. It's going to be your time pinned up against another player's time. If we do come across that game later, we'll be sure to talk a little bit more about it, because it is one of our sponsored games. We work directly with the developer to sort of create not just the levels, but the actual multiplayer mode, the versus mode that we play. The developer made specifically for us here at the Ultimate In Gamers League. So big shout outs to them over there. But nonetheless, we're jumping into Fortnite, man. You had mentioned earlier this sort of blank canvas mode that we play as sort of a trio, sort of team mode. So these teammates are at times they're going to be spawned separate from one another. A strategy that I have picked up on earlier weeks, the weeks that have passed, is sometimes teams will actually wear the exact same outfits or skins within the game, so that they're able to identify each other very easily. Oh my gosh, we got Mortal Kombat 1, so we are gonna potentially see Raijin going in for Mortal Kombat. That would be hype as can be. I'm hoping to see a little bit of Ghostface coming out today. Halloween might be over, but it's always Ghostface season, baby.
Just a little bit. All right, we have to see here. So it looks like everybody on the side of the xGODS joined for the Juice World event that just happened. Literally like a day or two ago.
There we
go.
go.
Up the Juice World skit.
Yep.
So they very clearly were playing.
Yeah, and this is so funny. I just mentioned the strategy, and they're running it, man. Whoa! Immediately lunging over to the opponents. I've never seen this strat. Oh my gosh,
that's his
teammates. Oh my gosh.
There's one person not wearing the skin.
Brother, I thought he was going for a rush down. Is he going for it right here?
He is, yes.
Oh my gosh.
Bosif, if you don't have the builder to scare Bosif is fully willing to just say, I am better than you. I will diff you. Fight me.
Oh my gosh. I love it. I love the confidence.
Look at these shots.
I know, man. He's actually going for it. No way. 80 yeses landed. It's over 100 damage, putting some pressure on these builders. They need to start building with a different material other than wood because Bosif is on top of them, throwing shots at them right now.
They're trying to back up, and Bosif's like, why are you running?
Why are you running? Look at me. I am the captain now.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Bosif, I apologize for judging your building skills. Clearly very talented. I had not. It must have been someone else.
You to understand,
oh boy, getting multiple knocks over here as he applies pressure on this team. But the storm is closing in. This is Raging, definitely not Mortal Kombat. He's trying to get into the center of the storm, if you will, but they're getting taken out by the entire xGODS.
I noticed. I see 4 Juice Worlds uniquely alone, and then one of the other ones slaying out. I wonder which one is both.
Okay. Wow. I was gonna say.
They won that round. So yeah, they won that round. It was a pretty forfeit bots. Yeah, the bots.
I was gonna say
real
that's
quick.
a forfeit out of the bots right there if I've ever seen it. Okay. Well, you know what? At least they tried. You know, we can't necessarily say the same for the xGODS and Apex Legends, but at least they tried.
True. But MK is up. Raging's available.
Let's go.
And so my guess is going to have to be that we will get the opportunity to see Raging Cajun and the Ghostface. Now he teased it.
Yeah, he teased it. I think we're gonna see. Oh, I'm so excited for this. I'm so excited for this. All right, hopefully we get to see Raging. And then who do you think would be the other? I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that it might be Havoc, right? Just being
Ambushman is who they've put in pretty consistent. It's one of the two, to be honest. Havoc or Ambushman.
Just got confirmation from the floor that Raging is playing Ghostface. So
you're so happy. We're
gonna see some slashing and gashing.
The smile on your face is so fun to watch because you're very much like, yes.
I know I can't say it on stream, but I know the entire Ghostface rap from Scary Movie where he's like, "I'll slash and gash." So the original Scary Movie, I know the entire rap because it's my favorite villain of all time. I'm sure AV appreciates that. What?
Oh, so for people at home that are wondering, production is plotting on Matt's downfall. They did not unlock Ghostface today prior to the game, which means that we will not, unfortunately, be seeing Ghostface in the game.
Yep, my wife is going to have to hold me tonight. I will be crying myself to sleep.
Hopefully,
thank you.
Hopefully, the xGODS knew that before they put Raging in, by the way.
Oh my god.
Okay. Oh, they're just messing with us. For those at home, if you ever wonder, they're just straight up messing with us. That was a joke.
Okay. So Ghostface is getting played. Oh my god.
To hurt Matt's feelings.
I just got trolled. The ultimate troll.
Mobster Matt.
The ultimate in-gamers troll. All right. So this sounds awesome, man. I haven't labbed Ghostface as much as I would like to. But I have also seen a lot of really high level play out of this character. Apparently, he's a little broken at the moment, specifically because of some of his teleport abilities, some of his sort of 50-50 mix-ups, if you will. But we'll see. If Raging is actually sort of talking about it prior to the matchup going down today, I have to imagine that he's optimized a lot of his damage output, and we're going to see some sort of cheeky plays, if you will.
And funnily enough, they kept it far simpler than even I was making it. Alchemist has consistently been one of those players that's able to go in and perform. So he's been looking good today. I'm happy to see him go in with Raging, just in case. And it'll be Billy and Latchy. Billy and Latchy.
Ooh. 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 Dude, he's so perfect within Mortal Kombat. I don't know why he's never been added before, but it makes me so happy that he's sort of back within the face of pop culture now. God, I love him, man. He even has sort of like the mask identity of Ghostface within Mortal Kombat. It's just perfect. Knowing that there's other masked characters. The black cloak, the knife, so good.
All right, so now you mentioned that he was broken. Now again, I'm going to be the one to say the elephant in the room. A Mortal Kombat character coming out, a DLC character coming out broken, is part of the course. He is a very strong character. And they even play into some of his strengths of being having
Oof.
multiple ghost face, as you saw just there.
Yes.
You might not always know which one's on screen, so hopefully Lachi's able to figure that out. Playing the Lee May here, just getting some consistent damage out, not necessarily going for anything crazy, just
Yeah, he
getting
could
the
have
damage he
actually,
can.
that dive move that he get, a lot of players might not know that he actually falls on his stomach, and then you can actually sort of like swing out lashes towards their ankles. So he can actually sort of commando crawl on the floor when he lunges onto his stomach. He's sort of he's not getting the damage output I think he wanted. Something he's trying to do. Okay, so he does land. Oh, no,
Nope,
he didn't.
he gets
Wow, he
hit,
whips.
unfortunately. Yeah, it was a little bit slow, so he ends up
Yeah.
getting hit by the kick here coming out of
Right. Oh, I like the lunge. I do like the lunge. But what he's trying to do is one of the actual teleport abilities spawns one of his sort of clones behind them, and it knocks the player forward into your combo string. So that's what he was trying to do. But you can also use it as a mix-up within the middle of your combo. Now, this is optimal damage output. This is optimal, but he doesn't get sort of the footsies right. He needs to back up and start throwing some of those abilities out. There we go. Does a really, really strong forward 3-hit string. All 3 of those sort of knife jabs, if you will, are mids. I love the teleport to get out of the corner. He lands all 3, doesn't extend it. He has 3 meters to burn right here. How is he going to actually do it? He's looking for the hit confirm to go into the ability, which will act as a juggle, but he's not throwing it out because he's getting caught.
Now,
Right?
something important I want to highlight is he is actually a different ghost face now. It's really small, but whenever you see one of them run off screen and then run back on, he actually functions like a stance character where the character plays a little bit different. Some are better for pressure up close. Maybe some's better for that mid-range fight.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
And viewers at home, we're going to get a respin right after this. Just to get that next game, we realize.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Hey!
And out in spades, and I believe Havoc's available. So.
The thing that is tough about Ghostface's actual teleport within the game is how vulnerable he is, specifically on one of his teleports. When he whiffs the string, he's at such a huge punishable frame disadvantage that it's difficult for players to sort of find the timing at which to do it, and I think that's what Raiden is sort of struggling with. Gosh, but Lachi is definitely playing really well, man. I mean, I'm surprised with how well he's actually playing. I didn't sort of pick him as being a sort of Mortal Kombat fighter, especially given how accurate he is within his shooters. But he's playing really well, man. Clearly has a good understanding of it.
Raiden is done. That's it.
Yes. Yeah. Raiden is Ghostface and Lachi, I mean, is Limei, correct? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what we thought.
And this is one of those hard things that I think is difficult to always read as a fighting game or newer fighting game players. Is I would recommend in the UEL, if you're a newer fighting game player, play against your teammates, play against people around your skill level. Always seek out specific practitioners in these games.
Yeah.
Because there might have been some things that maybe that Cajun was doing in practice that was working, but against maybe somebody that's just willing to block and play a little bit slower, more of a fighting game player, you'll see that unfortunately he wasn't able to get anywhere near as much damage.
No, not at all. And I think the majority of the sort of the reason behind that is he wasn't able to sort of mix his abilities in with any type of like low strike or overhead at any point throughout that. He was constantly throwing mids, just trying to sort of capitalize on Lachi potentially just pressing buttons. Yeah. So he wasn't really getting any sort of like optimal advantage or pressure throughout the game because you just saw right there with Johnny Cage landing that low strike, and then basically once you get that hit confirmed, you can carry the player all the way to the opposing corner and start applying some of this damage. He is not worried about, look the way he's throwing these combos, understanding the combo string itself, goes right back into blocking, lands the uppercut, and now he's back into the corner itself. So clearly Alchemist has a really, really good understanding of how Johnny Cage operates. Very fast combo strings. Great abilities within the toolkit to maintain these juggles, like you just saw right there on a 13-14 hit combo for 38% damage. That's what I'm talking about. So potentially we see Ragin sort of optimize his Ghostface gameplay with some low strikes, some overheads, some canceled combo strings into forward grab and so forth in order to maintain a lot of that corner.
It's really big, but that was Latchy's last life. He had one more round after fighting Ragin. So Ragin managed to make sure that Alchemist is able to get to Billy relatively unscathed.
Yeah.
Didn't end up losing a round, but we've seen time and time again, we've seen Billy with the rain come out and catch people with some double overheads, some armored lows, some different options that you just have to be aware of and know how to deal with a rain as a character.
Right.
Whenever you fight Billy.
Rain is, although Rain is like I would say is a top tier character, if you have a good understanding of recognizing combo strings, you can counter a lot of Rain's gameplay. The overhead that he catches people with a lot is actually in the middle of a combo string. So as soon as you've recognized the first hit to it, you just stop blocking low in order to block that combo string. There it is right there. Oh, wow. Okay. That is disrespectful. So Latchy said he picked a random character and just played with him. That's it. But nonetheless, we're seeing some solid Rain gameplay here. He does have, Rain has such a really good low chip. It's amongst the faster framed low chips in the game itself. He has some abilities that act as lows too, so he can mix those abilities, that sort of water jet you see coming out of the floor. He can mix that into his combo strings itself to create not necessarily 50-50s, but to create a mind game with the opposing player. You see him doing a little bit. Let's see if he actually gets this. He does! That is a hit confirm, and that's going to be the round right there.
Billy realizing that Alchemist likes to pressure him on a wake up. Both these sides, neither side really wanting to let the other's pressure ever start. So they're always willing to jab out just to see if they can catch the person on that down one. But now, Billy will not have his fatal blow for the rest of this game. He's going to have to find a win.
Nice.
It looks like Alchemist does know the block string. He was correctly blocking high and low and overhead for when he needed to worry about it. And now is starting to try to get this pressure started once again. But Billy responding with I know Johnny Cage as well.
And these are difficult combo strings that Billy's actually outputting. They're not the easiest in the world, but he's basically mixing them up between two. One, the second hit of it is a low strike. The other one, the second hit of it is a overhead. You just saw one right there with that sort of whooping, sort of sweeping broom maneuver on the floor that acts as a low. Rain has solid mix-ups, but the biggest thing you have to look out for is the low. And that's what Alchemist is sort of struggling against right here. Doesn't matter that chip damage finishes them. That is going to be
good job there by Billy. Put in a ton of work. The rain has been effective. A lot of people have a lot of questions, but Billy has consistently made sure that rain is able to deal the damage it needs to find victory. And that gone all over the way of the bots. And we're going to be getting the Maelstrom. Havoc is available and Ambush. Yeah, okay. This is
basically within that Rain gameplay, though, if I could just make one note to the actual fighters, when you're fighting Rain, all you have to do is block low the entire time until you see the specific one combo string that the second hit of the combo string is an overhead. So just continuously block low unless either they're doing a jump in or you see that overhead winding staff swing coming in for that overhead, and then obviously stop blocking low. That's really all you have to do. And at that point, being able to pick up on when they're canceling their combo strings and what have you can be really good. But the hard thing about Rain is some of his combos, if you do the entire combo string, creates pushback, and then you're not really at any type of advantage right there. But I just want to say, man, I sort of picked up on this on a personal note. My friends and family have seen me as a content creator for a while, and I just want to thank the Ultimate Gamers League for taking a chance on me as a caster here within the league, because I just realized when I was watching that 10 years ago, I was a huge fan of Rain, the Purple Ninja within Mortal Kombat, and so much so that the MK community knew me as the Rain guy because I was creating like petitions and what have you to get him added as a playable character. And then we're watching and professionally casting over a Mortal Kombat game that has Rain in it, my favorite MK character, right after I just watched Ghostface, which is my favorite villain. Kind of surreal, man. So I just wanted to give a shout out to this entire league for just being here, man. It's really, really cool. Kind of a surreal moment right there for me.
We appreciate you, and thank you for coming in. Yeah, the league is amazing. Speaking of how amazing this league is, if you are interested, Season 10 is coming up. Head on over to our website, and drop yourself a sign up. Get on one of these teams. If you think you can play Mortal Kombat better, if you think play Apex, maybe the xGODS wouldn't have forfeited with you in the building today. If you can play any of these games, you feel like even close to on par. If you just want to see what it's like to compete in 33 games as opposed to just one, head on
Yeah,
over
absolutely.
to our website and sign up for season 10. It's going to start in the new year. You got some time to continue to get working, getting ready in it. In the meantime, if you need the hardware, SurfThing PCs, our official PC sponsor that keeps us powered, able to play any and every single game we throw at it. But right now, they're getting us powered and into a game of Maelstrom, a boat-based battle royale.
Yes, and we love this game. Absolutely love this game. It's definitely within our shooter category, but it is a battle royale in the truest form. They're in the preparation phase, so don't necessarily worry so much about what you're seeing here on the screen, but take note of some of the user interface design, some of the mechanics of the game specifically. I guess one thing very quickly to note, you can see these gray boxes on the side of each of these ships. Those gray boxes essentially act as armor or armor plates. If they take enough damage from that specific side, you'll notice those boxes dissipate, and that leaves them vulnerable to taking an increased amount of damage on that side. So just pay attention to that as we move on throughout the map. Preparation phase almost over.
Now, as we get into this game, I want to ask you, which one of these teams is better equipped to deal with the pressure of a late game situation?
Ooh, pressure of a late game situation.
Like we're within 25 minutes,
right?
1 point difference. Technically, a game you're supposed to win.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say xGODS, brother. xGODS specifically because it's Bosif, Ambushman, and Havoc. Havoc sort of being the leader, I feel like, of that team. Lends itself to them sort of keeping composure late game, but then Bosif was a part of that Roller Champions team that snatched the victory from the grasp of the bots earlier today. So we may, if it does come down to the scenario, I'm not too sure as to, how the bots play with regards to, Maelstrom in general, but I think in that type of situation, I think the xGODS are pretty favored.
I'd love to get that insight because you just saw how much damage Havoc dealt with one volley, almost killing one. These teams ran into each other at the beginning of the game, and Covert Cobra is already gone. Havoc with another broadside shot will continue to deal more and more damage. You see him lining up for another shot, is breaking down these shields. This is what I meant when you might have briefly heard me say, oh, Maelstrom, who's available? Havoc, Ambushman, Bosif. This is why I made that statement. I was in a situation playing this game against them literally a little bit ago, and I made the call very simply that there was one specific thing when it comes to dealing with them that I didn't want to play, and that was Maelstrom. I think Havoc and Ambushman, very good at the game. They know how to work together. And then on the flip side there, you have the likes of, I love this as well. You have Bosif, who's been working with them since the beginning of the season as well, to really get on top. So they're killing themselves. They found the first fight in the game, which was the bots, killed all three of them, and then ended this so they can play more games. They want to win this game. That is not a guess to me anymore. The situation that just appeared to me, guaranteed, is that they knew exactly what they needed to do. They found their victory in a moment's notice. That was an amazing game. It should also show people why Maelstrom might be one of those games you want to forfeit against the xGODS. I'm gonna be very honest. Like, you just might want to forfeit that game, especially if you see Havoc, Ambushman, Bosif as the lineup.
You asked me though, bro. You asked me, and we talked about it right as the match got started. I said, I don't know. We got Bosif. All right. Last time we saw a 3v3, it was the greatest upset in UEL history, with the Roller Champions being snatched from the grasp of the bots. Kind of right as you mentioned it, I got like this sort of deja vu, if you will. I've been here before. What's going on? And then, listen, they took it quicker than I think any of us imagined. Typically speaking, Maelstrom games can go on pretty long because sometimes a strategy that teams will sort of optimize is just staying alive, because the further along into the game that you stay alive, the higher your placement, the more points you can get. So you might not even be the best player at Maelstrom, but if you're capable of sort of dipping and dodging, you can rack up some solid points. Not the case right there. We're tied up 11-11. What's going on?
This is one of those games. If I look back over the games that have rolled today, I honestly feel like this is a very even wheel that has
Right.
kind of favored the xGODS in a lot of ways.
Right.
All the shooters rolled,
Mhm.
which I think most people I feel like would have said would have give this xGODS favored.
Yeah.
But most importantly, I think it's those clutch moments that you were kind of talking about. We're talking about the likes of while they forfeited Apex and they lost NHL, they lost CTR, they managed to take roller champions down 3-0 with no time left on the clock. They managed to get 3 points and then win in overtime.
Right.
You look at things like Lethal League Blaze, a sports game, they took. Final Stand Ragnarok, they took. Wreckfest, they took by 2 health. Halo even was a competitive game, but until Ambushman and Boshi just took over. This has been a relatively close game, but
Competitive game
it,
until they started walking in the hand. Yeah. Oh man, we got some FIFA coming out here. Can you imagine, brother? We've had this. This is such an exciting match, man. You guys are tuning into the ultimate in-gamer league. 33 games on the wheel. It's 11-11. Bots 8-1. X got 7-1. And it looks like the bots just got the first goal, trying to keep their lead. They have not yet been behind in tonight's matchup. They are trying to go up 12-11. Can you imagine if the xGODS are able to turn this thing around and take the first lead of the night? We got Billy with the ball right now in the yellow. Looks like Latchy is playing on the red. We'll see if they can maintain this pressure. They have to be careful, guys. This is a 2v2, but if you're not careful, you'll actually grab the goalie, and sometimes these players mistakenly pull the goalie out from the net itself. Oh, but solid assisted shot on the goal. Billy serving up a platter to Latchy, who sends it directly center net for the second point of this matchup.
I was watching this game, but an answer there from Alchemist and Bosif, 2 great FC players. Latchy looks like he played. This should be a good game of FC, but we're going first half or first to 5 points. They're going to have to keep going and keep beating this pressure up. A foul means the ball goes back over to the side of the xGODS. We have to see what they're able to do. That was an open goal!
I can't believe what I'm seeing on the screen. Bosif actually performed surgery on his controller and reinstalled his pass button. He has had 3 assisted shots on the net already. Alchemist doing a great job working in tandem with Bosif. They're only down by 1 point, Griggs.
We had to see, but they're on the attack. The bots are looking for a point. Billy's not able to find it. Kicks it back over to Latchy. Little bit high. It's off the post.
Oh, who is this? Okay, so Alchemist might need to start passing. Put some respect on Bosif's name, potentially. Okay, Bosif with the steal. Head checks it.
It was broken up this season more specifically, but specifically Alchemist Bernay. For a very long time was known as one of, if not the most potent FIFA duo in the entire league. And people have to recognize when you're a duo that good, it's not just about one player. Latchy wasn't able to find the goal. They just have to hold on for 50 more seconds, though.
Blood pressure is through the roof right now. Oh my goodness.
Right now, the xGODS have 40 seconds to score a goal because it doesn't matter. After the first half, the point will go to the way of the bots. A knife out there fighting for this ball. The shot, it's all tied up. 30 seconds left on the clock.
You said Alchemist and Bernay, and he is showing up at a huge part of this 50% that is making up the side of the xGODS right now, just tying it up. They need to keep their hopes alive. Can they take the lead for the first time tonight? Oh my goodness, Bosif just got out-dribbled, but he whips the shot. Bosif comes back, sends a pass over, back tack to himself. He sends it up to Alchemist. Alchemist whips the shot on the net, but Bosif still goes for the shot, whips it again, goes back to center court. This is the most insane match of FIFA we have ever seen. That's going to be an easy goal, but
Time ran out. Time ran out as he went for the goal. We have to go to another half. We have to go to another half. It's all tied up.
You can see them freaking out the top left and top right-hand corner. This entire match better be clipped on Twitch tonight.
No, I'm saying this to you right now. Please, we can't have another roller champions. We cannot have another roller champions. The come from behind win in a sports game, we might have to stop calling it a comeback because at this point, they've done it twice. The bots don't want to give them the opportunity, and Latchy finds the goal. That goal should go ahead and confirm the game. It is not, I believe it's next point.
Okay, is it not a full? Is it not?
Is that a
full
dead
house?
character?
Oh, somebody accidentally paused. No. No. Say
No,
it so.
the controller ended up turning off, but I'm gonna, while Game Master figures this out, the general play is that we play the first half. So even I'll switch over to NHL because I can specifically talk about this. In NHL, when the Paladins played the xGODS, we here in the league play first to 5 points or the first 2 periods. Okay. The end of those first 2 periods, we were tied. We went to the third one with the first goal wins. Latchy was able to find that first goal. And so that should have go ahead and ends up being a bots win, I am pretty sure. We'll find out though, Game Masters. Again, that is in fact a bots win. They did manage to get the first goal in overtime. It's very similar to Roller Champions. This is one of those big things. Yeah, this is one of those big things where I think a lot of people may be wondering, and this is where I'm going to speak a little bit more positively about the bots. All season, the bots, not even just this season, the bots' kryptonite has always been sports games.
Okay.
You can only say that to a top team so many times before the top team says,
no.
Keep believing that. And I did expect the Skullgirls is not one of their sports games. Skullgirls is not one of their sports games. So that is a forfeit. They've gone down by 2. Now, the important thing here is remember, and I know you know this.
Yep.
This happened because you were casting this game. The xGODS were down. We're up. The one's up by 4 points with 20 minutes left. Yeah. And it came down to the final game. That's why I was during Maelstrom asking you who's going to handle this pressure better, more than any other reason. Can they be in the reverse position, but claim the victory that they managed to snatch away? They're going to have to do it because they had to forfeit that game. They were like, we don't win, Skullgirls. We need the time. And now you get NCAA. The issue is that NCAA is going to eat up most of this clock.
I think bots forfeit NCAA. I don't know. I'm a huge believer in Billy. Love what I've been seeing out of Latchy today. I think xGODS are going to take this easy peasy. I think the only reason the bots aren't forfeiting this is because there's 13 minutes left of in-game time, guys.
Oh, 100%.
And they're trying to run out the clock. We may see a situation where we go into probably our final game and it's 13-12. And if xGODS clutch that, we go to overtime. And AV in the studio is super happy whenever we have overtime here at the UEL. So that is best case scenario, right? So we'll see what happens.
So this is really weird because this is a very specific thing. Now, Billy is the reason we have 2-minute quarters. You don't know about this, but so really? I'm gonna give a little bit of a story for people that don't know. Yeah, we used to have longer quarters here in the UEL. I believe it was, I want to say 3-minute quarters, 3 or 4 minute quarters. It doesn't feel like super long, right? 3-minute quarters. Billy turned a game of Madden into a 45-minute affair with 3-minute quarters.
I see what you're saying.
He knows how to really burn through that time. And so it's one of those things that the xGODS have to make the call here of whether or not they want to forfeit, even try this and say, can we win 3 and 12? With one timeout, you're in a really difficult spot. Now, my opinion, they should have already called timeout before. Like, they should have called forfeit timeout. They need every second on that clock to be able to try to do this. And this is coming from somebody that literally played them and had to go through this economy. You have to maximize the amount of in-game time. This takes 2-3 minutes to set up. You need to win this and get into the next game, which you now have to hope is probably StarCraft, is something on a PC that you're going to be able to get into within 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you have to beat Billy at Now, if they win college football and then they beat Billy at StarCraft, I'm giving them the perfect timeline. I think they claim Game of the Year. If that specific scenario happens. Because not only have you done what was unthinkable, beating Billy at StarCraft, but more specifically, 2 games in 10 minutes is a difficult affair. It's a difficult call to even begin to think to do.
They've also been trailing all night. They haven't had the lead not even a single time, and they've managed to get this matchup almost to a tie with under 10 minutes left, man. If they're able to tie this up and then they clutch in overtime, talk about, I mean, it would be sort of reminiscent of what we saw in Roller Champions, man. I mean, maybe that was sort of the curse, if you will, of the bots, or for the bots. We'll have to see as we sort of move on throughout this game, but I do think that the xGODS are going to feel really comfortable, specifically because Bosif and Havoc are coming into play right now. I've watched them play NCAA. I think they're super comfortable. We're going to see a lot of that sort of halfback split shotgun formation, have those wide receivers on a lot of those cross routes to sort of divide and conquer the defense. Are they in cover 3? Are they in cover 2? And then basically just let the route develop, pass the ball out. Games. But I do think we got there's no oh my God.
I need you to understand. I need you to understand. I need you to understand. Earlier in the game, I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say that it could come down to one singular game. But we're here at that moment. The first step along the way is for them to go ahead and win this NCAA game.
Wow.
Now, if you want to gamble, a little bit, you can look at Billy and say, hey, Billy, forfeit this and bet it all on StarCraft. And in Billy's case, that should be a deal. But Billy's too smart. Look, Billy's not going to take that. I can promise. Billy's going to play this college football. So if you're at home and you want the LAX Gods to win, I need you to send all of your energy over to Texas. And on the flip side, if you believe that the bot should guarantee secure that Southern Conference first seed, go ahead and start rooting for Georgia.
All right. They're doing exactly that. So I think, oh my gosh. Could they? Oh, I was about to say, fumble on the field! Fumble on the field! No way! xGODS just recovered the ball to flip the field right now. That was a forced fumble on the first play of the game. Billy and the bot looked completely discouraged, shaking their
I need you to
heads
understand, Bosif was in the camera going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Like, wait. But they have to get through this game.
Yep.
They have to make...
Wow. Running a shotgun I formation. I don't know if I've seen them do this. I think this is for the presence off the right side of the tight end with the run. Yeah, 100%. So I like what both of these teams are doing. Don't be afraid to run the ball. Make sure you continuously threaten the other team with the run, and then sort of just optimize your gameplay a little bit with double R. We'll just be holding on number 7-6. That's unfortunate. That's going to force a passing scenario. But I think the reason what they're trying to do is they're trying to run the ball a little bit more. Block strip.
Yes.
So that they keep the win and really quick. Billy's sort of coaching Latchey a little bit. You can see that in the top left-hand corner. He was actually using the play for Latchey. That's interesting. Huh. All right.
And this is so hard. There's 7. They have to win this game in 5 minutes.
They still actually. Oh, but they're in a cover 2. So that was, it looked like that was a cover 2 right there that they were able to the player was in flat. Definitely not man covered. Oh, okay, so that might actually been cover 3 cloud. The cover 3 cloud does actually have one specific player playing in flat, which may be what we just saw right there. So one player will play the flat, but on that side, where there's a player on the flat sideline. Oh, beautiful pass right up center. If he's not careful, oh. I don't blame him right there. Sort of the physics of these EA-developed football games, it sort of looked like he might have been sort of confronted after that pass, why he did a sort of truck stick, if you will, to sort of break the pass. Ooh.
I also have a sneaking suspicion that Bosif is intentionally dragging this drive out.
I think you don't snap the ball.
I honestly agree with you. I think you want to give Billy as little time with the ball as possible because he's just gonna imagine he just makes sure a screen, keep the clock rolling, screen, keep the clock rolling. Make sure to just get the first down. Ooh, nice pass.
Listen, no, not a nice pass. Completely ugly pass. That was almost a pick six. That was atrocious. I'm talking zero. No, never. I'm talking Goonies ugly right there, dude.
Well, I'm
never do that.
I'm not. I didn't say you should do it. All right.
Oh, that's a hey, you
but
guys.
if you get away with it once.
Oh, say it ain't. Oh, dude, solid kick return right there. Okay, the reason that was so threatening is that pass went off when they were in a cover 3. There was a person in that flat, just a bad sort of interception animation, if you will, on the defender. But because they were in hurry up, I don't know if the bots are capable of calling an effective audible. So they were still in the same pass defense formation that they had been all the way up the field. Could have dropped and sort of called the timeout or gone to man coverage to load up the center box. If that happens again, oh my gosh, juked him into next week. But if that happens again moving forward, where the xGODS are doing a hurry up offense, the bots aren't audibling, all they had to do is run up the middle because they're not loading the center. That's all they would have had to do. All right. Ooh, I like the different routers that we just saw on the screen right there, guys. That's going to be effective at gauging whether or not there's a defender on the sideline, and there clearly is, which means the center of the field might have been vulnerable. But he gets hurried up. He gets rushed. As a result, he gets pressured. Now, in this situation, whatever my number one defender is, I want to send him in motion across the screen to see if they're in man coverage. And if they are in man coverage, have faith in my fastest wide receiver to break out on either a fly route or a slant route to get in front of the defender. But I don't know if he's going to send anybody in motion. He does.
He changed the play. He audible to a different playbook entirely.
Yes. But interestingly enough, they are sort of in zone coverage, it looks like. That's interesting.
Ooh, okay, I see what you mean. That second one scared me a little bit. I'm going to be honest with you. That second one.
Yeah.
If whoever was on that defender was a step faster.
Oh, yeah.
That ball is gone the other way.
Yep. All right, let's see what they do here. Bots on Georgia. This is 3rd and 6. Minute and 15 left. They're kind of capable of doing anything. Looks like they're... You could go for a run. I was going to say, yeah, you could go for a run right here. Breaks the tackle, does get the first down. They got to be careful, though. Times are running out, guys. They're not necessarily in solid field goal range, especially for college football. But in another 5 or so yards here, you definitely are. You got to remember, on a field goal kick, the actual field goal kicker is about 6 or so yards back off the line of scrimmage. Oh, my goodness. Bosif throws his arms up in disbelief. That would have been huge for them. I have to imagine because of the time left on the clock, they're going to go for a few passes right here. But if they wanted to play it safe, they could go for a run and just try to get a field goal before the half. I just don't see the bots necessarily just going for a field goal. Oh, boy. That comes down to whoever was on that safety that pressed their X button. Face mask? That might have been a face mask. They might be on, like, the 6-yard line. No. Oh, that's holding on the offense, brother. That's coming back to the 45-yard line. Someone is sleeping in the doghouse tonight. Oh, boy. That's very, very unfortunate. That may be the result of, like, what we saw, though, right? Like, the fact that's a pick 6 every day of the week. I don't know what happened there. Shout-outs to EA Sports for having terrible animations. Yeah. I know a flag football child that could have intercepted that. But nonetheless, you're seeing some flag routes and some fly routes on your screen. We may be seeing a dump-off pass to the corner of the end zone, threatening this cover 3. Oh, and he lands it. Oh, he dropped it. Oh, my gosh.
4th and 14. He has to punt it away.
See, now this is one of those situations, Strix. Had they ran the ball effectively earlier on and just picked up a few yards, kept it simple, they could be going for a field goal right here. Careful not to rough the kicker. That's going. Do not touch that, please. Thank you. All
if
right.
I'm being honest with you, though, Matt,
No.
this is where I say Billy plays UEL better than anybody else.
Right.
This is one of the few losses in a football game, American
Right.
football game,
Please
that
give
Billy
the
will
ball.
be happy to take.
Yes.
Because at this point, again, there's a big hit, almost sacked.
Strix, if he doesn't need the ball right now, I'm going to be so angry. You need to finish this out. Do not risk a pick six before halftime. If they throw a pick six or an interception before halftime, I'm leaving my studio. AV, I'm gone. I'm retired, never to return. Just
Okay,
knee
they
it.
kept the ball on the ground. They kept the ball on the ground. I agree. Look, I'm being really honest. That run play was really ambitious after what the first play of this game, where we saw a fumble immediately happen. I don't know if I would have trusted it. Honestly, look, I've said this multiple times since I started casting. Especially when it comes to college football. Especially, please listen to Mom. Please listen. He's giving you good advice. I promise he's giving you good advice.
Well, the problem is now they've wasted so much time that they're going to call another timeout and have about 14. There we go. Now they're going to have about 14 seconds and you've got to punt the ball away. Had they just kept the ball on the ground to begin with, we wouldn't be in this situation. You would have just ran out the clock and gone into halftime. But because it was an incomplete pass during the first down play, they're going for it on 4th and 6. What are you doing?
They're just trying to keep the clock moving. They just want the clock
but
to
if
stay
it's
moving.
oh my god, they just got so lucky. They just got so lucky. There's a flag on the play.
And they
If
come
this
in
is
and bring
holding,
it back, holding. Please let me see holding. Let me see holding.
this is hilarious. What are you doing? Oh my goodness.
Hey, it's a first down though.
Oh wait,
First
that
down,
might have
though.
been holding on the defense. That might have been
Yeah.
holding on the defense. Okay.
Okay, that was good.
Wow. Okay. Why is he passing this? Unacceptable behavior. I hope this is a pick six. I hope it is. My caster's integrity is out the window. I was hoping that was being returned. Oh my goodness. All right.
And it was a block in the back. A block.
Okay.
That's what it was. It
All
wasn't holding it.
All right.
But like this is hilarious because Billy was. This is the thing is like you really got to be willing. Billy plays UEL better than so many other players. The bots did a great
He's
job
smart,
today.
man. He's smart.
The xGODS were amazing, and they
Whoa.
just didn't have the time. I think the
Do
only
you see
thing
that tackle animation, Strix? Do you see that beautiful tackle animation from EA Sports? That was a great one. Yeah, how the player just fell on his back, brother. Oh man, love it.
Injury.
Oh, a bruised shoulder. Bruised shoulder. Love it.
To the people running the UEL, can we get injury set to high? I think it would make the game far more dynamic.
Yeah.
People are playing with their
wide open in the
fourth-string-
flats.
Fourth-string quarterback.
Yep. Yeah.
It changed how people pick teams immediately. It changed. But some good play here coming out. I think Bosi just focused on doing his best to take this win.
And I think they're going to run this. Yeah, they're going to run this. But the thing is the bots have to know that, and they need to start stacking the box. You don't necessarily have to. I mean, you don't necessarily have to play like man coverage or something like that, but you need to alter your formation to stack the box. It's sort of the way they are right here. You've got a 4 lineman set. You've got 3 linebackers stacking up the middle. And as a oh boy.
Once again, you're throwing these passes that are scaring me. Every single time you are throwing a pass that I have to believe is going to get picked.
What seems to be happening is it seems like they're having one player go to the left flats and the right flats because they're learning that they're doing a cover 3 cloud, and whatever flat is that's exact. Oh
That's a
boy!
fumble. What do you mean?
Oh
That's a fumble for a
boy!
touchdown.
That's why you don't get cocky against Billy the Goat. That's why you don't get cocky against Billy the Goat. That
Honestly,
is fascinating. We have a tie
Honestly,
game
that
now.
might be Billy. That might be Billy in the game. If you've ever seen Billy in real life, he is like a sick. I'm trying to. He is 7'6".
He is 7 foot
13. Of pure
13.
muscle.
7 foot 13. Yeah. It seems, though, man, as if what xGODS are trying to do is they're sending 2 routes to the flats because they've read the fact that they're playing a lot of cover 3 cloud. So one of the flats passes is going to be open. But the thing that they're struggling against is if there's a blitz on the field. That's why that sack occurred. That's why that forced fumble occurred. So xGODS definitely got to tighten up some of their gameplay here. Now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because they were running a lot of cover 3 cloud, but they've started to shift things, man coverage, sending the occasional blitz, and so forth. All right, that's interesting. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, and almost intercepted once again.
Be careful, man. They've got to be careful. Now, they are running a 4 lineman set, but one of their linemen is sort of staggered off in a 2-point stance as opposed to a 3. Oh, my goodness.
How did he get that ball?
Listen, your guess is as good as mine.
EA Sports.
It's in the game. Yeah. That catch animation is in the game for sure. All right, here we go. 4 wide receivers set. I like this defense. The problem with this defense is it actually leaves huge gaps. Oh, boy. Man, they're giving me a heart attack with these flat passes. Man. I think what the bots are starting to do, though, is just play a lot of cover 2, which has 2 players in the flats, and that's where they're sort of shutting things down. Oh, my goodness. That's exactly what they're doing. We might see a bots upset right now. They do have 3 times. No, they only have 2 timeouts. I believe that's game. The
bots with control of the ball here. They might be able to take this win, make this 14.
They just need a solid pass streaks to get into field goal range, and that's going to do it, brother. And they have the capabilities.
If I'm being honest with you, I think that when that clock sounded in the arena, a
boy.
lot of the wind and the sails of the xGODS went out there.
Oh, I just noticed that. Good call, brother.
Yeah, I think that they were in it and locked in and focused.
Yeah.
And again, I think this is what makes the bots team so incredible.
Yeah.
The bots as a team, you have to beat them in and out of team. You have to play UEL better than them while at the same time.
Right.
Just being better than them in all the games.
Right.
We'll talk to these teams and we'll talk to these players. So make sure you stick around after this game. We're gonna have post-game interviews to talk to everybody and then find out exactly, players' feelings, where they are. This is gonna be a tough game for a lot of players.
Yeah. Oh, did they end up getting that? They might have actually got that. That's interesting.
It's 1st and 10. I see a 1st and 10 there with 40 seconds left.
Just barely,
they're
maybe.
Continuing their march up
they
the
did.
field.
Yeah. And they're not necessarily, I wouldn't say comfortable field goal range, but they're sort of getting there. They just need a solid run like this. Got a few yards, got 3 yards. They still have 2 timeouts. They're not the worst thing in the world. I think they're just trying to get a little bit closer, go for the field goal, pretty much in this thing. But you're right. That's something we should have pointed out a little earlier, maybe even the fact that the actual the UEL clock has hit 0, so we're not going to be playing an additional game. Even if the xGODS were to get a pick 6 right here and win, it would be 13-12. But that's also one of the reasons why I wanted them to knee the ball earlier. They needed to secure this, man. They needed to finish this game out, get it done with. And then have a little bit of time potentially calling a timeout. So
that is the only reason why. The only commentary that I can give there is you need to. That's where you call a timeout. You have to preserve. You have to preserve out of game. This is one of those things where the setup timer is not the issue you have. It's getting into the game fast enough to be able to play the game more than anything else. And so.
Yep.
50-yard field goal, so this is going to be the decider of whether we go into overtime.
50-yard field goals are tough, man. This is no chip shot, especially within college football. This is a difficult kick.
Off center too.
Yeah, off center. This is definitely not a sure thing. Ooh boy. Oh man, this makes me nervous. Okay, here we go. That was solid. That seemed pretty solid. Oh, does it have the range? It does. That is going to do it. Wow. Technically, there's a little bit of time left.
Technically. No, unfortunately, it happened while we were playing. I heard the game master. He said that is up. That is the game clock there. An amazing game. These two teams, I think, put up one of the best showings of the season, and I think we should get people excited for playoffs. These are 2 of the top teams in the Southern Conference, and it has to be said, if these are two of the top teams, what are playoffs going to look like? Do we really know who's coming out of the South? Do we
Brother.
know who's coming out of the North? And who is going to take home that Season 9 champion?
If this is a regular season game with two of the top teams from the Southern Conference, I mean, neither of us are surprised. This could have very well had gone to overtime tonight, and we could have seen xGODS take this. But give credit where credit is due. The bots definitely outplayed the xGODS, especially given the fact that they sort of let their foot off the gas a little bit and sort of stumbled when it came to roller champions. But the thing I would point out is the xGODS didn't take the lead in terms of W's all night. Bots have been the better team. I mean, they've given a few wins away here and there, but they've never sort of lost composure, and they've stayed in the lead the entirety of tonight, man. Mm-hmm.
So it seems like we're going to be transitioning over into our xGODS interview, so we'll hear from them in just a second.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, welcome. Dude, that was an awesome game. You guys definitely shouldn't have your chins down. Walk away from this with your heads held high. First thing I want to do, man, Bosi, going into that last matchup, I know time was sort of against you. My first question would be, man, were you guys aware of, the arena clock, right? The amount of like UEL time you had left sort of at the end of the first half. I don't know how much time was necessarily left, but we were begging you guys to knee the ball and run out of the clock so that we could get the match over with. I don't necessarily remember how much arena time there was left. Is that something you guys were thinking about in the moment?
So I was thinking about it because as quarterback, you kind of have to think about it like that.
Right.
The second I saw like the arena clock, I was like, we're not gonna be able to play this, and because I know Billy, I've been playing against Billy for 3 seasons now, and
Yep.
even 2 seasons ago, he was running clock, so you couldn't do anything but play that for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I got you. A lot of incomplete passes, a lot of timeouts, things along those lines to just drain that clock out.
Yeah.
Understood. Well, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
What can I do? It happened. There's nothing else you can do to like say anything about it. That's the thing. I guess he's just better than me. It's fine.
I had my own thing. I was 0-3 with Billy in every fighter, I think. He took me out
Oh
every
my
fighter,
goodness.
fortunately.
Billy's just different, bro. He's a different breed.
Well, dude, speaking of, like, listen, I know Billy, I know the bots, took home the W tonight, but I also thought that you guys had probably some of the biggest standout moments that we've ever seen, specifically this season. The comeback victory that you guys pulled off in Roller Champions.
Oh
Strix
my
and I
God.
almost fell out of our seats. That was so high.
My heart was beating so fast, dude. I
Can
was
you
like,
walk
please,
us- Can you please
about to
walk
faint.
us through the final
Okay.
moments of that particular match?
So after we got the 2 laps and we missed, what was it, 3 times, Alchemist? We missed 3 times?
I
Havoc said, go around again. I said, no. I'd rather go to OT and lose an OT than to go around and lose the ball right then and there. So I shot it and was like, we have to win this.
And before then, I shot it too, and I missed. And then we got the ball back.
Oh my
And
gosh.
then you got it, and then you shot it, and
And
we went to overtime.
Yep. And then
Oh
overtime,
my
my
God.
heart was beating so fast, I'm
Yeah.
not going to lie.
Mm-hmm. I
So-
love that. Well, listen, I mean, Strix, did you have anything to add, brother?
I want to ask this team because this team, Alchemist, we saw you in the tier 1 today, and you've seen this team go through a lot of shifts in lineup, but it feels like y'all are looking better and better each game you come into. What was your preparation for today? Because I think a lot of people maybe didn't expect the level of play y'all had today. What did y'all really? How much energy? How much time? What was the work that went into the showing that we got?
So I mean, we try to practice as much as we can, like almost every day. I mean, we have set practices, but even if we don't have an official practice, we still practice together, even if it's just 1 or 2 or a couple of us. So try to get in that synergy together. I mean, we're basically 3 teams merged into one, basically. But I mean, I feel like these past couple of weeks we've been practicing together, trying to get that synergy so that we can, pretty much show out in the playoffs.
Hey, y'all looked great today. Y'all looked amazing
Yeah.
today. Again,
We definitely did. Surprised a
credit
lot
to
of
you.
people, I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, boys, thank you so much for sitting down with us. That was an awesome performance. Like I said, walk away from this with your heads held high because that was one of our favorite
right.
games that we personally have ever casted. I look forward to seeing you guys in the playoffs. Boys.
Sure.
And it sounds like we're going straight into our bots interview, so hang tight with us here for just a second. Hello, gentlemen. Oh, man, we got Cobra and Latchy. I love this. I immediately have to ask a question to Cobra. This is our first time seeing you here on the bots, my friend. I actually thought you really held your own. Don't necessarily know anything about you, but the first few matches that we saw you in, you were throwing hands in Valorant. You were actually performing relatively well in some of the fighters and so forth. What was the game that we saw him struggle in a little bit? Oh, it was Final Stand Ragnarok. We saw you in Final Stand Ragnarok struggle a little bit, but other than that, we actually even made the call in real time right at the end of that match. Like, you know what? First game seeing him, like he actually has been performing relatively well throughout all of today. So major kudos to you, man. How did you practice sort of coming into today? Because you're not just jumping onto a random team. You're jumping onto what is now the #1 team in the Southern Conference. How did you get ready for this, man?
Yeah, just play out the game that was supposed to play.
I love it. You know what? What a dog, bro. What do you mean? I just played the games. I wonder if anyone else should take note of that in the UEL. Just play all the games. I love that, man. That's as basic as it gets. Well, Latchy, my second question is for you. All right. I know you guys just took home the win, but I got to be critical of at least something about y'all's gameplay today. The finals, we saw you quick scoping with your sniper throughout the entirety of that game. And I was yelling at Strix for you to put the sniper down because as good as it looked, it didn't correlate to the gameplay. And we saw Bosif on the flip side of things, capitalizing with his damage output with that SMG and so much more. Do you think moving forward that you're going to continue to just use that sniper rifle? Do you think you could sort of branch out to the SMG? And do you think you should have done it during that match? Okay. All right. I like the honesty. I like that. You were vibing. Yeah. Okay. All right. I like that. Strix, anything you want to add, brother?
To both of them, I know both of you are relatively fresh to playing in the UEL. How were your emotions in these last hour or so where the game was kind of getting closer and closer and every game seemed to matter? Maybe like were your teammates helpful? How did you kind of maintain composure? Like I can look at both of y'all. Y'all both had clutch moments where you just kind of had to go in and play a game and get it done. What was going through your head and how were you able to keep focused? Fair.
I like that.
I really appreciate. I think both of y'all have a incredibly bright future ahead in the UEL. You both seem to have great mentality, great focus on the game, and y'all played again. I wouldn't have guessed either one of y'all were rookies looking at the way y'all played today.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, thank you, boys, for sitting down with us, man. It's been an absolute pleasure casting over this game. Like I said, one of the most exciting games that we've seen all season. Best of luck to you moving forward, as I'm pretty sure you guys have secured that #1 spot in the Southern Conference, and you're going to be one of the teams, if not the team, to beat moving into the playoffs. So best of luck to you, gentlemen. Mm-hmm. Whew, Strix, brother, today has been energetic, to say the least.
Energetic.
My voice is hoarse. I'm ready to go drink some water after screaming all night. It's been a ton of fun, and I hope so many of you guys at home had fun with us, man. It was an absolute pleasure casting with you, brother.
As always, it was amazing. I'm only sad we didn't get StarCraft, but we had an amazing game to make up for it. Now I'm being taunted. That's crazy. That's crazy. Being taunted. But an amazing game is all that I can ask for here in the UEL. A game where day after day, moment after moment, game after game, we couldn't guess what was happening. There were upsets on both sides. Players came out, they performed. This is what the UEL is about and why we are some of the, if not the best gamers.
Absolutely, absolutely. And listen, guys, we had 14-11 today. 14-11. We talked about it at the top of the hour. We said we were going to get through about 25 to 33 of these different games, and that's what we're all about. We have a wheel of 33 different games that all of these players have to be well-rounded in. It's the ultimate in Gamers League. If you want more information on what all is going on here, if you want to compete yourself for Season X, Season 10 going down in our next season, please head over to uelesports.com for more information. This is the ultimate in Gamers League, where gamers go pro.
Michigan Paladins play for purpose, supporting efforts to end bullying and building kindness. Get ready to join the Michigan Paladins on December 3rd for an exciting online gaming fundraiser that's all about making a difference. We are rallying together to support the Be a Friend Project, an incredible nonprofit that empowers kids to help other kids and promotes kindness to stop bullying. This Giving Tuesday, every match we play and every contribution made will directly impact children and teens facing the challenges of bullying, reminding them that they are not alone and inspiring them to stay strong. For the Paladins, character and sportsmanship are as important as gaming skills. It's not just about how we play, but how we treat each other while playing. And we choose kindness. We believe that fostering a culture of respect and positivity elevates not just our gameplay, but the entire gaming experience. By uplifting one another and leading by example, we aim to create a community where everyone feels valued and inspired to be their best, both in and out of the game. The Paladin players focus on long-term impact through respect rather than just short-term victory. It's important for our team to promote camaraderie, which extends to players on the opposing team. We strive to build connections that transcend competition, showing that true champions uplift everyone around them. By prioritizing mutual respect and empathy, we set the standard for what it means to compete with integrity and leave a lasting legacy on the gaming world. The Michigan Paladins, like the other UEL teams, have players that excel in different gaming genres. We embrace player diversity and recognize skill differences. Our Paladins share their game knowledge and support each other. Everyone belongs and has something valuable to contribute. By celebrating our unique strengths and lifting each other up, we aim to build a team that is stronger together, embodying the true spirit of unity and inclusivity. Winning is great, but respect lasts forever. Be the player that everyone wants to play with.